No. Welcome, guys, to our June council meeting here in the town of Miami Lakes. I hope everybody's enjoying, I think, their first week and a half of summer. I know it's pretty hot outside, so I appreciate you guys showing up. Right now, we have special presentations, and we have several special individuals here in our community that we're going to recognize today. One of those first folks that we're going to recognize is the Sea Scout skipper for Sea Scout Ship 144. And this is really, really amazing. He just got recognized as the skipper of the year from the Sea Scout of America, the Sea Scouts of America. And he's here with us today. Put your hands together for Apollo Lagarde. This is a really, really, really big recognition for you to receive the Sea Scout Skipper of the Year. I think that's really, really. No, I'm not going to say it 3 times fast. But if you want, explain to the folks at home how much work, because I see you in the community all the time. Anytime we call you to volunteer, to give back, you're there with everybody giving back. So talk to them about the program, how this came to happen, and all the hard work that you put into the community.
Good afternoon. This is the Sea Scouts is basically a division of the Boy Scouts of America. By the Boy Scouts, you actually age out or you become an Eagle by the age of 18. After that, there's 2 divisions, Venturing Crew and Sea Scouts. Sea Scouts, the name says it all. Everything is water related. Sailing, scuba diving, boating, kayaking, fishing, anything to do with water, that's what we do. And it's 13 to 21. So they're young adults, they're older scouts. I'd like to give a special recognition to the boatswain's mate. Come on up. Crew leader, come on up, yeah. All the Sea Scouts that are here, come on up. Come on up. Okay. This is about half of them. Some of them obviously are on vacation already. But I wanted to say a special thank you to them, and especially to the boatswain. because for the past couple of years, and especially with the Wuhan virus, let's call it the right way, and everything else we've gone through, he's kept it together and he's done an exceptional job, and it's been really incredible. So I actually, and Manny, I really appreciate this, and I appreciate this from the town of Miami Lakes, but I will actually want to give this to the Boatswain and the Sea Scouts, because if it wouldn't be for them, I wouldn't receive that. And also, he's always late, our committee chair, Eladio Armesto. Okay? Thank you, gentlemen. All right? Thank you very much.
Let's keep everybody up so we take a picture of that. Give it up for our skipper of the year, Apollo. Great job, great job. And if somebody in our community wanted to join the Sea Scouts, they just call you, reach out to you. Got it, got it. Congrats, Apollo. We also have another individual here in our community that give back, and that's why Miami Lakes is great, right? We have incredible residents that give back, that help our future generations, and it makes that foundation here in our community truly amazing. We have another individual we're going to be recognizing today who received the Scoutmaster of the Year from the Boy Scouts of America, and that is Scoutmaster Sean Schwinghammer. That's a big deal. Sean was like, you guys don't have to do that. Listen, you both deserve that, right? You and Apollo receiving these types of awards, because you're also recognizing that youth that follows in your footsteps. So if you could say a few words of what the program's all about, how folks can join, and what are the key values that they learn along the way.
If you listen to me, because then you'll have your sons join, which I've been asking for a while. But his sons are busy with sports. His sons are busy with the sports, and I get it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I was recognized as Scoutmaster of the Year by the by Phoenix District South Florida Council. Thank you very much for acknowledging the town. It's Boy Scouting is the oldest leadership and youth development and most successful leadership and youth development organization in the country, actually in the world, over 100 years old, and it's thriving in Miami Lakes, especially with 3 different troops and Cub Scouts and alike, and I'm just blessed to be a part of it, affiliated. Our troop is affiliated with our charter to Our Lady of the Lakes Church. It's our church, but it's open to everybody. We have excellent young people, but really what we have are excellent parents in Miami Lakes who care enough to put their children into an organization that helps them learn skills, advances them in all that they do, helps them learn leadership. And now it's open for girls. Helen Dunkley here is the Scoutmaster for the girls troop. It's truly, Miami Lakes has always embraced our scouts. In fact, it was Scouts and I was Scoutmaster at the time when we did the flag ceremony for this building at groundbreaking. And even our Girl Scouts did the flag ceremony when the building was first officially opened. So thank you to the town for being supportive of scouting. Thank you for the community being supportive of scouting. It's a great thing. It's more than sports, and you can do everything with it, and all the young men who are going to be recognized are well deserved. So we appreciate all of it. And I just say, we got a bunch of Boy Scouts here, and I appreciate all of them and their families showing up. I'm not going to bring you up because, it's about me, right? Kidding. But I do appreciate everyone's presence. All right, thank you. I don't want to take up the time. Yeah, if those scouts can come forward, come up here. Get up, please. I would appreciate it. Thank you. Angel, Nick, Danny, Daniel, Rowan, Luke, Caesar, Kevin, Victor, Lucas. See, and you see we go by place. Mr. Mayor, where are you? Come over here. Come over here, please. Mr. Mayor, come over here. Thank you very much, sir. We appreciate it. All right. Everyone, get a little tighter. Victor, come in front. Thank you.
Got to have some special awards that are going to be given out by Councilman Luis Collazo for some of the young folks here in our community.
So the theme of tonight is scouting, right? And continuing with the theme, the highest honor that you can achieve as a scout is the rank of Eagle Scout. And over this week, and actually this ceremony was long overdue, but due to the virus and other setbacks, several scouts had attained that rank, and we never took the opportunity to honor them, but they were honored this weekend. And I want to present some names. I want them to join us up here tonight if they're here. But I do want to start off with one young man, and I want to talk a little bit about the values of scouting. Clearly, scouting is an important part of our community. I think the mayor kind of highlighted that's why we have scouting and represented so well in Town Hall every time that we open up the council chambers. But really, it's the bedrock of this community and civic responsibility, and we really value everything that the Scouts bring. So thank you so much. I'm going to ask these individuals to come. Anje Aladio Armesto, please come on up. Lázaro Mitchell, not here today. William Andrew Dunkley II. Congratulations. Luis Javier Victores. And Javier Luis Victores. Yep. You want to say a few words about your scouting experience, Eagle Scout projects? You did projects. Each one of you took a lot of time to do a project that benefited the community. Why don't you just highlight real quick the project?
All right, thank you very much, Councilman, Mayor, and the wonderful community that has come out to support our achievements, because really all of our achievements is because of this community that has supported us. You know, they say that it takes a village to raise a child. That is absolutely true. In this case, it's our community, the town of Miami Lakes. We have here some wonderful young men, William Dunkley, Luis Victores, Javier Victores, and of course myself, Angel Armesto. Yeah. Thank you. Each of these young men did an Eagle Scout project. What an Eagle Scout project is a leadership service that is given to the community. It is to support the community and to show that the Scouts themselves are prepared to be leaders and to give back to that community that has given them so much. And just to highlight on that community that has given us so much, we think of our wonderful Scoutmaster for the girls, Helen Dunkley. Yeah. Yeah. Our wonderful Scoutmaster for the boys, Mr. Sean Schwinghammer. Yeah. And our skipper, Apollo Lagarde. Yeah. Yeah. William, you did a service project for the church, Our Lady of the Lakes. You want to tell us something about that, just your experience?
Yeah, sure, I'll say something. I'm not really used to talking to a big crowd of people, but I'm very grateful to be where I'm at, and everyone that helped in the project, thank you very much. And I was the project at the basketball court. We did the refurbishment, we did the basketball court, and yeah, everyone who helped, thank you very much.
So I'm going to usurp the microphone really quickly because I want to highlight the achievements of Schwinghammer and Lagarde and Dunkley, because what they have done is an investment. They haven't invested in their own financial gain, but they have invested in us, all of us, and in those scouts that you see here seated today. Their investment will not go unnoticed, either in their houses, in our memories, or with God. And for that, I want to say that the scouts here, we truly appreciate, and most of all, we love you. Thank you.
Give it up for our local Eagle Scouts. Congratulations, guys. That concludes our presentations. We have two more that are going to happen right after the start of the council meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Let's call this meeting to order. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Diegues.
Here.
Councilmember Collazo.
Present.
Councilmember Ruano.
Present.
Councilmember Fernandez. Councilmember Alvarez. He is joining us via Zoom. I saw his name earlier. Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Present.
Mayor Sid.
Present.
Mayor, you have quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's all rise for the presentation of colors led by the Civil Air Patrol, U.S. Air Force Auxiliary. Remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance, led by Cadet Chief Master Sergeant Nicholas Camperos. Remain standing for the prayer led by Danny Fiallo from the Sea Scouts Ship 144.
Hello? Okay. In the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Dear God, thank you for having united everybody here today. Please inspire these leaders of this community to lead this meeting and to have the ability to carry it out with Dear God, please help the leaders of this community carry out this meeting for the good of the community and to help all that may come here with concerns, and may you guide it so that the best could come out of it. Amen.
Thank you, Danny. You may be seated. And we have Ariel Fernandez from the Better You Minute with us again. Welcome, Ariel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, council members, residents, and staff of the town that is growing beautifully, Miami Lakes. The town slogan for Miami Lakes is growing beautifully. It does not refer to height or geographic growth. Rather, it refers to the growth of the community. Building and growing a strong community requires a team effort, where each member of the community plays an integral part. Whether large or small, we each play a role. However, just as we can play a role in building and strengthening the community, we can equally play a role in dividing and destroying it. At times, we allow for our personal differences with others to interfere with our community growth. We want sole credit for things the community as a whole has accomplished. We want to diminish the role of another member because we personally disagree with them. We allow for our bad traits to overcome our good traits. Instead of building and contributing to the good of the community, we're actually working towards its demise. In times like these, it is important to take a pause and ask ourselves, what is my motivation for my actions? We will find that most times, the simple pause and reflection will set us back on the right path. Remember, our differences make us stronger, not weaker. Together, we can set personal differences aside and continue working towards Miami Lakes growing beautifully.
Thank you, Ariel. I think we got to take the Better You Minute all over the nation, so we'll work on that. We're on to the order of business, deferrals, additions, deletions. I have a couple. I need to move up appointments to right after this, just to get it out of the way. Additionally, I have a report on the Zonta Club. They are here with us tonight, so I want to make sure we get that up. That should be about 2 or 3 minutes. And then I need a pull from consent item 10C. And I'll,
Mayor.
Yes, Councilman Alvarez joins us virtually.
Mayor, I'd like to move up item 13B. right after the order of business, since they'll have their own share of public comments since it's a quasi-judicial hearing.
You mean 13B? The
13,
the
13
clubhouse at Miami
B
Lakes?
as in boy. 13B as in boy.
Got it.
I want to pull 10C.
I already pulled that.
Sorry.
But we both got it. Anything else? Any other deferrals, additions, deletions?
Yes, I'd like to pull 10E. And wanted to move up, I just can't find the number, the site plan approval, to move that up, as well as, but he pulled the clubhouse. For some reason he said 13B, but I think that might be the wrong one.
I don't know.
I may be looking at the wrong one, but I want to move up.
On my agenda says 13B, the clubhouse at Miami Lakes.
Okay, yes, 13B.
That is correct. 13B
So
is the
then
site plan.
I want to also move up 12A to after 13B.
All right, so far I'm moving up appointments. We're going to take it up right after this. I'm moving up right after appointments. The Zonta Club report that I have on. Item 10C has been pulled by myself and Councilman Diegues. Item 10E has been pulled by the Vice Mayor. Councilman Alvarez has moved up 13B, and then the Vice Mayor moved up 12A. Any other deferrals, additions, or deletions?
I'll move it, Mayor. I'll second it.
All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. We have a member that needs to be removed, and then a member that needs to be appointed. Correct, Madam Clerk? I'm looking at it right now.
Correct, Mayor. As per the committee rules, one committee member is being removed. We need, as per the committee rules, the majority of all of you confirming this, and then that same committee member will be appointed shortly thereafter.
Okay. Vice Mayor, you're requesting that, so if you want to make a motion.
Yeah, I'll move it.
I'll second.
There's a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. Now we're on to the appointments. Hermina Ibarra to the Cultural Affairs Committee by Councilmember Luis Collazo. Anna Soto to Youth Activities Task Force by Vice Mayor Jeffrey Rodriguez. Carla Acosta to the Elderly Affairs Committee by Councilmember Marilyn Ruano. Madeline Santana to the Special Needs Advisory Board by Councilmember Josh Diegues. And Elega Quintero to the Youth Activities Task Force by Councilmember Carlos Alvarez. Before we take that on, I see a note here that Councilmember Ruano is requesting waiver of Section 11 of the committee rules regarding the 2-meeting requirement for Carla Acosta. Councilwoman, do you want to make a motion to that effect?
Yes, I'll move.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. I need a motion on all the names that I just stated that are going to be appointed.
I'll move it.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Mayor.
Yes.
Mayor, I'd like to retract my appointee. I'd like to have a discussion reference to attendance issues with Youth Activities Task Force. So I'd like to pull my appointee and have a conversation prior to the reappointment.
Okay. Madam Clerk, I guess if the council's okay, that is a pending appointment, and Councilmember Alvarez said he was going to have a conversation with that member regarding attendance. So is that okay by everybody? Yeah?
Yes.
All right. Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. We were in the middle of a motion there. Any of the names that we just stated here in the audience today, any of the folks that we just said, Herminia, Anna, Carla, Madeline, Elika, anybody here?
Anna.
Let's give her a round of applause. Thank you. Thank you for giving back to all the folks. It means a lot to our community. We have a great community because all the folks that get involved, just like you. So thank you very much. We're on to my item that I moved up. It was a report on the Zonta Club. And I know the Zonta Club is here. They had a quick ask of the council. Welcome.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Marie Kornstein. I'm the president, the new president of the Santa Club of Miami Lakes. I think that some of you may know of us. We are a women's club here in Miami Lakes that helps with stopping sexual trafficking and child marriages and anything that concern women and their needs. We are also an international club that has over 30,000 members throughout the world. So what we would like to do, ask approval from the council and the mayor to have this venue for next Thursday to open up to the public for the state attorney's office to give us a lecture on human trafficking, which, as you know, is rampant everywhere. And even in our small little town, it exists. So I would like very much to be able to do this. It's the first time we're doing it, and we'd like very much to have the community involved and to listen to these two dynamic speakers. Thank you.
For what the Zonta Club does here in our community. Council, any questions of them utilizing the space here next Thursday that they're going to have the state attorney present? No? I think
We need a motion. I'll move it.
Second.
all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. So we'll see you next Thursday at what time? 6:30. No problem. Thank you. We're on to the items that got pulled. Both of these items have public comments with them, so if you wish to speak to them, there's going to be general public comments right after this, but if you're here to speak on item 13B, that's the clubhouse that was moved up by Councilman Alvarez, then 12A was moved up by the Vice Mayor, and again, both of these items will have public comments. So 13B first, which is the clubhouse at Miami Lakes. Yeah, give me a second.
Yeah. Mr. Mayor, you're going 13, you said 13B first?
Yep, go ahead and read it.
All right. This is going to take a few minutes.
No, I'll read it. I'll read how the order of the hearing will go. The town attorney will read a preliminary statement once at the beginning of the quasi-judicial public hearing agenda, which shall outline the procedure to be followed. The applicant, respondent, witnesses, town staff, and all participants. After our town attorney speaks, everybody's going to be asked to stand who will be participating in this, even the public, and they will need to get sworn in by our town staff. And then once we get to that point, I'll read out what the rest of the procedures are. But right now, our town attorney will be reading a preliminary statement about the public hearing and what the outline of the procedures will be.
All right. A resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, pursuant to Section 13-304H of the town's LDC for a site plan approval for the property located at 7601 Miami Lakes Drive, as more particularly described at Exhibit B, bearing folio numbers 32-2014-001, 0410, 32-2023-011-0010, and 32-2014-001-0400, providing for incorporation of recitals, providing findings, providing for violation of conditions, providing for appeal, and providing for an effective date. This is a quasi-judicial hearing. Please be advised that the following items, that the item that I just read on the board's agenda is quasi-judicial in nature. An opportunity for persons to speak on each item will be made available after the applicant and staff have made their presentations on each item. All testimony, including public testimony and evidence, will be made under oath or affirmation. Additionally, each person who gives testimony may be subject to cross-examination. If you do not wish to either be cross-examined or sworn, your testimony will be given its due weight. The judge should provide the town clerk with a minimum of 10 copies. Further details of the quasi-judicial procedure may be obtained from the clerk. The mayor laid out the order. Once again, it's a little bit repetitive. I'm being a little bit repetitive. I've read the preliminary statement. The applicant goes first. Then the chair announces each agenda item and opens the public hearing. Town staff then presents a brief synopsis. The applicant makes its presentation. Participants present their testimony and any evidence. The applicant has the right to cross-examine individual speakers. Staff can cross-examine. Members of the council can ask questions through the chair. The chair has to keep order. Specifically, there's no personal attacks. There's no putting people down. Argue the facts. That's what this is about. This is essential. This is essentially a quasi-judicial hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. Just remember that those that have not filed the ex parte communication with Gina, you may say so on the record, or you can give her the document, whatever you choose. So, just so you know, counsel.
Mayor,
Yes.
I had conversations with the applicant's attorney, Mr. Javi Vasquez.
Thank you.
Mayor, I too had conversations with the applicant's attorney, Javi Vasquez.
Got it.
I have returned my form, but I also spoke with Mr. Vasquez earlier today regarding the project.
Mr. Mayor, I've also spoken to the applicant's attorney, Mr. Javier Vasquez, and several residents.
Got it.
Mayor, the same disclosure for myself. I've spoken to several residents, Javi Vasquez, and town staff regarding the project.
Thank you. Councilman Alvarez?
Same for me, Mayor. I've spoken to Javi Vasquez various times regarding this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Same here, Mr. Javi Vasquez, several residents, the applicant, several different folks that are here. Many, many people are here today. So if I were to name them off, I had many, many folks talk to me. Before we move on, we'll need the applicant, the respondent, witnesses, town staff, and all participants asking to speak. Even if you're online, you have to show your video and you have to put your hand up. Asking to speak need to stand up at this moment. If you're going to speak on 13B, if you're going to participate on
Please.
13B, if you're going to say anything on 13B,
Just please raise your
and
right hand.
if you're online, please show your video right now. You're going to have to raise your right hand, and the town clerk is going to swear you in.
Good evening. Do you swear to say the truth and only the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You may be seated.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm following the process here, Javi. Right now, I have town staff shall present a brief synopsis of the application, introduce it as it deems appropriate to any additional exhibits from the official file which have not already been transmitted to the town board with the agenda materials, summarize issues, and make any recommendation on the application. Staff shall also introduce any witnesses that it wishes to provide testimony at the hearing.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. What we have today is a quasi-judicial application for a site plan approval of replacing an existing golf course, hotel, and restaurant with a golf course again, residential and commercial space. The application is for 278 residential units and somewhere around 12,000 square feet of commercial. The property is zoned BU2, which allows residential uses as long as they have commercial on the ground floor and they have a commercial liner. The application is completely within the zoning rights of the zoning district, and it is actually quite less than what they would be allowed to per the zoning district. The application is, I'm hereby entering the staff report into the agreement, and I'm going to let the applicant tell you about the project.
And council, you may ask questions of staff, of any speaker at any moment. So just let me know and raise your hand and we'll go through there. Thank you, Susanna. We're moving on. The applicant shall make its presentation, including offering any exhibits into the record, and introduce any witnesses as it desires.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. My name is Javi Vasquez. My offices are at 1450 Brickell Avenue, and I'm with the firm of Berger Singerman, and I'm here before you tonight representing the Graham Companies, and I'm very proud to be able to say that here tonight. We have a big team here tonight. Some are family members, and we have consultants here as well. I know I'm going to leave somebody out, but I'll give this a try. Mr. Luis Martinez and Mr. Stu Wiley from the Graham Companies, as well as Mr. David Healy, next generation representatives of the family, Danny and Katie Martinez, as well as Mr. Philip Wiley and Laura Wiley, are joining us here tonight. Our architect, Roger Fry, who you know well, is here tonight. Our landscape architect, James Sokash. Our traffic consultant from Kimley Horn, Adrian Dubkowski, is here, and you will hear from him. And our civil engineer from Kimley Horn as well, Mr. Jose Rivera. And last but not least, from First Tee Miami, Mr. Charlie DeLuca is here tonight. As Susana Alonso mentioned, we're here before you tonight seeking site plan approval for a proposed mixed-use development on 18 acres, which calls for several components. The first component is the demolition of the Indigo Hotel, which, as I've spoken to you all independently, is a transient use, which I think we will all agree is a less desirable use than what is being proposed. The redevelopment of the driving range facility, and you're going to hear a little bit about that from Mr. DeLuca. We're very excited about the family environment that's going to be coming there. A state-of-the-art, high-end clubhouse with flexible event space holding up to 300 people will be one of the highlights of this development. It will be a beautiful clubhouse. It will be adaptable for smaller events, but Miami Lakes will be the proud host of an amazing event and wedding facility at this gateway property. And last but not least, the 7th-floor mixed-use building with 278 residential units and just over 10,000 square feet of retail space. Just as an FYI, approximately 59% of our units are one-bedrooms, and the remaining 41% are two-bedroom units. Mr. Roger Fry is going to be providing an overview of the proposed plan in a moment. Zoning, very important subject tonight. Subject property is zoned BU2 with an underlying land use designation of business and office. You've heard your planner say it, and it's in the staff report. The proposed plan is permitted by right under both designations. There's all kinds of red herrings out there in the community about procedurally what's before the council tonight, and it's very important that we keep focused on site plan approval. Why? Because your land development code, specifically section 13-3048, specifically spells out the criteria under which site plan approval is to be analyzed and reviewed. Any other comment, any other opinion that would not fall within the purview of 13-304H would be inappropriate, and I'm only saying this now on the front end because it's going to be important that we keep the conversation focused on that criteria. And on that note, this application has been reviewed pursuant to 13-304H, and every single finding for each of the criteria has been that of compliance. We comply with every one of the criteria. A couple of observations before I bring up Mr. Roger Fry. You're going to hear from Mr. Fry, you're going to hear from Luis Martinez, you're going to hear from our traffic consultant, you're going to hear from Charlie DeLuca, but a couple of observations. First things first, this project has been in the planning stages for years. In September of 2021, Mr. Stu Wiley appeared on the mayor's podcast to talk about this project. And we can move forward. We're in February of 2022. We started with our pre-app conversations with staff. We filed our application in March. We took back comments. We submitted plans. We took back comments again. We submitted revised plans. And once the revised, more digested product was in the system, then we started talking to council members, and then we started advertising and placing notices in the Miami Laker, stories in the Miami Laker, like this one, which you all have seen, and advertisements about a developer information session, which was held here, right here in this forum, a week ago, inviting the community to have a second crack. And I told members of the community that night, I'm a land use attorney, and I appear in more than 35 cities in Miami-Dade County. This is one of the few towns or cities that requires that. And you guys give the community a second crack at the apple. You give them an opportunity to be heard here at the public hearing, and you give them the opportunity to meet with a developer and ask specific questions. And I think that's a very positive thing, and I applaud you for that. And the Grahams have complied with every requirement along the way. There's been full transparency and nothing to hide. If anybody knows the Graham companies, we know that they're full transparency, and they have a spotless reputation in this community because of that. The Graham companies take great pride in their developments, and they've been committed to this town at every step in its development. They're committed to leaving legacy that aligns with the vision of the families and its founders. Mayor and council members, I think you will agree that the best example of the Graham's legacy is Town Center. All in all, the Town Center development, where we find ourselves today, was and continues to be a huge success and referred to as a model of excellence throughout the country on the subject of urban design and development. This proposed development is no different when it comes to the Graham companies and their commitment to do what's right by this community. The Graham companies need this project to be successful. And I want to say that again. They need this project to be successful. This property is a gateway property to the town of Miami Lakes. The planning of this development has never been about maximizing what the Grahams can do on this property. It's about making it an economically responsible and viable product in light of the different types of products that are there. You have a driving range, you have a clubhouse, and then you have the facility that will hopefully allow the economics of the deal to work. They're not just capriciously offering 7 stories. They're not just capriciously offering to do 278 units. They're allowed 902 units by right on 18 acres. And I'm going to say that again, 902 units by right. And there are no variances accompanying this application. And I'm going to say that, and I'm going to highlight that, because had there been a variance, the criteria for your review would have been totally different. But because there's no variances, and because it's just site plan review, we're falling under the auspices of 13-304 and that criteria, which is the criteria that we have to keep the conversation on tonight. So having said that, I'd like to introduce Mr. Roger Fry, who is going to give this council an overview of the site plan, and we will have subsequent speakers after that. Thank you so much. And I will be back before concluding our presentation.
Hello, everyone. My name is Roger Fry. I'm the architect for the project. My office is at 2791 Bird Avenue in Coconut Grove. And it's great to be here tonight to talk about this great project. We've been enjoying working with the Graham companies for over 30 years now, and we've done many residential projects with them, going way back to 1991, actually, which was the San Troupe project. We've worked with many other clients over the years, and the Grahams are very special to us. There's an old saying that architects are only as good as their clients, and the Grahams are proof of this. They are creative. They care about their building design, from master plans to the smallest details. They're deeply involved in every aspect of putting together a good project, and they do not compromise quality and are very respectful of good design. They project good budgets for buildings and don't cheapen or reduce the cost during the process of bidding and construction. And a great example of that is actually the project that we're surrounded by, 6600 Main. Throughout the project, the Graham team actually added features and added design elements that improved the project from the original drawings. And this is very untypical in the world today. And it's so great that when we are designing buildings, to know that what we're designing is going to get built the way we're designing it. Very rewarding for us. So, the site plan includes the site that we're going to be working on includes, as Javi said, includes the existing hotel site, the existing clubhouse site, and the clubhouse that we're proposing, the new clubhouse, is in almost the identical position of the existing clubhouse. And then we have the driving range that we're going to be doing over on the west side, which is a new building that we're going to be adding in that location. We have so hold on a second. The entrance to the project is in the same location as the existing entry on Miami Lakes Drive. We are also going to replace all the existing parking lots with new surface parking and new low-level lighting and lots of new trees and a lot of landscaping. We've been spending a lot of time making sure that we add a lot of landscaping to the site. The new entrance drive will be widened and a new median will be added with large palm trees, shrubs, and brick paving. I wish I could point to it, but you can see it just, the existing entry is just to the left of the apartment building, which is on the bottom right. This drive will connect to the parking garage, which is about 180 feet up onto the site, and a large landscape courtyard and a porte cochere at the clubhouse entrance, and continue to a large cul-de-sac at the driving range. So you'll enter where the existing entry is, head north, go into the garage, which is hidden on the right-hand side. Then you take a left and you go into the big drop-off area where the clubhouse is, continue to the west, and then there's a big cul-de-sac down at the west end, which will also serve the driving range. So that's the circulation on the site. Also, we've been working with Susanna in the planning department to provide more safety for pedestrians and to create a bike path along Miami Lakes Drive. So the plan is to remove the 5-foot sidewalk that runs right now at the edge of the street, so people walk literally right at the edge of traffic. We're going to remove that sidewalk, and we're going to add a new 10-foot sidewalk on our site with an easement on our site, which will be a minimum at the tightest location of 8 feet away from the existing drive, but we have an average of about 17 feet. So there will be a big green strip that will be added between the edge of the paving and the sidewalk. And the sidewalk will be widened to 10 feet wide, which will allow for a bike lane and for pedestrians for a multi-use path. Okay, Susanna was great to bring that to us. Okay, we're also going to be saving all the existing shade trees on the site. The sidewalk will move in such a location that we can maintain all the existing shade trees on the site. And there's 2 large date palms that are down near the circle, the drop-off circle down towards the palmetto that we're also going to be able to save. There is also some big black olives that are on the frontage road there that we're saving, and some royal palms. So all of that street frontage will basically maintain with the existing landscaping. Okay, the apartment building will front on Miami Lakes Drive and on the main entry drive, and we'll have a U-shape. So it'll be on Miami Lakes Drive, and then we'll run along the entry drive, and then we're going to go back, turn it so that we have a U-shape in the back that faces the golf course, which is where we'll put our pool deck. The ground floor of the apartment building, as Javi said, will be about 10,000 square feet of commercial and retail spaces all along Miami Lakes Drive and all along the entry drive. All the apartment units that face the streets will be start at the 2nd or the 3rd floor. There will be no apartments on the ground floor. So we can do the first image, Mike? Okay. This image shows the corner of the apartment building where we are planning for a restaurant or a cafe at the corner of the retail. They'll have a double height space. It shows how the building will be set back from Miami Lakes Drive. By the way, the average setback from Miami Lakes Drive from the street is actually 46 feet. So even though the building fronts on the street, we feel really positive about it because it's going to provide a front and a place where pedestrians will walk and feel good, and there'll be retail all at the base of the building, but the additional setback, 46 feet, will separate the building from the cars. So the cars will be moved, the building will move back from the street, but will also provide this very friendly pedestrian zone right in front of the building. Let's see. You can also see in the image, sort of like, you can see there's a car on the left-hand side of the image. The garage entry is way down sort of at the end. So when you enter the site right now, there's a sort of a little cul-de-sac there where you go into the hotel. That whole thing will change. That whole entry, that drop-off, that whole event will be gone, and we'll go all the way down the street before you actually make a turn to go in and out of the building. Okay. Also, at the end of that view, you could also see that's going to be you can see the apartment building way in the distance. There's going to be the leasing office, and there's going to be a great little courtyard with the fountain and all that stuff at that location where the leasing office is. The image also shows a separation of the sidewalk from the driving areas, which is what we were talking about, with hedges and trees. And it shows the building as a liner to separate the garage from the street with apartments. And it also shows on the right-hand side, there is a, from where the people are sitting at the cafe, there's the entry to, there's a breezeway that will connect all the retail to the garage that's hidden behind the building. Okay, you can go to the next image. This is an image of the entrance to the clubhouse. Apartment building is over on the right. We've come up the drive on the right-hand side, and now we made the left, and we're going in. We're doing a very large portico share there. We'll take up to 4 cars. And as you, we have a large sort of garden in the front of the building. And the building, as I said, sits in the same location as the existing building. So it sits right out on the golf course. When you get out of the car and you enter the building, there is a pre-function space as you enter. Very high ceilings in here. We're going like 17-foot, 16-foot high ceilings. We're going to have a pre-function space as you enter. But you will see all the way through the building, all the way through the event spaces, all the way out to the golf course. So it can be a completely big, open, glass building as you enter. Go to the next image. This is the rear of the golf clubhouse, and you can see the apartment building once again in the distance on the left. And we have these very large porches, 14-foot deep porches that will be dining porches that you can come out and eat and hang out. We have in the building, we have the event spaces. We also have a big pro shop, and we have what they call the 19th hole, which is a lounge and a bar for after you've played golf. Okay, the next image. This is at the corner of Miami Lakes and 77th, the frontage road. So as you come under the Palmetto and you're headed east, this is what we'll see. What we have there now is just a corner sign with a picket railing with a small sign. We're going to reverse that and do a concave plaza in that location, bring in some very large oak tree, and do some low-level signage and great uplighting and paving and so forth. Okay, and the next one, I think the last image. No, this is the entry to the view of the entry to the driving range facility, where we're doing these big arched windows on the front. And you'll be able to see all the way through the building. We go to the last image, Mike. This shows the driving range from the rear. We went to Topgolf and spent some time there looking at how they do their buildings, and they're quite wonderful. They have a big interior bar space or dining space. Then when you move out of that space, there is about a 15 to a 16-foot wide space where you can sit outside and eat. There's sofas and tables and chairs out there, so it's a great place to hang out all times of the day. And then, in addition, then there's another 10 feet where you actually do the hitting bays, where you actually have the places where you can hit. So we've got also on the west side, which sort of protects us from the Palmetto, we've got 4 interior hitting bays that you can hang out with the TVs and so forth. That will close. We'll have doors that will close when they're not being used. But it's hard to see in the image. But this image shows that the building is really more of a pavilion than it is a building. The back is going to have these 14-foot high doors. We're going to have these great big doors that sort of fold back and go away, so that during the year, during good weather, this will all be like one big open space that people can do. It could be partitioned off for a classroom as well, for kids that are learning how to play golf. And yeah, so we're just really very excited about what we're going to get here and how it's going to be awesome. It's going to be awesome. Okay, thanks.
And council, just a reminder, you can ask questions of any of the speakers at
I
any time.
was just going to say, Mayor, and thank you, that obviously Roger will be here for more questions. You could either ask now, or we can just finish the presentation, and then everybody will be available for any questions. I'm not trying to set the pattern here. So you've heard from myself. Obviously, you're hearing the legal perspective. You've heard from the architect on some of the artistic and the design concepts. You're going to be hearing from some of the technical consultants like traffic. But we felt it was very important that this council hear from the family. And here to give a little bit about the perspective of the Graham companies, Mr. Luis Martinez.
Good evening. As Javi said, my name is Luis Martinez. I'm a Senior Executive Vice President at the Graham Companies. Town resident for 41 years, 33 of them, the last 33 at 8531 Glencairn Lane over on the west side. Roger is modest. You saw what he's done here. But the man has really helped, I think, the town of Miami Lakes with a lot of what he's done for us. So we're very happy that he's still working with us. You know, to bring perspective, we've been working on this plan, as was mentioned before, literally for years, evaluating options, trying to come up with a concept that makes a statement on that key corner. It's one of the main entrances to Miami Lakes. And frankly, the current condition of the golf clubhouse and the hotel is not becoming of Miami Lakes, and we know that, we realize it. We've invested a lot of time, money into the golf, the golf business, the restaurant business, the hotel business over the years, including a few years back, but a number of years back now, a major $9 million rehab of the hotel that is at this site. And unfortunately, we did all that with not much success. As you're all aware, back in 2020, during the beginning of the pandemic, we made the decision to close the steakhouse and the hotel. They were just not economically viable. Golf is the only business operating from that site today. You all may know this, or maybe some of you who are golfers don't, but golf courses all over this country close down every single day. It's a very, very tough business. Mr. Luca can speak to it. One that consistently operates at a loss. So as we analyze, what are we going to do with this site? You know, we made the strategic decision as a family that we needed to stay in the golf business. Frankly, the golf course is too nice an amenity for this town. And if you look at the map of the town of Miami Lakes, the imprint, the footprint that the golf course occupies in the town. So it's a decision that we made that we would stay in this business. However, we could not do it as business as usual. That's just not going to work. So what did we do? Well, the first thought was this driving range building. As Roger aptly described, it'll be an entertainment center for the town of Miami Lakes, hopefully a place for families to gather. Some of us are golfers, some of us aren't, but I think there's enough there for all of us to go enjoy at that facility. It's a cool place to be enjoyed by families for a light meal, a place for birthday parties, a place for family fun. And we're excited about the possibilities for that facility that Charlie DeLuca will speak about in a few minutes. As Roger mentioned, we are also planning to do the state-of-the-art clubhouse. That's a benefit for all golfers because we're going to have a brand new pro shop. We're going to have new locker rooms, a new snack bar. The question, though, was what's in it for the non-golfers of Miami Lakes? The restaurant, and I know a lot of people say, oh, you need to do another steakhouse there. It just economically doesn't work. So what we decided, you know, one of the things that's missing in our town, we do have a ballroom at our hotel on Main Street, but frankly, it's old. It's not up to date. It's not state of the art. The ceilings are a little low. So we decided that one of the things that we could do here is do that. Let's provide an event space where you could comfortably sit, you know, 250 or higher people, but also have the flexibility so that if you wanted to do a smaller meeting, a medium-sized meeting, all those can be accommodated by the way the internal design of the place is. You know, at the end of the day, it's going to be like 16-foot ceilings that Roger put in there. It's elevated, so you have beautiful views of the golf course. I think it's going to be truly special. So the next question we all had to ask ourselves at the Graham Companies is, how do we pay for all this? How do we make this economically feasible? And that's where the commercial space and the apartment homes come in. 10,000 square feet of commercial space. You saw the corner that Roger presented. Hopefully our leasing team is here. They can attract a real high quality, really nice restaurant, and a good addition to Miami Lakes for that corner. You know, we also, you know, and other high quality tenants, because there'll be 10,000 square feet of commercial space fronting on Miami Lakes Drive. So I think that's going to be very feasible to attract good people. You know, we realize the angst with apartments, with residential units. We understand that. But to make the project feasible in its entirety, it's what we have to do on that site. The residential density we added in Town Center, this building here, the one over here, has added a lot of vibrancy to this area. Our leasing has picked up. We have new restaurants that are coming in town. There's a lot of interest in what we're doing in Miami Lakes, and Philip and his team are working on the other side of Miami Lakes and Main Street to make that better. Our apartments in Miami Lakes are at very high occupancy levels. It's a great place to call home, and I think this will only enhance that. The apartment community will be very similar to 6600. This building right here is 282 units. That building will be 278 units. We've learned a lot of lessons here, so I think this property will be even better. You know, the pool, I don't know if any of you have not been over there. Make sure you go over there, see what that looks like, see what that pool looks like, see what that gym looks like. At this community, we'll have a full fitness center with yoga rooms. So if you come home from work, you don't have to leave to go to the gym to work out. It'll all be there, state-of-the-art equipment. One of the things we learned over here, we built 3 conference rooms over here. And we built 2 medium-sized conference rooms and 1 large conference room. And they're full all the time with the residents that are now working from home and need a place to work. So what we learned here is that those are too big. So we've dedicated about 4,000 square feet of space in this facility that will be used for individual offices, type working spaces, shared working spaces, WeWork type of stuff, so that when you live there, you literally can live, work, and play right there on that building. I'll close. I'm willing to answer any questions. I'll close by asking for your support tonight. I really don't think anything says growing beautiful better than this revamped Miami Lakes Golf Club and the residences and shops on 9, which is the working name. I know here it says the Clubhouse, but we're calling this the Residences and Shops on 9. This is a $110 million investment for the Graham companies to make on this site. So as Javi says, we got to make it work. Charlie, if you would come up now and you can. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioner, I'm going to put 3 different hats on when I speak to you. I'm going to start off by telling you that I am a resident of Miami Lakes. I've been a resident of Miami Lakes since I was born in 1967. My dad was the head pro at Miami Lakes in 1963. I was born in Miami Lakes. I went to Miami Lakes Elementary. I went to Miami Lakes. I'm going to get emotional because I live for this town. I went to Miami Lakes Junior High. I went and graduated from Hialeah Miami Lakes. I am in the golf industry. I've been in the golf industry since I was 14 years old and started teaching junior golf. I run a 501c3 called Dade Amateur Golf Association that was started right here in Miami Lakes by my father in the early 60s when kids weren't allowed to play golf on the public golf courses and women could only play on Sunday. And my dad, along with the Graham family, decided that was going to change when they opened up the Miami Lakes Golf Course and they were going to allow kids and women to play 7 days a week. And that's the truth about Miami Lakes Golf Course. So a big piece of my heart belongs to this family and what we do, and I'm here because as a golf course manager, I think you guys need to understand that golf courses lose a ton of money. Dade County, before COVID, lost between 1.5 and 4 million a year at their golf courses. Calusa's gone, Fontainebleau's gone. There's another one off I-75 is gone. They're closing every day. COVID banged it back up for golf for a while, and that's starting to fizzle back down. I was on the team designated by the governor of the state of Florida that helped reopen. I chaired the board that reopened golf in Dade, Broward, and Palm Beach County all at the same time, so that if Dade County opened up, everybody from Dade and Broward, everybody from Palm Beach and Broward didn't come flying in a day during COVID to get everybody mixed up and keep it all separated. I've been in the industry my whole life. I know these people have lost millions of dollars operating their golf course, and I'm here to help, and I'm here to change it. And I've worked with them. My father passed away a year and a half ago as a resident here in Miami Lakes. He started this, and I promised him I'd finish it. Manny Sid actually is probably the reason why I started getting back involved with Miami Lakes in the first place. When he first became mayor, he rode his bicycle into my property that I was managing for the city of Miami at Mel Reese Golf Course, because the mayor of Miami was telling him about our youth program that we run out of Mel Reese Golf Course. Manny rode his bike into my parking lot one day from Miami Lakes and wanted to see it. We have a classroom. We have a 3,500 square foot facility. We see between 10, and you can see this by the parents and kids that came, that are part of our team at Melreese. The kids are on a council because they oversee and decide what the kids are going to do throughout the year. These are some of our leaders here today with their parents. Manny came in and wanted to see what we do, what a young golf program can do for the community. We see between 10 and 150 kids a day. Kids that can't afford it pay nothing. Kids that can, pay for it. You can pay anywhere from $10 to $20 to $100 a day, depending on the programs that are offered in golf. Up into 2 years before, a year before COVID, 80% of our kids paid nothing. But it's not golf. And I'm going to give you the first tee's definition of what golf is, then I'll tell you what I think it is. The first tee is seamlessly integrated the game of golf with the life skills curriculum based on our 9 core values: respect, honesty, courtesy, and judgment, to name a couple. We create an active learning experience to build inner strength and self-confidence and resilience in kids. There's 150 chapters in the world, and we are proud to say that Miami's chapter has always been ranked one of the top 10 in the entire world. We boasted 100% high school graduation, 100% college enrollment or military enrollment up until COVID out of our first tee program. And I'm talking a program that has between 10 and 110 kids a day. A program that has an email list of 700, 800, 900 kids every time we email a program or whatever we're doing. And parents that buy in, that are willing to drive over here and see what it is we're talking about doing, that we're talking about bringing to Miami Lakes. It's $1 million a year budget that we spend operating a first team. That means we have to raise $1 million a year. The home that we have right now is going to become the new soccer stadium in Miami. I've had Dade County come to me and ask me if I'd move my programs to Palmetto, to Golf Club Miami, to Key Biscayne. I've had the management team from Miami Beach, Bayshore, Normandy, Miami Springs, and one more. I can't think who it is. I've sat with all of them. I had Wayne Reinhardt actually call me and told me I needed to go talk to the people in Miami Lakes. In my mind, I couldn't imagine doing something like this outside of a public venue, a public golf course, instead of a privately owned golf course, because it's expensive. It costs money. If I shut your golf course down every day at 3 o'clock because I'm going to let all my kids go out and play golf, you're not going to like me. Because a public golf course can do that. They're offset by public funds through parks and recs departments. They're not a private enterprise. Yet after speaking with everybody, Miami Lakes is the people that have really committed to try to deliver what we need. We have golf that we deliver, but we also tutor our kids. Every one of our kids gets free academic tutoring, period, at no cost to their parents. And I'm talking about taking my two young ladies here, Felicia and Stephanie, my executive director and our program director. Stephanie she just got voted #1 female golf instructor for kids in the country by the LPGA. She runs the largest girls golf program in the country through our first team. It's not only the largest girls golf program, but it's 3 times larger than the second largest girls golf program in the country. That's our commitment to our neighborhood and our schools in Miami Lakes. These girls go into every public school. We train the PE teachers. We supply $3,000 worth of equipment. At one point, I trained every single school within 6 miles of this facility and gave them $3,000 worth of equipment to the PE teachers. In the last 4 years with COVID, we've lost all of the different teachers and most of the equipment. So we're going to commit the money to redo it again. But we're talking about having these girls go into these schools, going in during PE, after school, bringing them out to the golf course, because the Graham family wants a family center. They want 30 to 50 to 100 families bringing their kids to the golf course every day after school for academic assistance and to learn the 9 core values in the curriculum that we teach at the first team. And this is a private company, a company that loses millions and hundreds of thousands of dollars a year we're operating a golf course. Yet for their community, they want it. And I get it, because I live it. But that's the commitment we've had. I've had the opportunity over the last 4 or 5 years to help them design and plan what's going on. I've taken teams to Riviera, which I consider one of the most beautiful private golf courses in Miami. There's a waiting list and people are paying $125,000 to join. But they wanted to see it because I told them, you want to see the most beautiful facility? You want to see a facility that you spent $20 million designing and building to bring something like that into Miami Lakes? Took them to our facility, our public facility, showed them how to operate. They have their operating team, showed them the best way to operate a golf course, showed them a different way to lay out the buildings so that one person, 2 people, and 3 people can manage a property instead of having things offset all over the place and paying 10 different staff members to oversee different areas of properties. They've been through all that. They've done their due diligence, and their product is incredible for what they've designed. I personally haven't been able to commit what we're going to do, and if this thing goes through and we finish what we've committed, I can't commit to them because I can't do the programs we deliver without the family center on the driving range, without having a space where I can pull the door shut, take 50 kids in, tutor them, get their academics done, go over the game plan for the day of what we're going to do to teach these kids and what we're going to experience these kids, and then take them out, allow the golf course to shut down, take the kids out, let them have free reign and do what they want to do. That's what they want, and that's what we're going to deliver. And I ask NBA to go on the first tee, look and see what happens and what's done. We bring out 700 special needs kids a year and train them for free for 9 weeks. From every Dade County school, they bust them all into us. We do it. They want that here. The other golf courses don't want it. They want it because they want to say they do it until you sit down and show them what it takes to do it, and then they don't want it. It's a different animal. But I'll be here. I have any questions, please ask me. I'm very proud to be a resident of Miami Lakes. I'm very proud to say that the family and what they're prospecting, what they're showing they want to commit to the kids' programs and the school programs here is going to be incredible. It's incredible. And if you have any questions later, please feel free to ask.
Mr. Mayor, one more presenter, our traffic consultant. Traffic, a key issue on this application, not just for the town of Miami Lakes and its residents, but for the grant companies. This project needs to work for the grant companies. I've said that a couple of times. And the traffic needs to be such that makes their product marketable. We've taken a lot of comments from every member of this council in our conversations with you. I'll use Councilman Dieguez as an example, who took the lead on an issue having to do with right turn lanes, dedicated right turn lanes for this project. We're going to talk a little bit about that, but I want to make sure this council understands that we've heard you loud and clear on all of our issues. And to talk about traffic is Mr. Adrian Dubkowski from Kimley Horn.
Good evening. Adrian Dubkowski with Kimley Horn, offices at 355 Alhambra Circle in Coral Gables. The project satisfies the town's traffic requirements and is not expected to adversely impact or degrade the adjacent roadway and intersection level of service. The segment of Miami Lakes Drive adjacent to the project is expected to operate at adopted levels of service with the project in place based on the Miami-Dade County Concurrency Management System, which the latest version that we were able to look at was published on Monday, June 13th, 2022. Note that this also considers committed projects that have not yet been built that are programmed to be built in the future. Any type of Miami-Dade County traffic requirements would be triggered at time of construction permit application. Preemptively, we have prepared a preliminary study to look at traffic matters that could be brought up through the county permit process. This includes a signal warrant analysis at the project driveway in Miami Lakes Drive, a right turn lane analysis at the project driveway in Miami Lakes Drive, in addition to a westbound right turn lane at the intersection of Miami Lakes Drive and Northwest 77th Avenue, the 836 North on-ramp. So the preliminary results of the signal warrant analysis indicate that a signal would not be warranted at the project driveway and Miami Lakes Drive. Additionally, we looked at that eastbound right turn lane at the project driveway, and based on the county's thresholds for a turn lane, we're below those, so a turn lane also wouldn't be warranted at the project driveway. However, we are committed to looking at that and pursuing it through the permit process with the county, even though it's not warranted technically based on the traffic volumes generated by the project. We also evaluated the potential for a westbound right turn lane at the intersection of Miami Lakes Drive and 77th Avenue, and essentially the 826 on-ramp, northbound on-ramp. And with a turn lane there, the traffic delay or the intersection delay that occurs at that intersection is expected to decrease. So the level of service is expected to improve at that location with that westbound right turn lane in place. The final determination would be made when we go through the permits process at the county. We've also heard public statements about having a right out only through the site onto 77th Avenue. That would create site distance issues similar to when you get off of 836 northbound and make a right turn to head east on Miami Lakes Drive, and then you have 77th Avenue right there. So we're trying to avoid that, and we're able to avoid that by providing this westbound right turn lane at the intersection of Miami Lakes Drive and 77th Avenue. And that concludes my presentation. If there's any questions, I'm more than happy to answer.
Thank you, Adrian. Regarding the right turn lane, the dedicated right turn lanes, there are 2 dedicated right turn lanes. Even though they're not necessary or required for our concurrency, we think it's a great idea. We have the right of way to provide it. Unfortunately, we don't have full control of the issue. We don't have the ability to commit to it with an absolute certainty that it will be approved because there are other factors involved, Dade County, FDOT. But we're willing to commit to it. We're willing to put our money where our mouth is to show that it's something we think it's a good idea. And on behalf of the family, we thank you for taking that initiative. I have sent your town attorney some bullet points on issues that should be in the escrow agreement. There will be an escrow agreement put together because the Grahams are proffering to escrow $300,000 to back the idea of committing to, designing, permitting, and building two dedicated right turn lanes, one at the entrance of the project and one at the corner of 77th Avenue and Miami Lakes Drive. I have here, and I'll submit it for the record, a copy of estimates that we received totaling $145,000 per turn lane. We've rounded it off at $150,000 per turn lane, which is where we're getting the amount of $300,000, and I'll submit these estimates for the record. Some of the bullets that we've provided in the proposed escrow agreement, first of all, the Grahams will escrow $300,000 in an account to be designated by this council. It will, any shortfalls in that amount, let's assume it ends up being $350,000, will be the responsibility of the Graham companies. The escrow agent will be designated by the council, and we will commit to collaborate with the town in applying for and diligently pursuing these permits. And again, we will design, we will permit, and build the right turn lanes, which will be done at the same time as our building permit application for the rest. So the right turn lanes, once again, are things, it's an idea that we think works for the project. As Adrian mentioned, the concept or the idea of a right turn lane on 77th Avenue along the west perimeter of the property is something that we would have been delighted to provide, but we just don't think it's a good idea. There's a lot of issues there. I mean, it makes that situation, that condition dangerous there for a right turn. It most likely triggers an access management variance from the Department of Transportation because there's just not enough distance from the corner. And there's a slew of reasons, including cut-through traffic that would go through areas that we don't want traffic going through from people wanting to get out of the project and go north. So we've fully committed to the right turn lanes, and I'm hoping to continue working with Raul and Lorenzo, whom I'd like to thank publicly for their assistance as we've gone along with this application. And I will obviously take the moment to thank Susana Alonso and the entire staff here for working with us on this project. So in closing, I think that's it, right? We have nobody else? So in closing, I will just remind the council of our conversation earlier as to the fact that this comes before you bearing a recommendation of approval from your professional planning staff, who has thoroughly reviewed this application pursuant to the criteria in your land development code for site plan approval. We are amenable to the addition of the escrow conversation being included as an additional condition. We've reviewed the conditions of approval. We agree to them. And with that, we will respectfully close. We appreciate your patience and that of the public, and we look forward to your questions, and the entire team is here to answer any questions you may have. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We're moving on to the public. Participants may present their testimony and evidence at this moment. Madam Clerk, do you want to read your portion?
Good evening. Public comments are going to be held now. Please just approach the podium, state your name and address for the record, and please no clapping, applauding, heckling, verbal outburst in support of or in opposition to the speaker or his/her remarks shall not be permitted, and should a member of the audience become unruly or behave in any manner that disrupts the orderly and efficient conduct of this meeting, such person will be asked to leave the meeting. So, welcome.
And you must have been sworn in as well, right?
Yes, and if you were not sworn in because you were not here, just let me know. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Nancy Rogers. I live at 15558 Braemar Court, Miami Lakes, Florida, 33014. I wrote this down to be short, like me, and hopefully not repeat myself, because I'm old. Good evening. I'd like to express my opinion on the Education Advisory Board agenda item requesting the council waive committee rule requiring a member.
Nancy, so this one is just on the golf course issue.
The golf course,
Yep,
never
we're
mind,
gonna, we'll
goodbye.
take this up, after. We'll take general public
I'm
comments.
sorry, I was out of the
No
room when
worries,
you
no
called
worries,
it.
no
I
worries.
apologize.
We love you, so don't
Told
worry.
you it'd be short.
We got you.
And just to be organized, we're going to take public comments, people that are present, and we also have, I believe, participants online after the ones here in council chambers.
And just a reminder, it is on item 13B, item 13B only right now.
13B. Hello there, my name is Sean Schwinghammer. I reside at 14501 Dade Pine Avenue. I'm a 28-year resident of Miami Lakes, and as I said before, served on the Community Council, created the Planning and Zoning Board, served on the Visioning Committee, the Original Beautification Committee, Original Neighborhood Enhancement Team, and many, many other committees, all dedicated to the look of Miami Lakes. I appreciate the Grahams very much, and I appreciate the project concept in general, and I think Mr. Fry's a great architect who I worked with many years ago. No opposition to the generalized idea and the need for this development, but I do have opposition to the look. People say things are subjective and alike, but I want to be pretty clear about something, and we've heard that the developer has the right, by right, they can do this by right. I know, but just because it's by right doesn't mean it is right. We talked about the beautiful building next door, and it is. It's 7 stories and all the different, everything that's been built here in the downtown area. That's great. The original plan by Mr. Collins from Miami Lakes included a downtown area with a very tight density, buildings such as this even taller. And when this was going for approval, I had my concerns, but I understood that that was part of the original plan of Miami Lakes. It made sense, density by Main Street, density by the retail, which is what happens in, you look at Windmill Gate Shopping Center and Lake Patricia and alike. It's always, Miami Lakes was built around retail hubs where you had retail and then a higher density going to a lesser density. I speak quickly because I don't have a lot of time. That is what Main Street was all about, and that's why this is here. My concern for this project is its size, and it's almost as if it's creating a new retail hub like Windmill Gate, Lake Patricia, Cypress, and alike, because it has a new retail component of 11,000 feet, and then it has a high-density component, where one has not been. Yes, it is by right, but is it right to be there? Only 20 years ago, less than 15 years ago, there were brochures about the Grand Boulevard that is the entrance to Miami Lakes. Well, this alters that Grand Boulevard. This brings in new modernism design, new urbanism design, like Coral Gables or Aventura. Some people like that, but I didn't buy into Miami Lakes. And many other people did not buy into Miami Lakes to have that new urbanism design right up to the street. We bought into it for our single-family homes and the community and lifestyle that we have nurtured ourselves. So this development, to me, is too big on the street. I'm not even opposed to the apartment amounts. I'm not doubting the education report or the traffic report. But for goodness sake, if you come off of Fairway and you look at Miami Lakes Drive and you look at the villas in that office, that little one-story office, that's 50 feet from the street for a one-story office with a high roof. This will be 43 to 47 feet. 70 feet, 6 stories with a double downstairs. That's a big piece of property. That's a lot of frontage on that road that takes away that boulevard feel, that changes the nature of Miami Lakes as you drive into it. You have the whole golf course. Move on to there, make something different, push it back. I understand the need for a gateway. Miami Lakes has a great gateway because it's one of the few places you can pull off of the road and you don't see a lot of structures. That is a beautiful gateway to Miami Lakes. It's a perfect gateway because that's what we bought into and that's what we like to see. Building this large property, you can say subjectively it's this, subjectively it's that. What it is, though, which objectively is out of character on the street for Miami Lakes Drive on the east side of the Palmetto. It is out of character. The next closest building is a 3-story across the street that is 50 feet back. And I did all the redid all the measurements myself on Saturday. I know how far back everything is. It's insane. By the way, Executive Center, the closest building to the street, is 90 feet. This is 43 at 7 stories. I would ask that there be some more consideration of the Graham family to consider moving that structure back and making it more in tune with the neighborhood. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I just want to take note that we're not timing. So I heard you, sir. You did a great, you spoke greatly, but you didn't have to hurry. So no timing. It's a
Good evening.
quasi-judicial.
Good evening. I have not been sworn in.
Do you swear to say the truth and only the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. J.C. Fernandez, 7963 Northwest, 163rd Terrace. I support the project. I think it's going to be beautiful. Put aside the fact that they're well within their right to build it. It's a game changer. This gentleman right here, the director of golf, David Gergely, has been asking me to be a member for a few years now. He's doing a great job, by the way, Grams. But I've turned it down, but this changes everything. It's going to be from the looks, from the plans, it's going to be beautiful. And aside from just golfers, I think it's going to be a venue for many residents. So I support it. I hope that you guys approve it. Thank you.
Thank you, JC.
Hi, Esther Bonnie Cintron, 14770 Lewis Road. I'm disregarding what I had prepared to say because something that I think it's Mr. Vasquez, is that it? Mentioned this building being a model for urban development. And therein lies the rub. Since when is Miami Lakes supposed to be an urban developed place? We have suburban sprawl as it is, but we're not supposed to be. That is not what Mr. William Graham's vision was. He wanted tree-lined, hometown USA, residential community where families would have some respite from urban sprawl. That's why I love the project. Is beautiful as far as all the the golf upgrades, and even having a small hotel there would be nice. If they have to have some apartments to generate the revenue enough for them to develop, which is what we had been told, do it without going 7 stories. I mean, it's just, as the gentleman before said, it's out of character, it's out of place. All of the buildings, of the residential buildings along 154th, right to the east of that, on both sides of the street, are no more than 2 stories. So it just is a monstrous building there that I think is out of place. And that's all. Go ahead.
Thank you, Bonnie.
Good evening. I haven't been here since all this Chinese revolution here. I feel weird. And I was worried by the 3-minute signal. I see that you're not using it, so I'm glad. Okay, my name is Miriam Campos. I have been here in Miami Lakes for 30 years. Okay, I've been very active in my Loch Ness Homeowners Association, helping for over 20 years. I am a very active person in town, and I'm here to voice my concern about the changes for the code regarding boats. I have watched the town grow around us and asked.
Medium, they don't, since this is a quasi-judicial hearing, we gotta wait till the public comments later. So this one's only on the golf course right now.
Okay, I know last time it was postponed for today, and now today is postponed for
No,
another.
no. It's gonna be on the agenda, but
Oh.
the moment for you to speak is gonna be when the vice mayor's item comes up, the public comment. So I'll let you know. I'll bring you back
So
up.
I have to repeat my whole thing
I know,
again.
I know. But no, do not leave. We'll get you up first before everybody else. But yeah, this one is only on the golf course. So thank you, Miriam.
Good evening, Dr. Dave Bennett, 15830 Northwest 83rd Place, right here in sunny Miami Lakes. Is there any chance we can put that picture back up showing the corner there and the building? That's going to be the housing. Is that possible, or is that going to interfere with everything? Can we put that picture back up? Just for a second. Many of you know me. I've been here 20 years. I've spoken out mostly about our traffic issues. I think I'm the last one or the only one that's been speaking out about traffic issues. Transparency. Yeah, I found out about this on Friday. I expressed my outrage about that. Didn't have time to get an engineer to look at the report that Ms. Brighton has has written. I'm curious, is Ms. Brighton in the audience today by any chance? Just the other traffic engineer? Okay, all right. Well, she's not here, so I can't ask her about that. I highly recommend you do what I did, and I spoke to a land development attorney about your Section 13 and Javi's presentation about it. The size, the scale of the building, once again, is out of character, and that's an important part of what it's all about as far as you're concerned. 7 stories. The one that shows the front of the building, if possible. Anyway, there you go. Beautiful perspective. Right there on the street level, looking at the corner. I don't see the top of the building against the skyline or anything. It doesn't show us how really big this thing is from this perspective. I didn't see any pictures of what it would look like with the entire building against the skyline in the area. It's a wonderful building. It's just out of character, and it's true. Let me say something. The impassioned plea from the gentleman from the golf, yes, absolutely. It's a wonderful program he's coming up with. It's fantastic. I'm an avid golfer. If anybody has played the back 9 of the Miami Lakes golf course in the summer, if you don't bring snorkel gear, you got problems, okay? It's always underwater. It needs improvement and all that. We appreciate the fact that, you know, they have to make it financially viable, okay? My biggest concern, okay, is the effect of the bridges that will open. You know, 170th, I believe, is opening soon. 154th will open soon. I know you guys are going to try and fight it. It's going to happen. 154th Street, that's Miami Lakes Drive. In 2015, we lost the ability to control concurrency. We allowed it to basically, you could write a check to, you know, get out of concurrency. When was the last traffic count was done? The actual traffic counts on 154th Street, and not during the summer, when you're all sitting in traffic for 11 to 15 minutes to go 497 feet. That's it, 497 feet, 11 minutes. I rolled it out. I was curious myself. So what can we do about that? Okay, obviously, I'm not totally against this project. I am not. The scale of the project is what I object to. It's out of character for the area. We don't have the capacity on the roads. We do not. If we had traffic counts, the report that was submitted by Ms. Brighton won't even be peer reviewed. So I couldn't even find the source material to determine how she came up with these numbers. It's been suggested that 154th Street is a C road. C. Anyone who's driven it, I don't think they would believe it like anything else. It's a series of things that there's no substantial evidence to support what they're saying, okay, as far as traffic's concerned. Now, the right-hand turn lane's a great idea. How do you go left? Did you ever try to make a left-hand turn out of the golf course trying to go east? I mean, fortunately, you know, I have a Corvette and it has the pickup necessary to get out of the way. Okay, and believe me, I've needed it more occasions than most. Never went above the speed limit, guys. Just letting you know. Just the tires never left the ground. So what I'm trying to do here is just, yes, this project is viable, not at 7 stories. Okay, we don't even know, and I don't think they've suggested it. At least I couldn't read it in the report. What their intentions as far as what would be the rent per unit on this property. What's their estimated rent? You are all getting emails, at least I know you are, of people that are moving out because they can't afford a 25% increase in rent. And where are they going to go? I mean, you know, rent control is a bad word. I don't really care for it. I'm much more of a capitalist than that. But in order for this community to be a community, it needs people. And it needs people from all socioeconomic levels. We have people that have been here for 40 years. They're on fixed income. And inflation is the most cruelest tax of all. They've said it a million times. When you have to pay this more money for the same goods and services, it is horrendous. And these are the things that I want you to consider. Now, I would like to go ahead and see a viability study with, say, 3 levels, or perhaps 4. Let us see what happens. I mean, they're certainly said they're making a beautiful profit here. I mean, it is a huge corporation. I'm assuming that some of the funds from here can be transferred over here. You know, money is a fungible thing. It can go in from one account to another account. Okay? So it is possible that they can do what they want to do at a scale that works for the community. That's all I want you to do. So my only recommendations, if you haven't or can't or haven't yet, speak to a land development attorney about your Section 13. I have. I can't give you anything because, quite frankly, I'm not an expert. I'm not an attorney. I can listen, I can understand, but that isn't enough for this particular proceeding. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave.
Martha Mendez, 7000 Glen Eagle Drive. We've been in this place before, over and over, when a site plan is presented to you and you're told you have to approve it. There's nothing out of the ordinary. It's the zoning. You have to approve it, or else they can sue the pants out of you. We've heard this. I remember Lucida distinctly. 5 stories on stilts. You worked your damnedest to get that thing down because it didn't belong there. I'm not an expert. Susana told me they can build high and skinny or short and fat. They decided to go high and skinny. Well, high and skinny doesn't work. Short and fat. And they have a right. Yes, everybody has a right. That's their property. Yes, they build beautiful, except that one, beautiful buildings. That one is overpowering, overwhelming the whole Main Street. It's too big. I want you to pay attention. Mr. Peterman was nice enough to write you a memo, 16 pages long, about what this is. And it says what BO is. The zoning is BO. And it says the specific range and intensity of uses appropriate in BO areas vary by location as a function of such factors as availability of public services, roadway access, and neighborhood compatibility. This is what you can hang your hat on, because the code, the zoning is telling you, yes, they can do 7 stories, but you can say, no, it's not compatible. All of the talk to you about transit and what they can do, it's not part of the site plan. That depends on county and Joe and 200 people out there. It doesn't depend on the review today. It goes on to say Mixing of residential use with commercial, office, and hotels is also permitted, provided that the scale and intensity is not out of character with adjacent and nearby development, and that the project does not negatively impact any area neighborhood. That's what you have to go on. That's what's important. It doesn't fit there. It's too big. We cannot take, I'm not gonna address traffic, I'm sorry. I told myself, don't go there, so I'm not going there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mita.
Afternoon, or evening, actually. I wasn't sworn in earlier.
Do you swear to say the truth and only the truth, so help you God?
I swear.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Why don't we, whoever still hasn't been sworn in, let's just swear them all in at once. Anybody remaining that hasn't been sworn in?
Yeah, my name is Miguel Martinez, 17670 Northwest 78th Avenue. As always, I thank you guys for allowing me the opportunity to speak in front of you guys. Not being a resident of Miami Lakes, but I feel I am a part of it. You guys had a workshop regarding the bridges, and I advised you guys of the urban fabric. In urban planning, there's a thing called the urban fabric, whereas if you think of it as a quilt, and we have nodes and the fibers that connect these nodes, which are the roadways. The roadways here are being extended beyond their capacities currently. As I mentioned that day, it took me 11 minutes, takes me 11 minutes to exit the Palmetto to 154. If you could put on the site plan again, I'm sorry. If you have the site plan. So if you exit 154, you could see the remainder of the off-ramp at the bottom left corner. That diagonal road adjacent to it is the entrance to a medical center, an urgent care. Leads into that. The traffic from that intersection, from the light of the exit of the Palmetto, as we all were aware of, extends east past the gas station that's after the curve, many a time. Immediately west of that, that's not shown on the, conveniently not shown on the image of the Palmetto, will be a new emergency care from another development that's been approved already. The traffic that will be incurred in this area will be not only a nightmare, an injustice to the area, the people that it's serving, but an endangerment to the community. It will cause a gridlock by this type of development as it's shown. The development itself, and don't get me wrong, is beautiful, absolutely beautiful. The area, it does need an upgrade. It needs a development, it needs an improvement. But this is a solution. This is not a proper solution. It does not take into account all the factors that are involving this community. Similarly, the bridges, as has been mentioned already, that once they'll open, will worsen the situation. The traffic study that occurred on 170th, I witnessed it, it occurred during the summer, which obviously we all know 170 and 87th Avenue, where the schools are there, had no traffic during the summer. The study was minimal. I question the traffic study that's done for this project. With 100 travel that they're claiming, I question that. I do not believe it. So I believe it's your responsibility to approve conditionally that this solution is not proper. People have complained about this community here, the apartment complex. It's a beautiful complex, but it's done properly. Traffic is handled. There is circulation throughout the community. You can get through it. It's not a problem. They don't have it there. So that being said, this needs to be addressed. It needs to be readdressed as far as design and solution. The execution will fail, and it will cause an endangerment to the community, providing that there's urgent cares that are there alone, for that reason alone. Thank you.
Thanks, Miguel.
Good evening. My name is Humberto Comellas. I have been a resident of Miami Lakes and Loch Lomond for the last 20 years, 15925 West Pressway. I'd like to touch on 3 quick points. First and foremost, I think it's been mentioned many, many times already, the mere size of the project, and I'm not necessarily opposed to the project, but the sheer size of the project, it's uncharacteristic with what Miami Lakes is. So I'm going to challenge you, council members, will that logo up there change? Because that's the Miami Lakes that I raised my family in. That's not the Miami Lakes I know today. When I raised my kids and I brought them here, and we would leave church, where do you want to go have breakfast? Oh, Daddy, let's go where the cows are, right across the French bakery. They're now 30 and 27. They no longer live here. They come down to visit. Where do you want to go have breakfast? Where the cows were. That's the Miami Lakes I remember, not what we see here with all this urban development. Again, I'm not necessarily opposed to the project, and I definitely believe that there's some improvement that needs to be done. I am a recreational golfer, and I can tell you from playing, I think someone mentioned the back nine, it's shameful. That golf course is in complete disrepair. That needs to be addressed. But to build a project that large is ridiculous. And with all due respect to the traffic study, I'm sorry. When you have police officers in the street every morning to try to get people through traffic lights, don't tell me adding almost 300 units is not going to impact traffic. So I challenge you, look at the size of what you're doing. I'm, again, not opposed to the development of the project, but let's not lose sight of what that emblem stands for. That's Miami Lakes, not this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of council, town clerk, town manager, town council, counselor. My name is William Perez. I live at 7167 Ballantrae Court. I'm a 48-year resident of Miami Lakes, except for the 32 years I spent in the Marine Corps. I want to talk about the crux of the issue, which is traffic. I am within what they call the affected area, within 5,000 radius feet of this project, under Section 13. And I believe the council correctly stated that the controlling issue should be Section 13304. And I agree with that. I also agree that this project is a wonderful project. However, we need to do an actual traffic study. Not what the traffic expert presented, but an actual traffic study. And that's provided for in 13304.6, which allows the administrative official, you, town manager, to request a traffic study by an independent traffic study expert. I think it would be due diligence and prudent for the council to do so we can better assess what is the traffic situation in the early morning on Miami Lake Way and Fairway Drive. Because I can tell you, because I live off of Fairway Drive, that the traffic right now in the morning is backed up about a quarter of the way, right around the Cypress Village Shopping Center, blocking the entrances to Cypress Village Shopping Center. This project will make it worse, which will impact those small businesses. What we want to see is this plan be successful. I want to see this plan be successful. But I also want to see it be successful not on the backs of other small businesses and not on the backs of the taxpayers. Now, why should you do the traffic study? Okay, 13th, tax 304.6 says you have to do it. You can do a traffic study at your discretion because you need to do it in order to properly assess the mobility fee. The mobility fee in that section requires that you be able to have the best available evidence as to the impacts of this project. Best available evidence, or you can rely on a study, it's within the section, that was done in October of 2000, nearly 22 years ago. That's not the best available evidence under any measure. So I would recommend to you that you continue with this without prejudice in order to assign a traffic study in order to better assess what the mobility fee should be. Now, I'd like to praise the Graham companies. Like I said, I've been a 48-year-old resident. I went to elementary school with Gwen and Sissy Graham. I know the Grahams. They're a wonderful family. They do wonderful things for our community. And I know they wouldn't want to make things worse for us. Okay. And I also appreciate the fact that by this project, it will increase the tax base for Miami Lakes, which will minimize any tax rate increase on us current residents. So I understand all the positives. But I think to be prudent, you really should do a traffic study. And that way you can make sure you have the correct mobility fee assessed. That way you have the correct information and you've done the due diligence that I know all of you are very, very concerned about. I think Graham companies realize those issues because they're trying to set aside monies for possible mitigation. But unless you have the study in front of you by some independent individual, you really don't know what all the good ideas are out there. And that's what the study will give us, the realm of good ideas on how to better mitigate traffic impacts. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bill.
Good evening, everybody. Mayor, Council, Gina, Ed, everybody. Marcus Gutierrez, 7757 Northwest 169 Terrace. I'm here because I came to the Builders Information session, which I appreciate. That was very informative. And one of the things that I asked, because I'm not in opposition to the project. I think you can't stop development, and they're in their right of building that. There's a balance between profit and doing what's good for the community, and I think they've done a good job of caring for the community, and their legacy is important. One of the things that I asked is, if this gets approved and it's successful, what happens across the street in the Par 3? Do they sell that off? Do they build another project making the traffic even worse? And they told me to please see if I could intercede and you guys could take over that Par 3. So I'm here to just mention that. I know in talking to some of my representatives, I know there's some issues with the cleanup of that Par 3. Javi mentioned that the Graham's legacy is very important. The viability of that project is very important. Unlike Town Center, where it has Main Street for people to live, work, and play, there is no work and play, and everybody wants a little more green area. So I'm appealing, not because they have to, but if they can, to maybe negotiate with the town. In addition to those 2 lanes that they're gonna give us, maybe they could agree to negotiate and cleaning up that Par 3 and saying, hey, allow us to do this, and we're gonna leave this park for the residents, and we know there's no more development coming forward. So that's the only reason what I wanted to bring up to you guys and to the Grahams and Javi. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcus.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council, Mr. Manager, Mr. Attorney, who's not there. Thank you for giving me some time to speak tonight. I'm here as a citizen, resident of Miami Lakes for over 20 years. I'm also chairman of Dade County Planning Advisory Board, and I've been on that board for 18 years and chairman for most of those years. So I have seen hundreds and hundreds of applications similar to the one you're hearing tonight. And I think the Grahams are great people, and they really care about our town. I know Merta said about the building next door, there is one flaw. Publix does not have enough employees, and the lines are long. But besides that, I think they build great, great products. And I myself have been a member at the golf course for many years. And yes, that back 9 is horrible. And they need the income from the apartments and the retail in order to supplement. I know Dr. Bennett talked about moving the monies. Well, yeah, they got to move it from that retail and apartments to cover the golf course. Because like Mr. DeLuca said, golf courses are losers. So it's just something they provide for the town. And I'm going to stay underneath 3 minutes, and I hope you approve this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Wayne.
Mr. Mayor, Council, my name is Jim Hamilton. I live at 8528 Glencairn Lane in Miami Lakes. I've been a Miami Lakes resident for 52 years. I've always enjoyed the projects that the Graham companies produce for the town. I think they've done a great job of developing our community. I think this project is a much needed project, and I hope you approve their project. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jim.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. My name is Arlene Rosil. I'm at 8123 Northwest 163rd Terrace. I would like to, I like the project. I think it looks great. I agree with many of the people that I think that the population is too high, 278 units, maybe what they need to offset costs. However, there are several golf communities, and I know that the space is probably smaller, but instead of doing 59% or 59% at 700 square feet single units, 1 bedroom, 1 bathroom, and the 2 bedroom, 2 bathrooms that are only at 800 square feet, you have to ask yourself, how much are people going to be able to afford? And if we're getting the caliber of people in there that can afford whatever the rent is to support the project, especially when it's new, would it be prudent to maybe make the units larger and put them into condos, which is similar to some of the other areas in Dade County, Broward County, Palm Beach County? Several members, especially like if you look at Williams Island, they have fees that the people who are going to live there actually pay. $7,500 to pay to live in some of those units there. But the units are larger. They're not, 700 square feet, because once you add in that little balcony area, then you're at the 900 square feet, right? So I just think that the per capita, maybe they can, like one of our neighbors said, instead of tall and skinny, make it a little wider, make it a little longer, and put in maybe condo units or villa units where people are going to take a little bit more pride in that respect. I also think that in staying in line with that, I worry about the power lines that go through there. I am not familiar with those power lines. I'm sure they're active power lines, but childhood leukemia is a big thing. And if the kids live within a specific range of that all the time, where are these people going to have their kids play? Only at the pool area? And where, are they going to have a designated playground for those kids? And like Mr. Gutierrez mentioned about keeping the land across the street. So maybe if that happens, we would have to think about a dedicated crosswalk through there. And as you know, 154th curves at that point as well. So maybe an over the street structure for families to get across the street to go play in the park if they're going to dedicate it as a park. That was suggested. If they do that, my suggestion is be sure that there are time limits in there, so that no one can come in the future and say, okay, no more park, because we have a dedication at 154 for Jakey. And now they eventually will open. So I will move forward. If you recall, the apartment structures that are built next to Bob Graham Education Center are extremely close to the school, and it has increased some of the volume of traffic. The process when we came to speak about that particular building was the same thing, traffic. So we were also told that there was going to be work on 154th Street, that there were plans that were going to be done for an entrance on 67th Avenue, for the Gratney, for ingress, egress, going in both directions on 67th Avenue. Ground hasn't broken on that project. It hasn't broken on the project to make 154th similar to like 103rd and some of the other entrances up and down the Palmetto, where they are dedicated lanes. And again, we have another medical facility going in back there on 77th Avenue. So how frequently will we be seeing emergency vehicles coming in and out of there? I sometimes have been in traffic on 154 and actually timed how long it takes the fire truck just to get out from where they're at and to get onto 154. The school zone is a nightmare. So if a traffic study is going to be done, please, please, please do it in September or October when the kids are in school. Because the people that are going to be coming over from 170, 3/4 of them have their children at Bob Graham Education Center. Okay? You could see the paw prints when you're driving around over there. So we know they're there. Unless we make it an issue and we say, okay, let's go check everybody's deed, where do they live, and start hammering. But the school's population is down slightly, so, but once 170 opens, and then they have the high school and 186, we're going to definitely be landlocked. We're landlocked now. I live at 163rd Terrace. There's mornings I can't even get out of my street because the street is blocked. I have to sit and wait and say, back up a little, please. Can I sneak out? I'm going that way, not this way, that way. But they can't even tell because they've blocked the intersection and they can't even see the turn signal. So I know this probably isn't about that, but I would also like to say that if the project goes forward, is there a way to keep, I know we moved that, but the main entrance that's there now, if that could be dedicated for the commercial space and the golf portion, is there a way that the residents, maybe another little section can be created for them? He already said it's too short and you can't get out onto 77th Avenue. What about the back end and putting a perimeter road on the outside of the golf course that can take you to the back of 77th, where they can at least go to the east by picking up 67th Avenue? Do you know where I am there? In the back by the curve. Maybe there. Or another thought process was, I don't know who has the executive apartments on the corner of Fairway and 154. Maybe there's a way to divert some of the traffic, but then I would upset the gentleman that was here before that lives back there, dumping more traffic into the fairways, Fairway and 154. So you're really kind of landlocked all the way around in that section. So that's why I say maybe per capita, if we shrink it, make some of the properties a little bit bigger and take it into a condo unit or take it into villas where they can charge assessment fees for the people who are going to live there. Maybe that will help support it. Or a membership to the golf course itself, right? So I'm hoping that these are some good ideas because I do like the project, but again, 7 stories is kind of hard on the eye. And the buildings that are between the Palmetto and going westbound to 82nd Avenue are up to 4 stories. So maybe we can keep in line with 4 stories. I thought I had more solutions for traffic, but it just is outside of that. And I just highly recommend maybe the traffic study can be done during school. Because if whatever happens with 154th, if that does open, it is definitely going to be a lot worse. And then the other thought that I did have in closing is the setback line. If maybe they can push it back a little bit more because if they create that turn lane, they're going to need that space anyway. And I do believe that they should put up mirrors. I don't know if anybody spoke about it. I don't know if it's in the details already, so that like when drivers are coming in and out, they can see if people are walking by. Some of the drivers just kind of come out without stopping, specifically on 79th Avenue coming out in and out from the Winn-Dixie there. on the side, no one ever stops. They just come out. And a couple of times, you know, you're like, oh, you got to hit the brake because they're about ready to take off the front end of your vehicle. So I just think that a little more thought process for the amount of people that they're asking for there. And, you know, safety features such as those mirrors for the parking, if it is going to go forward, would be a great idea. I know they said they could go up to 902 units, but if we rethink the cost and the value from people wanting to live there, maybe we can create that single-family kind of home. And again, the apartments that were built next to the Bob Graham, one of my suggestions was, why can't they do that? Because there's so many people who have been here for years and years, and there's a gentleman here who says that his kids don't live here. They live somewhere else. But there's a lot of people who want to stay here and in this area, so it gives the next generation an opportunity to start with maybe a condo or a villa right there in the golf course and still be in town. So just a thought. Thank you.
Thank you, Arlene.
Do you swear to say the truth and only the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Absolutely welcome.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor, Councilman. I just found out about this plan, and I really am not going to keep a lot of your time, but I do want to raise some issues because I've had issues when they developed this. And I was told a lot of things after the fact. The plan is wonderful. I wish we could put it on an island, so this way we could float over Miami Lakes, but we can't. It's a beautiful area and it's a beautiful plan, but I don't think, like I said, most of these people say not for this area. When they built this area over here, my husband was in the hospital. I'm more on the safety. He was in the hospital at Memorial West. It was a Saturday morning. You don't want to live in Miami Lakes and not be able to get out. Number one is safety. It took me 20 minutes on a Saturday morning just to get out of Miami Lakes. To say that this increase in the number of the population is not going to have any effect on traffic is not using critical thinking skills. It does not make sense. One road in, one road out. It doesn't work. And you can figure out this, but to turn around and have your loved ones and you can't get to them, you can't have fire rescue all of a sudden trying to get through populated areas and traffic, because you know 154th has only got 2 lanes. So 2 lanes, try to get a fire truck in there when it's bumper to bumper to bumper. You can't do that either way. Your police department, your fire rescue, and your EMTs. This can cost people's lives if we're not looking at traffic and accessibility. And that's why I'm not happy about this. I can understand why, you know, we need improvements. But money isn't everything. Safety is. And I do not wish anyone to turn around and spend 20 minutes trying to get out of Miami Lakes on a Saturday morning to go to a hospital, and you can't get out. And I was told, 5 years ago, I was told, we're changing. We're going to change road access. We're going to change this. The only thing they changed was they did a turn lane on 160, what is it, 164, whatever the light is, across from the fire department. There was no excess. All these plans that they told me that they were going to have, nothing was done. There was nothing extra, and there won't be anything extra done here. And I've been on the Palmetto. Let me tell you something. Trying to get off at Miami Lakes at 5 o'clock, you're going to see traffic all the way around the curve just to try to get, that's just the curve on 826. It's bumper to bumper to bumper from 154th and maybe sometimes from before. If you don't think that affects people's lives and people's safety, you need to have a good discussion. I would love to have this community someplace. I think that you could put it someplace else. I would love to live there. And I think most people would. I just don't think the area is set up for this massive projection. So, thank you for your time.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Josiah Berg. I live on 14001 Leading Pine Drive, Miami Lakes. My wife and our two kids have been residents of Miami Lakes since 2009. I've been a resident of Miami-Dade County since 2001. I'm not going to continue to beat a dead horse here about the traffic. I think point is probably hopefully well made. A lot of good points made by members of the audience here, and I definitely encourage, being an engineer myself as my profession, I question the results from the traffic study of the developer's consultant, and I encourage the town and their engineer to review those results as compared to when the last traffic study was performed in the town. To say that the results find no significant impact is quite hard to believe, as mentioned, basically, due to anecdotal evidence, as you've heard here, testimony from some of the community, myself, as to some of the traffic issues as it is trying to get on and off the Palmetto adjacent to this very development. So definitely encourage the town to review that traffic study. In addition to that, I think that the level of service per the 2020 plan, with regards to the acres of urban open space per capita, needs to be reviewed according to this development, as well as the acres of community and neighborhood parks per capita. I don't see how this makes no impact to that. Some numbers from 2013, as a matter of fact, show that the Miami Lakes was not currently meeting the adopted LOS because the population increased significantly more than anticipated at that time. So here we are in 2022. Pretty sure those numbers have well been exceeded by then, continuing to be exceeded, and adding 278 residential units in addition to the number of transient patrons of a 10,000 square foot commercial unit are certainly going to exceed that level of service. I don't have any other major objections to the development. I think something definitely needs to happen in this corner. I definitely encourage a revitalization of the golf course, some type of development, but I do have an objection to the number of residential units and the number of the size of commercial development and how that's going to impact traffic and level of service. That's all I have for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next.
I wasn't sworn in.
Do you swear to say the truth and only the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Diana Delanuez, and I live at 7243 Dade Pine Court. I have lived there now for 23 years, and I precisely left the city that I grew up in and that my daughters were born in because I was lured to Miami Lakes because of the vision of the Grahams and Miami Lakes as a whole. And I too agree that that logo is not in the right, we're not going in the right direction. And you should all be very proud of this building, but as far as that, it is suffocating, and it is not like it should be for Miami Lakes. Now, I understand that there's progress and so on and so forth, but it needs to be done in conjunction with the people that have supported Miami Lakes for so long. And I have been traveling down the Palmetto southbound for 20 years. So I invite everyone who feels that we don't need this traffic control looked at carefully to travel it like I do every single day, Monday through Friday, between 8 and 9 o'clock, so that you see how long it takes us to get out of Miami Lakes. And there's 278 units being proposed. That's a minimum of 300 to 400 more cars on the road, and if not more. And that needs to be addressed. I don't think that was the vision of Miami Lakes. I know they have a right, but we also have a right to bring up these points because we are the citizens that are living here day in and day out and commuting in and out of this community. I agree that the golf course needs revamping. There's no doubt about that. We've been seeing that for many years. I used to go to the golf course with some friends, not that I play, but I used to accompany them, so I see. And I've gone to sponsorships for Catholic schools there. I see it. But something else has to be done, but not 278 units. That is not the answer. After I was in my 18th year of living here, we were financially stable enough to build a pool. So we needed a variance because our property is on a slope. And I came here on the board. We were all different, I think. And I was told, we got the variance. We wanted a little bit more, which would put us in line with all our other neighbors. But it was denied. It was denied because Miami Lakes is about greenery. Miami Lakes is about the cows. Well, the only cow we have now is a cement cow in front of, the fire station. I was denied 5 feet, which would have put me in line with my neighbors. I wasn't asking for anything. I have plenty of property, but it was the greenery of Miami Lakes that we were looking to conserve the essence of Miami Lakes. And I think we're in line to lose that, and that's very unfortunate. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you, right hand, do you swear to say the truth and only the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, my son David was born in Miami Lakes. He's 8 years old. We came to live in Miami Lakes because it's a city of nature. That's the essence of Miami Lakes, like all the residents say. And we're here to say that we, the people that vote for the representatives in Miami Lakes, we disagree with this project. Why? Because it's an overcrowded project, too many single apartments. Miami Lakes is an area mostly, and when we bought in, it's single family homes. And we want to keep it that way. It's an area of nature where kids can grow safe. And that's what distinguishes Miami Lakes. And that's what brings people to live in this area. That's the characteristics of the area. That's the purpose of this area. If they want to build a project that has many apartments and it's very crowded with that type of nature, there's many other places in South Florida. This doesn't have to be the place. We understand that they brought their lawyers and they want to make a lot of money. It's okay, everybody wants to make money. But there's other places where to make that money. Because we have a city here. And the people that live in this city that vote for our representatives, we did it that way. That's the characteristic of Miami Lakes, and that's the way that it should be. And I feel that I speak on behalf of most people and residents of Miami Lakes, and on behalf of this city and the representatives of this city. Thank you.
Thank you.
So Mayor, seems like a long time since I've been here. I'm Lynn Matos. I live on the Upper East Side at 16340 Woodwalk, Miami Lakes, Florida. Super happy to be here. I love Miami Lakes. I've been here 28 years. The first 10 years I lived at Meadowwalk Apartments, so I'm a Graham customer. They did an amazing job. Can you imagine that I was an easy tenant? I wasn't. Every single day, I get a phone call, at least one, sometimes a lot more, from people looking for housing to rent.
I wish they all were able to buy. Where do I send them? I'm going to tell a little story. Where do I send them? To my friends at the Graham companies, all those lovely representatives. Invariably, my clients rent from the Grahams, and I get a lovely $50 card in the mail saying, thank you so much, Lynn Matos, for bringing your amazing clients to us. Now, could I go somewhere else and earn a different little card or a little bit more money? I could. Why do I go there? Because the service and the quality is impeccable. And then what happens? They're so happy. They fall in love with Miami Lakes because I tell them how great we are, how great the Food and Wine Festival is, the public safety chair, she's here, doing great things. And then they say, hey, Lynn Matos, guess what? Because we were able to learn about your community, now we're ready to buy. You know how many people I've sold here? A lot that were tenants of the Graham companies. I'm not here, let the record reflect, please, on behalf of the Planning and Zoning Board, okay? But I'm the vice chair of the Planning and Zoning Board. This project meets site plan approval, right? I met with Suzanne, I looked at it. I've walked the site multiple times over the years. We all have been there. And again, forgive me, but you know I speak freely. Is it an eyesore when you pull off the Palmetto Expressway to go right to the Upper East Side? It is. We are way overdue. This project is going to be spectacular. Now, the par 3 on the other side of the street, maybe not quite so hot, right? So I have a feeling if we talk really nice, they can't do much with that, right? You all know that there are some situations there. That they might do a little something to spiff up that other side, I bet if we asked. Do we need a traffic study? Do we need to spend more money on a traffic study? Nah, we don't, because guess what? Traffic is awful. But not just here. Have you been to Dallas recently? Or Minneapolis, St. Paul? Or Milwaukee? Or New York City or anywhere else? Traffic is a fact of life. Do I love it? No, but I get to admire the tree canopy when I'm sitting. I've posted about that many times. Love it. Go to Homestead. Go to Pembroke Pines. Go to Doral, Aventura. My travels recently have taken me to Weston, Homestead, and Hallandale Beach. Guess what? You want to know how long I sat in the traffic at Hallandale Beach? We all have traffic issues. I'm sorry for that. This is a world-class project. People say to me, Lynn Matos, we need all these restaurants, right? We do. But we have to create the environment where restaurants who are spending millions of dollars to come here are going to have the right, when I say right, they're going to have enough people to serve those entities. So getting back to the people who call me every day and go, Lynn Matos, we need a rental property. Where do we go? The Grahams don't have any space. Who said they're moving out of the Graham properties in droves? I promise you right now, if I picked up the phone and called one of my favorites, they would say, sorry, Lynn, we don't have anything for you to move into today. 278 units? I wish it were more. I know you don't want to hear that. I wish it were more. We need housing. Today I had a conversation with the Affordable Housing Advisory Chair for Miami-Dade County. We need housing. Can some people afford to pay a little bit more? They can. But we need housing. We need housing here. We need housing across South Florida and in every major city. So am I supporting this? Yes, I am. I have asked, now they haven't said yes. See, I'm pushing my luck. But can you imagine the event space? Do you know how many people ask for event space? We've been to Shula's. It's lovely, but we're looking for something else. Again, this is an awesome project. Do we have a traffic issue? We do. I'm sorry. Everybody has one. But I remember when this building was being built. Oh, we're going to have lines of traffic all the way down. They're going to be everywhere. Were they lined up trying to get on the 67? So many cars, where are they going? No. I'm back and forth here all the time, multiple times, and I've never seen that. This is gorgeous. It's the same architect that's building this project. Again, it meets all the conditions for site plan approval. Thank you for your time. Thank you for humoring me. It's been a long night sitting there, and just on a positive note, because I'm a real estate professional, I got an appraisal at full price, above asking price while I was sitting here, so I'm super excited about that. Thank you.
Congrats. Thanks, Lynn.
You need to swear me in?
Do you swear to say the truth and only the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. What?
My name's Mike Huffaker. I live at 14350 Lake Crescent Place. It is good to see you all again. As last time I saw you, I was working, and I retired in September, which you may or may not recall. And of course, one of the first things I decided to do when I retired was contemplate taking up golf. But I was reluctant because of the traffic I anticipated between my house and the golf course here in Miami Lakes. So what I decided to do was try it out and go knock some balls around on the driving range a few times. And I have to say, I was astonished at how light the traffic was. And I thought maybe my timing is such, because I kept hearing about how awful the traffic was. So I have to just share with you, you can tell by my attire, I didn't plan to speak to you tonight, but I just had to share with you the traffic that I have experienced is not what I've heard from other people. I'm sure it's rare, but that's my experience. I wanted to share that with you. The other thing is that it's my opinion that if this golf course, which I think is a primary feature and characteristic of the town of Miami Lakes, if this golf course were owned by any other developer that is losing money, and from what I understand, serious money on the golf course, it would no longer be a golf course. The whole thing would be developed, and it would all be apartments. And I've been to other places in South Florida where they have converted golf courses into apartment buildings and condos, and it really changes the character of the community. So in my opinion, this addition, which will help offset the cost of maintaining that golf course, is a small price to pay to keep the golf course, and in my opinion, keep an important integral part of our community as it is. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mike. And that concludes our public comments in person. I know we have, unless there was somebody else that we missed, you're more than welcome to come up, but I know that there's some folks online as well.
Yes. If you're online and I see like approximately 11 participants, just please unmute yourself. Welcome to the meeting. Just state your name and address for the record and state your opinion. Or I can start, if you all think it's more organized, I can start calling as I see them in my screen. I believe I see Ms. Felicia Salazar. You're waving. Do you want to talk? Do you wish to talk today? Yes. Please unmute yourself. We see you, but there you go.
Yes,
Welcome.
I'm still at the office. I wanted to be there, but unfortunately I'm still at the office and I waited and waited. Thank you. Can I start? Do I have to get
Yes.
sworn in?
Yes. Just raise your right hand, and if you swear to say the truth and only the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Absolutely. Welcome.
Yes. As you know, I sent an email and a little sketch that I did with my questions and concerns regarding this project, which, by the way, is a beautiful project. I think the area needs it. My concerns, though, are what everybody has been saying. traffic, the density, the scale of the project. If that can be mitigated, again, one of the ladies mentioned the issue of being so close, the residents being so close to the power lines, which are very dangerous. It's just, like I said, it's just pushing the building out, bringing it down a little bit more to 5 stories. I'm not saying 3. I mean, it has to blend with the neighborhood. I understand, and I love the Grahams for doing what they did with Miami Lakes, but let's not lose sight of what we want to be. And basically, just address the one entrance is, like I said, I don't want to repeat what everybody has been saying. One entrance where you have service trucks coming in, residents coming in and out, vendors, people going to the shops. It's going to be pretty hectic in there at peak hours. It's just a matter of, making it work. Basically, as far as, like I said, I don't want to repeat myself, but the project is needed in the area. I mean, revitalizing the golf course is important, and I'm glad they're doing it. But those things that may harm the project, and they may, because I remember when they had the old banquet hall there, I loved it. It was very well planned, and then they did the Indigo Hotel, and we lost that banquet hall, which was very well done. So, it's bringing service to the community, but at the same time, not bring hardship to the community. So, that said, like I said, I wish they could do the project. Like I said, it's needed, but with those changes, sending it back more, creating more green. And I'm glad that they're not building it. When I first heard that they were going to redevelop the golf course, and I thought they were going to build out the whole course, I said, oh no. But luckily, it's just an area, but it's too dense. Too much traffic, just one entrance. They need to work something out. And it's expensive to redesign everything, I know. So I think the easiest way would be to just make some minor changes that would help with the density. That's the main thing, density of the traffic and the access and so forth. Thank you.
Thank you, Felicia.
The next speaker that I see in my screen is Mr. Stephen Hersberg, followed by Tina. Welcome, Mr. Hersberg.
Thank you. Good evening. I'll be brief. I think this is a great project. The only concern I have is regarding traffic. We all know we had discussions at prior meetings that 154th is an F-rated street. We stated that, and I believe multiple council members have stated that before when we were talking about the bridges. I like the design. I think it would create another good spot in Miami Lakes and bring a great atmosphere. I think it actually fits well. It's not overly developed, and it doesn't look like some of the developments you see in other areas of Miami County. I don't see the harm in waiting for a month or two for an independent traffic study to ensure that this project does not create a strain on the already strained resources of the town and a street that we know is an F-rated street. If an independent study says that this project will not create strain and it can be handled, I'm all for it. I think it's a great project. But that would be my only concern, and basically my main point is I don't see the harm in waiting. Obviously, that's a decision the council and the town attorney can make, but that's clearly number one issue that residents are discussing, and that is the only reason why I would support the project. Thank you.
Next speaker that I see is Miss Tina, and if you wish to speak, just please unmute yourself. Tina. Okay, moving on to Andy.
Yes, this is Tina.
Oh,
sorry.
Good evening.
I was on mute. Yes, I agree with the previous speakers that I think that the building has too many floors, and it's going to cause a lot of more traffic. And I think that I agree that you should evaluate the entrances and making sure that the access is available to everyone that needs to get there. It seems to me that already that street is very, very congested, and my concern is that there will be more congestion. So definitely I would like to see the project, redesigned a little bit more. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker that I see is Andy Brackett. If you wish to speak, just please unmute yourself. And I also see Lily, Andy Brackett, Craig, Elva.
Hello?
Yes. Lily?
Hi. Yes,
Welcome.
This is Lily.
Welcome.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. I am a resident of the town for the past 23 years, precise 7851 Northwest 169th Terrace in Royal Oaks. I am one of those residents that is being affected in many areas. My house the back of my house gives to the canal on 170th, where traffic is going to be greatly affected by the opening of the bridge. I am also all the way at the end, meaning 169 Terrace, so to get out towards 154th is horrible on school times, lunch time, pickup time, and any other time, to be quite frank. In addition to that, and I know I've been told we don't control the traffic lights, the exit from my area towards 154th, the light to make a right or left on 154, it takes forever. It takes me approximately, with no traffic, a good 10 minutes to get out from my house to be able to reach, in a good time, in a good moment, the expressway. I have property right across the street from where the project is going to be built. I own a unit across the street in Villas of Miami Lakes. I am extremely concerned with the traffic. I'm extremely concerned with the, if maybe could be possible, the right turn into the Palmetto. There's no certainty there. Goodwill will not make it happen when we cannot control it. And that would only bring traffic and congestion in a way that we have not seen before. To get out of Villas of Miami Lake to the right, for the traffic that is coming down from 154th, the Palmetto exit, is a risk that we take every day. I love the architectural project itself. I honestly, I like it. I think, again, as everybody else has said, is too big for the location. I agree that Clubhouse will bring us, the residents, and maybe outsiders, a lot of opportunities to celebrate. I think that teeny tiny apartments do not enhance the quality of life or the tenants that we want to bring to the town. Rents are expensive as they are. I don't know who would like to live on a 700 square foot with expensive rent, but that's somebody's choice. The traffic is my number one concern. And second, currently we have plenty of real estate open for rent in many of the shopping centers around the area, Main Street included, the Winn-Dixie Shopping Center, so on and so forth. I understand that part of the reason why, in order not to ask for rezoning, those are being built is because it's part of how it needs to be built. There has to be some stores or office in order for the project to go on, if I understood correctly. What is the guarantee that those are not going to be vacant as all the others are? And that would be really sad to have a brand new building with empty real estate spaces just to be able to construct 278 units that would only bring traffic and, to a certain degree, sadly, tenants. The majority of the people that have the interest for this community to move forward are owners. And there are very few owners of apartments in this area because, again, that's not the nature of the grounds construction. They construct to rent. And while there are high standards in their buildings, I think we don't need any more rentals, at least not at that level of 278 units. We cannot guarantee that traffic is going to be as is. No, it can only get worse. We're going to have an inflow from new tenants because everybody else is coming across from Hialeah. Nobody else has mentioned, what about school capacity? Those people are not going to be single or not have kids. That's something else that we need to think of. And in addition to all the other subjects that are going to be brought forward at the end of the meeting, I don't think we have a town feeling any longer. This is becoming a city with an infrastructure of a very small town. We don't have the capacity. We don't want to raise taxes. There's a lot that we cannot do. And I don't see how this project would enhance our way of life and how it will make the town keep the feeling that we have bought into. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Lily, and council and everybody in the audience. We never really do this, but this resident had asked if she could speak for about a minute. She needs to leave. She wanted to speak on another subject. I know we're going to be here a lot longer, so there's no objections. I was just going to let Miriam say a few words, and I know she has to leave in a second. Miriam.
Mayor, we have also Nancy Rogers. I don't know if she's here, but she also wanted to speak. Are you going to speak on her behalf? Okay, thank you, Mario. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Do I have to take a vote again?
No.
No.
This is for another item, right?
Okay. Some people tell me that Miami Lakes is losing their, how you call it, charm. I say, no, why? So, you know, they don't like it that they took the Don Shula's name out of the golf course and the hotel and everything. They like the Don Shula thing. Okay. As I said before, I've been here 20 years. I am being very active in my homeowners association, and we're not happy with they want to change the law about the boats. Okay, we have 148 neighbors, and we pretty much keep it nice. But now with all the pickup trucks and all that, it's very difficult. The only house that don't have a pickup truck is in my street. So if they approve the boats, it's gonna be a mad house. You know, now we can even walk in the sidewalk because all the trucks parking and all that. So we're not happy with that. And I'm gonna read this little thing that I wrote. It says, the section 13 of the code does not allow boats to be stored outside the front yard of the residential homes. It requires boats to be stored inside the garage with the door closed. The growth in Miami Lakes has brought more young families to our beautiful neighborhoods, and the majority of those houses have multiple cars. With the popularity of pickup trucks and other high-profile vehicles, many of our streets already have obstructed views for oncoming cars that creates unsafe scenarios for pedestrians and bicycles in the neighborhood to have to walk around, vehicles blocking access to the sidewalks. Adding boats for front yards will create even more dangerous condition, not to mention the fact that they will take away the charm of our town. Our neighborhood streets will start to look more like an industrial zone. Boats and boat trailers come in many different sizes. If you allow one boat in the front yard, you have to allow them all. A house with a 20-foot boat parked in the front yard may not sound like an eyesore, but what about boats 40 and 50 feet long and their aluminum trailers sitting in front of the yard? I urge you, please, not to take any chances to current code regarding storage of boats. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mayor. Have a good night.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
No problem. Madam Clerk, anyone else online?
Yes, Mayor. I see Andy Brackett,
Are you going to do public comment?
Greg
No,
Roach.
Miriam came up. She said she had to leave. She had an issue. She had to leave.
I
And she
have
had
to leave because I'm old too. Can I do public comment? When are you gonna have public comment?
you gotta go as well, or
Yeah.
or You can wait. We got a couple of minutes, but if not, if you go ahead.
This is on the bond, and we won't get to the bond until 1 o'clock in the morning, and you cannot expect me to hold on that long. And this is, okay. Mr. Gastesi was kind enough to tell Mr. Cobiella not to put too much emphasis on the request from 2 council members on the bond as to what the legalities of everybody voting for the bond. And non-lawyers, I'm the non-lawyer and the non-participant. So, you know, I'm the one that started all of this. Got a list from Mr. Cobiella. One of the cases is St. Augustine. St. Augustine, no, they did, St. Augustine came later. First it was St. Augustine, and then Miami Beach. St. Augustine contained no changes in the local bond section relative to freeholders' election. So that case is no good as an example. The other one, the trial court found that the proposed bonds are not payable from ad valorem. So that case was out the door also. So here comes the curveball, the Supreme Court one. And that was whatever the name of the lady, Emily Kolodjewski versus City of Phoenix. And that was very specific. I thought we were dead. And it says, it held that the Equal Protection Clause does not permit a state to restrict the franchise to real property taxes in elections to approve the issues of general obligation bonds. So that one, yes, you're right. That one, it says that freeholders they're not the only ones that can vote. Everybody can vote because of the Equal Protection Act. Well, I said to myself, this doesn't make any sense. If that's the law of the land, Supreme Court decision, why doesn't the state of Florida in the Constitution change? So I approached Representative Fabrizio, and he said to me, let's go over, make sure what you have is correct. And we went with his list, my list, we went over it, because there was one quotation that I was deleted. And he said, let's wait, because Mr. Cobiella had told you I will work on a legal memorandum. Did you get it? Did you get it? You asked for it. Did you get it? You got nothing. And so I'm working from an email. I'm not working from legal and again, I'm not an Esquire. So I'm sorry if I offend you, but this is, I'm very upset with this thing. Because I don't think that renters should vote. Only freeholders that are not excluded by not being taxed. So we went through with the Representative Fabrizio. He says, once you get the memo, send it to me. I couldn't send him anything because you didn't issue anything. And I will get in touch with him as soon as this is over, because there's nothing attached to the agenda. But I didn't stop there. Because if it's not in the Constitution and it's not in the statute, there is something wrong with the state of Florida. It's something smelly, because those things should have been changed if the Supreme Court had ruled on it. Well, it turns out things happen, things change, and we know nothing about them. And then I found I contacted the state attorney's office, and I was told, we don't deal with you little people, we only deal with elected officials. So that shut me out of the question. But maybe now Mr. Fabrizio will work in my stead. So I went and I found something very, very peculiar. There was an opinion of the Attorney General from 1986. The Supreme Court was in 1970, but this is from 1986. And it was a similar case in Fort Lauderdale. And this is an opinion from the state attorney to this particular gentleman that wrote. And I want you to, and it's AGO 8609, January 29, 1986. And this is what they said. I'll summarize because I'm running out of time. I know you're very pressed for it. It says very clearly, for limited purpose, units of local government with a disproportionate effect on landowners therein. However, it would appear that the legislature is authorized to prescribe voter qualifications for other district elections, although I find no existing statutory authority for a commingled electorate composed of a qualified electors and freeholders. There's two things. A qualified elector, which is what you're saying, everybody can vote, and a freeholder. You must be a freeholder when it's ad valorem. So you're stepping on very, very murky ground when you're putting this out there for everybody to vote on. I suggest you get in touch with the Attorney General to make sure you're not sticking it up your rear end.
Thank you. Have a good night. At this point, the applicant respondents shall have the right to cross-examine any individual speakers. I think they waived the right to do that. No, right?
Mayor, let me just make sure if everyone that is participating, because I think we have like 5 more. I just want to call their names. If you're going to participate, just unmute yourself. I see Mr. Craig.
But this is on this this item, right? No more regular open public comment.
Only on the item of the site plan. Ms. Elva Resillas, Ms. Elisa Martinez, Maria, Andres, Sean, and Christina. I see you all in my screen. If you're here to participate via Zoom, please do so now. And I think I just saw a new participant, Ms. Indira Quintana. Welcome to the meeting.
If you weren't here to get sworn in, we're moving on. It's only fair to the applicant.
I
We've
don't
made
see
2 exceptions, and we have to move the meeting on. Madam Clerk, if there's nobody else that's unmuted themselves and is not going to speak, and there's no one else in the public speaking on this item, the applicant has a right to cross-examine any individual speakers at this moment. Are you going to do that? If not, I'm going to move on.
We will not be cross-examining. We do not have a rebuttal, but Mr. Luis Martinez would like to address the council on the comment as it relates to the Part 3, which is a very relevant comment.
Yeah, with respect to the Part 3 and potential development on that site has a covenant that was granted to the county, and now you guys, since we control the council, so that has a restricted covenant. That land can only be green space unless the council chooses to remove that covenant. We have no development rights on that property whatsoever.
Mayor, let me just state for the record, as I always do, the public comments that I received. I received public comments written earlier today from Mr. Richard Neely's, Antonio Roberto Llanos, Ray Fernandez, Cedric Brown, Christopher Amador, Cesar Soto, Elisa Martinez, Fred Isenberg, John Michael Rodriguez, from a gentleman R. Dell, Ms. Bonnie Cintron, Ms. Alicia H. Gonzalez, and I think I have 2 more. Ms. Pam Gade, Ms. Lillian Castillo, and that was it. Those are all in support, some in opposition, and some just with concerns on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're moving on to staff. Staff may cross-examine the applicant, respondent, and any individual speakers. Staff will not be doing that tonight. Council, questions of any speaker. Questions of any speaker, you may do so at this moment. Councilman Fernandez.
All right, I will break the ice. Susana, can you come up, please? Thank you. Can you briefly walk me through the process of how the mobility fee is calculated and whether or not a traffic study is used in that calculation?
So the mobility fee does not require a traffic study, it requires a traffic count. At the time when the mobility fee was first instituted, there was a requirement for the applicant to create a traffic count, and then we would peer review it. And at some point we realized that we were basically asking for the traffic count, which was basically as per the ITE manual that is by which we can access ourselves. So basically, if they're using the traffic count that is as per the ITE traffic manual, they do not need to be peer reviewed, and they do not need to have a full traffic study. The only time the traffic studies in full are completely necessary is when they're requiring a conditional use. And for site plan approval, a traffic study is never necessary.
Got it. And I'll be candid. I think my general opinion is that nobody likes traffic studies unless they agree with the position that they've taken. You know, with all due respect to the traffic, professionals, we've all heard stories of, traffic studies being manipulated to suit one outcome or another, and so I don't give them much weight personally. So I think, trying to pursue an additional traffic study, if we were to request a traffic study, what vendor do we have that would do that?
We would use Marlin or Lochner. Those are our traffic engineers of record. I have to say that a traffic study basically looks at the existing condition and then puts in the new trips that you're going to be putting in. It's a much more involved procedure than what has been submitted and what is generally required for a site plan approval, because it's usually used for concurrency requirements. And if you remember, in 2012, the state of Florida removed concurrency for traffic. We were not allowed to use concurrency for transportation purposes any longer, and that's why the traffic studies are no longer required.
And that's why we have a mobility
And that's why we're
fee.
in the situation, yeah.
Susana, council member, if you don't mind, it may be beneficial to that question and that discussion for you to walk them through exactly how the mobility fee is calculated because of the trips and the use and the square footage, and then that dictates the number of trips, and then it's just a calculation, a mathematical calculation for that. So it may be beneficial to this conversation.
So just so you realize, the way that our mobility fee is structured, they don't even have to submit the calculations by a traffic engineer, because it's easy enough that we can just use the ITE manual to calculate it basically ourselves. The only time that they need a traffic engineer is when they disagree with the basic calculation that comes out of the manual. You have so many units generate so many trips, and then we do our transformation into individual vehicle miles, individual vehicle trips, and translate that into money. So that double step, as long as it's within what the ITE manual says for that classification of use, I don't require them to have an engineer submit it. They can choose to do that themselves if they want to be a little more careful about how they calculate it, which is understandable when you're counting with so many trips. And that's why this applicant has chosen to do that themselves. But we don't require them to do that because it is an expense that a lot of applicants cannot afford. A traffic count like this, and I'm not going to speak for this one because I don't know how much they've paid for this particular study, but it's usually somewhere around $5,000. If we are going to have it peer reviewed, it's another $3,500 to $5,000, depending on how complex it is. And at some point we decided that we would rather have that amount of money be put to the mobility fee itself and not have to subtract it out of the top of the mobility fee, which is where it was coming out of.
And Susana, you obviously, when you accept that from the applicant, you double check and make sure it's within acceptable parameters and guidelines.
I verify with the ITE manual. I verify that they're using the correct codes, that the codes that they're using are the ones that I'm comfortable with, that they're not using one that maybe is a little more palatable to them. If there's a discrepancy, I'll call them out of it. And if we disagree, then I go to my engineers, and I say, yes, we're gonna have this peer review because I disagree with your assessment. So, and I have done that in the past. I didn't have to do that in this particular case because their assessments were in line with the ITE manual.
Excellent. That satisfies that part of my question. And then for Mr. Vasquez, I'm gonna please entertain me for a little bit. I would venture to say, if I was a betting man, that every council person that you spoke to said, can they build it lower? Can they go lower? Right? I'm sure that was in broad strokes part of the conversation. And you know, I'm all for, you know, short and fat. I'm the champion of short and fat, right? As the representative of short and fat up here. However, that conversation kind of leads to the same point, right? Which is, I'm sure the Graham companies didn't sit in a room and, you know, throw darts at the wall until they got to 272 units. I'm sure that was very carefully calculated to make sure that the finances of the project made sense. And so you get to 272 units, right? Whether it's in 7 stories or it's a much broader building at 3 or 4 stories. In fact, I would say it would probably be the amount of units would probably be worse if we were to ask for a smaller, broader building, because the cost of constructing the units as you go higher should be cheaper, right? So we would probably end up with 300 units to make the project financially viable. And so then that becomes a trade-off of, would we rather, you know, look at a taller building that we can't, to some extent, look at because our tree canopy, you know, kind of blocks us from looking up, and that tree canopy is being preserved, or do we want to look at more building and less green space and less view into the green area? And so that's kind of the trade-off for me. It doesn't change the number of trips. I'm sure that's been meticulously calculated. So for me, it's not a discussion of, you know, of high and low. On some of the other things that have been proposed, like the additional, you know, like having essentially a perimeter road on 77th Ave. Is that something that's been looked at? Is that something that would be feasible?
The only conversation that has been had regarding 77th Avenue, now mind you, we've been talking tonight about the 2 right turn lanes on Miami Lakes Drive. One of them is at the corner of 77th Avenue. We feel that one addresses the issue, but the only conversation beyond that is the possibility of a direct access point out from the property onto 77th Avenue. And I believe I mentioned earlier that our concerns there, we're happy to provide things that we think work. We don't think that works. And the reason we don't think that works, first, we've been told by our traffic consultant it creates a dangerous condition. You have a dedicated bicycle lane there. We do not meet the distance requirements from the corner at the point where we would be able to install that. But most importantly, it would create an incentive for cut-through traffic to cross through our property, putting others in danger, especially on the family side of the business, where the driving range is, just to get out. And we think it's messy. We think it's not good. We don't think it's a good idea.
All right, that's it for me.
Councilman Dieguez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Susanna, please come up. And I'm going to, just 2 quick questions. The first is, I just wanted to see if you can address Mr. Perez's issue regarding that traffic study that we can request. Is that, as he stated, correct, that we have that right to go ahead and request a separate study to challenge the applicant's traffic study?
Yes.
Okay.
We can always request a traffic study if we feel like there's a need to. Now, that being said, again, the traffic study is a costly thing. If we are the ones requesting then the peer review, then the town would have to pay part of the cost of that, which again is significant.
I understand that.
And the question is, to what purpose are you requesting that traffic study? If there
That's
is
my second question.
Right.
which is what would happen if there was a conflict. Let's say that it actually generated more trips than what theirs would show. For our purposes, is it true that it would simply mean that they just pay a higher mobility fee?
Correct.
So it would not be a reason to deny the project on that basis for a site plan?
Correct. They would just be, the mobility fee would be recalculated. But again, I want to continue to make the distinction between a traffic study, which does include background conditions, and it does include some modeling, right? What we are discussing here is not a traffic study, it's a traffic count, which is basically a calculation based on a set of tables that are produced every year or every couple of years by engineers that say how many trips are generated by different types of uses depending on the square footage or the number of units or that sort of thing.
And that would be the ITE manual?
And that would be the ITE manual, which right now is the 11th edition, is what they're using, and that's what we're using as well for our mobility fees. So again, all of these are trips calculated for the purpose of the mobility fees. And yes, any changes and any disagreements would revert into a change into the mobility fee amount. If you were going to do a full traffic study, it would be for the purposes of maybe improving an intersection or changing the number of lanes or maybe changing traffic lights, and that's where a traffic study becomes useful.
Understood, thank you. And my next question is going to be for the applicant's traffic engineers. I just wanted to know if you can please walk us through, for the benefit of ourselves and the general public, as far as how you put together, aside from what Susanna's already mentioned about the IT manual, how you put together the traffic count and everything else.
Correct. So that analysis is the trip generation analysis. We go to the IT manual and pick the appropriate land uses for what's being proposed, what was existing on the site, and prepare the calculations for the AM, PM, peak hours, and then also for the daily, because the mobility fee is based on the daily trip generation.
A gentleman that spoke earlier referenced that, or made it appear as if your study was going off of the assumption that Miami Lakes Drive is a C- or C-rated road. Is that correct?
Well, the trip generation study has nothing to do with the level of service of the roadway.
So do you know where he pulled that from?
I'm not sure, but I can tell you that we pulled the Miami-Dade County concurrency management system as of Monday, and as of Monday it was rated as a D.
Thank you, and I'll close with this. With respect to the two right turn lanes that we've been talking about at 154, have you found that would have a positive impact overall as far as flow to the property and also cars?
Yes, it reduces the delay that's experienced at that intersection by allowing the traffic that's making the right turn not to get blocked by the through traffic headed westbound.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Ruano, and you could ask, since you have the floor, Councilman Dieguez, you're done with the floor?
Yes, no further questions.
Got it. And once you have the floor, Councilwoman Ruano, anybody that you want to ask questions of, you can bring them up. Yes.
No, my question, I'm sorry, sir, I should have told you before you sat down. One of your statements was that this project had no adverse impact on 154 Street. Can you walk us through what makes you believe that?
So we looked at the concurrency table from the county again, and we took our traffic and loaded it into that analysis that the county does, and the level of service does not change. So with our traffic loaded on to the county's concurrency management system, the roadway still operates at a level service D.
So it just worse, bad can't get worse.
There's still enough capacity on the roadway to accommodate this traffic, and there's additional capacity for more traffic.
Okay, and I'm not looking at the study right now, but do you remember how many trips were generated, or do you have that available?
Yes, in the AM peak hour, it's 93 net new trips, and in the PM peak hour, it's 104. So it's essentially a trip and a half every minute.
A trip, so walk me through, 93 trips
per hour in the AM peak hour.
per hour.
Correct. So during the morning rush hour, 1 hour between 7 and 9 a.m., the project would generate 93 trips. And in the PM peak hour, it would be 104 for 1 hour between 4 to 6 p.m.
Thank you.
Is that the gross number or the net number after you take off the
net,
credit for
the net new number?
The net new number.
Councilwoman, the floor is yours. Anybody else you want to ask questions of? No? Any other council members wishing to ask questions of the applicant? Anybody? I do have some questions to Luis Martinez.
Yes, sir, Mayor.
How much green space are you guys eliminating with this project at the golf course?
I don't want to misstate, so I don't want to give you a calculation. The only places where we are eliminating green space from what currently exists today is where we're putting the driving range building. So that space for us old Miami Lakers that have been here more than 20 years, we used to have a facility there. We had a building there before. And as golf kind of died out and the par 3 went away and play on the par 3 went away, that building was eventually demolished. So we're replacing basically that footprint. Where our building lies today, the footprint covers basically the footprint of what's there today, except for one corner on the north right edge of and if you wanted to pull it up, I'd be happy to show you. That corner right now is green space, but it will be developed. Roger, I'm sure Roger could tell you how much green space is there versus maybe not.
Yeah, Roger.
But we can tell you what's there versus what's required. We definitely have that now.
So no, the driving range one I don't count because there was already a facility there, so that doesn't that existed. I remember when I was a kid, that was out there. So it's really just a small portion.
A small portion. It's a triangular piece. Can you put the site plan up?
Don and Ariel, can you please put back the PowerPoint for the applicant? Thank you.
As that goes up and then turns to the right, backing up to executive apartments, there's a small triangle there, not all of it, but some of it which will be taken by that space. But again, none of that space is public. That space is within the boundary survey of this property, so it's not public space.
Oh, got it. There's no cows on there right now.
There are no cows on that property.
No, I have to ask because I do have some other questions for. Is there a condition with all of this that you all are not only going to turn over the par 3 to the town, but is the remediation part of that, or is there a condition in there?
I would love to turn it over to you and you guys deal with the remediation, but I don't think you will accept it. Our word is that we are working diligently, and Stu can address it, in more specific terms. But we were working diligently with the county, with Durham. We've shared a lot of, with staff as to where we are with them, and unfortunately, that's still a process. I think we're through iteration number 7 or 8 of their proposals, and they're asking us to do more and more analysis of the site. So it's back in their court. We've responded to them. They've asked us to do more testing, and so we're still doing that pursuing that diligently.
Long time frame or got it. I mean, it was brought up twice.
I could not commit to that. I don't know if Stu feels any different, but
yeah, I mean, nobody wants to turn this over more than we do, and we've been working closely with the town. We share with them all of our interaction with Durham. It's really just an issue of getting Durham comfortable that we can use it for a passive park, and that doesn't sound like it would be difficult, but it is difficult. And I don't know what more we can do other than continue to spend horrific amounts of money with consultants. We continue to try to do this as quickly as we can. If I could control Durham, I could give you a better answer.
That's fine. Okay. And Louis, for you, I have a question for Charlie after this. So for you, Louis, just walk me through. I know 59%, 1 bedroom.
Correct.
41, 2 bedrooms. I know you guys run a very tight ship when it comes to your tenants and how you guys, what's the car load? The 1 bedroom, they're only being allowed 1 car, or the 2 bedrooms?
What we do here is we always charge for the second car. So every resident gets one free parking space, if you will, and then every car after that gets a charge. And we would do the same over here. We provide more parking than is required. I think at this site, we're providing 1.87 parking spots per unit. And code is, what the code is, how much is code? Between 1.5 and 1.6, we provide 1.87 for our residents, because, you know, we're all married to cars. I get it. I wish it weren't that way, but we are.
Got it. Okay, thank you, Luis.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah. Charlie, so when we approved Town Center, right, I was a big champion. We worked with the Grams very closely. I understood the economics of it, right? And I think even the folks that were against Town Center today love the fruits that Town Center bore, right? They're hanging out at Chella's. They're
Absolutely.
walking to Corner 6, 7.
Absolutely.
They're hanging out at the movie theater.
It's completely revitalized.
So, but I'm being honest. Even the folks that were against Town Center are loving everything that's happening now. I see them all the time. I don't say anything. I'm the mayor, but I feel like, hey, weren't you guys against this? But I see them all the time. But it's fine, right? I mean, that's what leadership's all about on the days. But the golf course, I want to understand, and for the public, a little bit more the economics, because most golf courses lose a lot of money. They never
Yes,
get
sir.
redeveloped. You're one of the few operators that actually runs a profit, has redeveloped one of the nicest golf courses in Miami-Dade.
Because of the approach my dad developed, which was, instead of building a golf course and catering to the men that play golf in Dade County, we decided to make it a family center. So in our idea, and in the way that we operate, if I have 100 kids a day coming for golf camps and golf schools and after-school tutoring every single day, I have parents there every single day for an hour and a half. That's why we talked about the food component on the driving range, because if you bring your son at 3:30 when he gets out of school and you go drop him off, you're either going to drop him off and take off, which most parents do. One parent usually stays. So if I have 100 children coming out, getting tutored, going through golf clinics, going through golf camps, I have 100 parents, if not grandparents, coming into the restaurant, sitting down, enjoying the space, making it a family atmosphere, a family center versus a golf course where you and your 3 boys come and you play golf and you guys come and go and leave. So the whole dynamics of what we designed at Mel Reese was around a family center. It became, okay, we're gonna cater to kids, we're gonna cater to moms and dads, and we're gonna make it a family atmosphere. We want a facility where if we have 100 kids coming in on Saturday, we want grandma, grandpa, mom, dad to come, sit, enjoy, watch, eat, spend time, use the whole family center. And it made our footprint as far as how many people were going through the property at the public golf course at Mel Reese, we probably tripled it. That's the difference. And that's why Miami Lakes, when I sat with them originally, we're like, whoa, this is what Miami Lakes needs. This is what Miami Lakes wants. We want this at our golf course. We want a family member. We want the residents of Miami Lakes to come in the mornings and after school and hang out and be with their kids and have an open space, a safe place for sports. It's non-contact sport. It's a different animal. Golf's a different, people that don't play it don't understand. It's a very different sport. Non-contact sport, nobody's good at it when they start. They don't. Nobody's good at it. I don't care how, if you're good at golf, you play a lot of golf.
So, Charlie, you've done a great job at Mel Reese, but obviously this golf course needs a lot of TLC.
Yes.
There's flooding in the back 9.
Absolutely. That was one of the very first concerns that we had in our meeting, because it becomes an issue of, okay, if we're gonna create this family center, and what needs to be fixed, and of course the first thing out of their mouths was our backside floods. You know, we flood. We've got to figure out a way to bring in lift, fix drainage, make it work the way it's supposed to go. They were the first ones to come up with it. They understand. Problem is, if you're going to sit down and say, okay, go.
Just, you know, we are talking to Charlie and his crew about coming here, but Charlie doesn't have the experience of what's there today. Right? He knows we had a lot of conversation. And, you know, we're a private entity, but we've talked about this in public before. You know, the golf course, and Kenny, who's our golf pro, is here, and it's not for lack of effort. The man works his butt off, he and his team.
No, I know.
Over there. Somebody here talked about, you know, praised them when they were up here. But that's why I made the comment what we were talking about. It can't continue to be the same thing. We have to do something different. That's why we approached this, man. To your point about the golf course, we estimated in the $110 million that we're talking about spending at this facility, we will spend very close to $5 million on just improving the drainage and the cart paths on that golf course. So our commitment, I made that point earlier, and I stress that is, we're committed to this. This is a huge investment for us, and we think because of his approach, which Kenny doesn't have the experience with, bringing Charlie on board, it's not to necessarily replace Kenny, it's to bring something different that he can work with to make this better.
Got it. No, I appreciate the answer on the flooding. So, any other questions, Councilman Diaz?
Thank you. And I just had some follow-up for Louis. I apologize for not asking earlier. I had written it down here and I forgot. A resident had brought up, and I think it's a lady in the back, had mentioned about maybe some synergy between this project and executive apartments. Are there plans to have them connect?
No. They're two very different residential communities with one of the beauties of, I think, what's happened in Miami Lakes is that we have a very wide berth of options for residents. Somebody talked about the affordability issue. Well, what the rents are here are very different than what the rents are at Executive. And so the Executive will stand on its own. We have a lender that, we have to deal with as well. And this will stand on its own. So the two properties will not be intermingled.
Thank you. And just two other quick questions, or rather one other additional question. Are there plans to add electric vehicle charging stations at the project?
Yes. In fact, we've been in discussion with the town. The ordinances, the building department now will demand that we have electric vehicle stations. When we did 6600, we did some on the first floor. We've added more on the second floor. We've added them in the garage, and we are going to be required by code to make, I think it's 10%? 10% of our parking spots have to be EV ready. Doesn't mean that the station's not there, but like anything else, we're in the business of renting apartments, and so if the demand is there, we add them. We will add them just like we added them over here.
Thank you.
Yes.
The floor is yours, Councilman Dieguez. Anything else? Anybody else you want to question?
No, this time I'm done.
Okay. Anybody else want to ask any questions before we go into rebuttal? Then we close the public portion of this and we go into our own deliberation, which at that point there won't be any more questions of the applicant or town staff. Seeing none at this point, town staff shall be given time for rebuttal if requested. Additionally, the applicant respondent shall be given time for rebuttal if requested. No. So at this moment, we are closing the public hearing. Council, we shall discuss this matter now in an open session and render decision. No further presentations or testimony shall be permitted unless directed by the town board unless directed by us conducting this public hearing. So, Council, anything you want to present? Anything you want to talk about?
I'm going to go ahead and just to get us in a posture to begin the discussion and go ahead and put a motion on the floor. Again, to get the process going, I'm going to move to approve the site plan with not only with the conditions advised by staff, but also with the additional conditions that were proffered by the applicant with respect to the escrow for the two right turn lanes. One of them on 154 turning directly into the project, the other one at 154 turning right onto 77th Avenue, in the amount of $300,000, with all the other conditions that they put on the record that they would agree to, including increasing that escrow amount depending on the cost of the project if it's higher than that amount, and again the other conditions that they spoke of. But that would be my motion to get us started.
Second.
Discussion, Council. I'm sure everybody's going to want to chime in at some point. Councilman Dieguez volunteers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I want to begin with my comments for the benefit of the public. Unfortunately, a lot of them are no longer here because public testimony took so long. But I think that it would benefit them as well as, whether they're watching this later or whether they're still watching live, to kind of understand the capacity in which we are reviewing this application tonight. Mr. Vasquez alluded to it earlier, but again, I just want to bring it back because listening to some of the public comments, I think that there's a disconnect in understanding our role in this particular vote that we're going to be taking. We are not sitting here as legislators. We're not sitting here making certain policy determinations about what kind of project should be there, right? We're not discerning between we want single-family homes here versus apartments. We are here in what is called a quasi-judicial capacity, in which we are applying the law as it exists. Most of the people in this room, and most of the people that are sitting at home would probably agree that we want our judges to apply the law as it is written, right? And so that is basically the standard in which we are acting tonight when we vote to approve or when we vote to deny. It has to be based on the specific criteria that is outlined in our code and is contained in the report, of which our professional staff has advised that the applicant is in complete compliance with each and every one of those policies and objectives and standards. So again, we are not acting with free range to consider any sort of criteria for determining whether to approve or deny this project. We are limited to what is in the code. And again, our staff report, the competent substantial evidence states that they are in compliance with that. Traffic, to the extent that it is included as part of that criteria, is only in that they need to pay X amount depending on the number of trips generated by the project, as their testimony has shown. So getting an additional traffic report is really only going to be about determining how much they actually need to pay. It's not, we all know that any new redevelopment on the site or any new refurbishment is going to lead to additional traffic. The hotel has basically been defunct for a good while now. And if a new operator were to come today and start operating at full capacity, we're going to see an increase in traffic there. Any kind of additional, activity on the property is going to lead to more traffic. I don't like that any more than anyone else, but that's not the standard that we're able to review this with. It's not about whether we like how much traffic is being generated. It's whether or not it complies with the code. Again, the evidence on the record shows that it does. Additionally, as Mr. Vasquez stated and has been mentioned multiple times, I did not know, because I didn't do the math after I went to law school, so I'm glad you did it for me, even though you're an attorney as well. 59% of the project is one bedroom, 59%, and then 41% is two bedrooms. That, I have a hard time seeing that we're going to have a whole lot of kids, living at these apartments. So for purposes of the concern raised by a resident on Zoom about whether or not this is going to have a significant impact on our schools, I don't see that based on, just, anecdotal evidence and just looking at what we're talking about, a one-bedroom apartment. I also want to point out that I think it is great that the Grahams have agreed to the escrow conditions for the property to build out those additional turn lanes that I do think will help to keep traffic flow moving on Miami Lakes Drive, especially when combined with the new left turn lane onto the Palmetto that we recently got a $400,000 grant from the state. So I think that this actually does help to the extent that it can, does at least mitigate some of the traffic impact that we are going to be seeing. I think it's also important to note the 10-foot sidewalks that we're going to be getting as part of this project. Anyone that has ridden bike on that existing sidewalk knows how narrow it gets when you're talking about the utility boxes that are there now, as well as the traffic signs. I know I've ridden on there multiple times. Deputy Town Attorney Lorenzo Corbier, I've seen him with his daughter riding on there and his son on a few occasions, and it can get pretty dicey when you're trying to corral kids. I know Councilman Collazo has also taken his boys when we've gone to bike rides on there, and it can get pretty scary at times. So I think that's an excellent addition there to improve walkability and even public safety in the surrounding area. The mayor was talking about the green space. Even if, yes, technically you're eating up some green space, there was an existing building there before, and I think what the mayor was ultimately driving at is that you're utilizing the existing footprint of the site, and you're not going beyond that. You're not reducing the amount of golf course space that exists. You're not cutting to any other, Part 3 space or anything else. So, there's been some comments about, including one that we got by email, discussing the loss of green space. Strictly speaking, we're not losing green space. I think it's great that, yes, we all agree that the golf course needs some TLC. We've said it ad nauseum. Golf courses tend to be losing propositions, and my concern is if it, for whatever reason, ever became unfeasible to continue carrying out the golf course operations at the site, that might lead to some form of deterioration of, on the golf course for those people that live on it, whether they're in Loch Lomond or whether they're in Loch Lomond West, the townhomes there. They love their golf course. So I think, it's important to support this entity and trying to make sure that they have the resources to not only maintain it, but also make it better. So I think that's a plus, even though, again, I'm getting more into some of the policy aspects rather than the site plan application, but I want to put my thoughts on the record in a complete fashion. I also wanted to address a comment made about the range of uses with respect to policy 1.1.2 here, talking about the specific range and intensity of uses appropriate in BO areas vary by location as a function of such factors as availability of public services, roadway access, and neighborhood compatibility. I believe when you read that sentence in context, it's specifically referring to the range of uses in the preceding sentences. Talking about the permitted uses in the BO designation, which is hotels, motels, hospitals, medical buildings, nursing homes, entertainment. I think that's the range of intense uses that they're talking about. I don't know that it's specifically talking necessarily strictly about height in that case. So I just wanted to address that for that resident. I already addressed the covenant on part 3. I wanted to clear up some confusion. There was a lot of discussion about the Baptist facility that was just approved by the council. It is not going at the same existing site on Wellness Way where we know Baptist is right now. It is going to be on the west side, on the other end, side of the Palmetto, and I just wanted to address that. I already addressed the school crowding issue. And then finally, as I begin to close, the Lucida denial, when it first came to us, well, I wasn't on the board. I don't think most of us were on the board at that time. But I think, if I recall correctly, that had more to do with an aesthetic sort of issue. And the mayor who was here, I think, can opine further on the basis of that denial that existed at that time, other than the school issue. But I think it was mostly about aesthetics. I don't think anyone objected to the design of the project itself, the aesthetics of the project. I think everybody agrees that it was a beautiful presentation and a great aesthetically pleasing project. So with that, I think that those are the legal reasons why I'm going to be supporting the project. And again, noting that traffic is, other than how much they pay mobility fees, is not a factor that we can consider to approve or deny the site plan. Those are the legal reasons, and then also those are the policy reasons why I think it actually behooves us to approve the project, even if, yes, I also have some heartburn with respect to the height of the project at 7 stories. It caught me by surprise, but again, the law is the law, and acting in our quasi-judicial capacity, I think that what we need to be is, as best as possible, apply the law as it is and as good jurors. And that would be the reasons why I made the motion.
Thank you, Councilman Dieguez. Councilman Alvarez, I know we haven't had a chance to get to you. I know you're online.
Mayor, we've heard sufficient information from the residents and from the applicant. I'd like for you to try to move this item so we can vote on it already. I think all council members, including yourself, have enough information to vote on this item. So I know where I stand already, and I appreciate all the comments that were heard. I'd like to get this going and call this to a vote, please.
Got it. There's been a motion and a second, and I think there's about 4 council members that need to speak, and then we'll be taking a vote. Anybody else want to? I know everybody's going to want to. Vice Mayor.
All right. So this is taking long enough, so I'm not going to belabor the point. But for me, it's about 2 things, right? We're looking at what's the alternative to not approving this site plan. The alternative is we have a company who is currently losing money on a golf course that the residents of Miami Lakes, at least I do, consider it a huge amenity for our residents. So the alternative would be what's happening down south in Kendall, Calusa Golf Course, where they ended up selling to developers, and developers are now fighting with the residents of that area because the developers want to turn that into more housing and not a golf course. We have a company who has severely underdeveloped this site. They have the opportunity for 900 units. They cut it down to 278 because it's what they need to cover the cost of a money-draining golf course that they want to keep in our town. For me, this really, that's what we should be talking about. The alternative to not having this project. And I believe it's a very nice project. Now, when you look at the alternative, and now you add on the fact that we have a program that is by many considered to be a world-class program moving to Miami Lakes in First Tee, I mean, you cannot tell me that this is not going to benefit the residents. Yes, traffic is terrible, but it's going to be even worse if you go for that alternative, which is even more development and no golf course and no First Tee and no commercial, no restaurants, the type of things that draw people into this town. So I'm 100% in support of this project.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilman, anything? Councilman Ron.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the beautiful presentation. Whenever the Graham companies present projects to us, aesthetics is never a problem. Beautification is your number one priority, and it shows in everything that you present to us. I've spoken to Javi several times. I have no issues with this project other than the height of the building and the fact that there is only one entrance and one exit to this property. I understand that that you have a right to develop more units, and I understand that the golf course is draining financially. I would like to see the same amount of units, perhaps a few more, in a lower scale building. I'd love to continue to keep the amenities, and I don't know if that's possible. And to me, just having one entrance and one exit in this site plan just isn't feasible. Like, it just doesn't seem like something that is going to work. So for those two reasons and those two reasons alone, I don't think that at that scale, at 7 stories, I just don't think, I think that the scale of it is out of character with the surrounding area. And I would hate for this to be the gateway project to allow for all of those other areas to scale up. So I would love to see another design that showed me a project of a building that was a little lower and find another exit for the project. But I really appreciate the presentation. It is a beautiful project.
Thank you, Councilman Verano. Councilman Collazo, Councilman Fernandez, anyone?
Thank you. I'm going to echo some of the Councilwoman Verano's comments. First of all, Graham companies are a class act. I mean, this community is blessed to have you guys as the major landowner here. The issue that hit me in the face was the same thing. You know, big building, right, as the key entry point into our community. And I agree with Councilman, Vice Mayor Rodriguez. What's the alternative, right? I think we made the alternative here for you, right? We wanted buildings of that scale and that size here in town center. I think the mayor takes the win around the track, so to speak, and says, look at what we want to attract. I think in that particular corner, that particular street corner, one means of egress, one means of entry is just not enough to support this project of that scale. So I'm not going to be voting in favor of that project.
Thank you, Councilman Collazo. Councilman Fernandez.
All right, thank you, Mayor. I've put most of my comments already on the table. I will tell you this: I wasn't completely surprised when I saw this project come before us. Susana, I don't know if you remember, during my councilman onboarding briefing, Susana walks in and opens this thing called the Flume, which is the future land use map, and it has all these pretty colors and shows you what can and can't be built. And I look at the map, and right in the middle is all this red, and I'm like, what? But the driving, and yeah, right. And so I figured that would be coming at some point, and so here we are. I think Vice Mayor Rodriguez hit it on the head, right? We have we're at a fork in the road. We can either be supportive of this project or continue down the path that we are. We have 2 shuttered businesses on that property, and we have a golf course that, is essentially on life support being built out, right? And so we're actually a step closer than Calusa was, because it's already owned by a developer, right? I think that's a big jump. It's one step closer to being built into townhouses. And I think we talk about the cows and where are the cows and when are we going to see the last of the cows? But I really can't and wouldn't want to imagine a Miami Lakes without that golf course. And I don't think anybody would. And so this is the fork in the road that we're at, and we have an opportunity to revitalize that area and turn it from what is now an eyesore into, I think something that will redefine the entrance to the town. So I will be in support of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Fernandez. I'll add some brief comments on the record. Based on the competent, substantial evidence presented by our staff and all the presenters today, I'll be voting in affirmative of this project. And to Councilman Diegues' point, so Lucida, I voted no twice, by the way. So it was, the first one was on compatibility with the neighbors, and then the second one was we were giving them a variance that we didn't give anybody else, right? So I voted no both times. So it is okay to vote no on development. So that I do agree with me. I voted no on 2 Graham developments, and Energy Mendes being one, and then the other one on Commerce in the past. But it's okay. Satori is another one, Satori site plan. So just, it is okay to vote no on these if you're not in favor. So Judge, I do want to put that on the record, because sometimes folks are like, well, we're going to get sued or not. Look, if you don't believe in something, you don't think it's right, just do what you believe in. Gateway to the town. Right now, you drive up into Miami Lakes, first thing you see is a shuttered hotel, a flooded golf course, and a closed restaurant that everybody talks about. Well, Miami Lakes in the 70s and 80s, that was the place to be. And as mayor, that hurts. You constantly hear that from people when you travel. Man, Miami Lakes, how awesome was Shula's restaurant? Man, that golf course. I used to play at that golf course 25 years ago, and and this is an opportunity to go back to those days. Have that capital invested here, like what we saw on Town Center do, which to me was really, really important. Talking about golf, for example, to me, one of the great things about this project is the accessibility to golf, right? Golf is seen as a sport of the elites. I'm someone who never played golf. It was never accessible to me till I became a council member and I got invited to a PACE golf tournament. It was the first time I sat in a golf cart and I played golf, no joke. But it was never accessible to me. So the first tee, having that accessibility to kids, 80% of those kids don't even pay. I think it's really, really awesome to see kids from our community everywhere that otherwise this will not be accessible to them. So I think that means a lot to me. The other thing I wanted to talk about was sometimes we take for granted that we're afforded these opportunities as a town, that people want to invest $110 million. Our economy is very fickle, right? Things change fast. I remember when we voted on the new building on Commerce Way. So all you got to do is drive on Commerce Way and you'll see that the Grahams walked away from a project. Why? Because the economy shifted. So who knows what happens a year, 2 years from now. Maybe if we don't, pass this tonight, maybe it never gets fixed. So I think, it's a great opportunity. The other one I wanted to touch upon was transparency. So the notice for this project, we're one of the few cities that changed the rules and we extended the notice requirements. Susanna, you remember when we changed that to thousands and thousands of feet more, so everybody gets noticed. The Miami Laker, which is another great amenity, every house in Miami Lakes gets the Miami Laker twice a month on their front porch. Linda, I see you right there. So, and this was on the front page, right? So the other one, the developer session, was afforded to all of our residents. It was advertised in the Laker as well. And then this public hearing was another opportunity. So I am very sensitive to hearing, because I agree, traffic is a problem. Traffic is always going to be a problem. Unfortunately, in South Florida, everybody wants to live here. But Town Center is the great example of what walkability does, what having nice amenity does, what being able to stay in your own apartment and work out and groom your dog and those types of amenities do for a community, that you don't need that many trips back and forth, and it starts converting an entire community. So I look forward to this breaking ground sooner rather than later, before the economy shifts, right? That's one of my biggest fears. All you got to do is, again, drive by Commerce Way, and you could see the negative impact that shifts in our economy have on local communities. That project's been standing there forever. Why? Because there's no demand for office space anymore, because everybody's working from home. But with that being said, I look forward to voting on this, and Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Item 13B, Council Member Diegues.
Yes.
Council Member Alvarez.
Yes.
Council Member Fernandez.
Yes.
Council Member Collazo.
No.
Councilmember Ruano,
No.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez,
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
Yes.
Item 13B passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're moving on to the next item that got pulled, which is item 12A. Mr. Attorney.
Ordinances, second reading, bond ballot language. An ordinance of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, pursuant to the requirements of the general laws and the Constitution of the State of Florida and the Town of Miami Lakes Charter, for the holding of a bond referendum election in conjunction with the regular municipal election of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida on November 8th, 2022, to consider the question of whether the town shall be authorized to issue general obligation bonds of the town in an aggregate principal amount of not exceeding $25 million, payable from unlimited ad valorem taxation, bearing interest at rates determined at the time of sale thereof, not exceeding the maximum legal interest rate at such time, to improve community health and the public green space by renovating recreational facilities at Miami Lakes Optimus Park, as described herein, and to pay costs of insurance of such bonds, providing for an effective date. Mr. Mayor, if I could have 1 minute of personal privilege, I guess, just
Yes.
to read something. All right. As far as the case law is concerned on freeholder, most people believe that freeholder means that you own the property. That is not necessarily true. Freeholder can also mean people who lease the property, but that doesn't matter. The United States Supreme Court, in the case that I gave you guys, said, and I'm going to read it clearly, although owners of real property have interests somewhat different from the interests of non-property owners in the issuance of general obligation bonds is the key word. There is no basis for concluding that non-property owners are substantially less interested in the issuance of these securities than are property owners. There is no adequate reason to restrict the franchise on the issuance of general obligations bonds to property owners. The provisions of the Arizona Constitution and statutes as applied to exclude non-property owners from elections for the approval of the issuance of general obligations bonds violate the Equal Protection Clause of the United States Constitution. It's that simple and it's that straightforward. That is Supreme Court precedence since 1970. Why it still says freeholder in our Constitution, I have no clue and couldn't care less. The fact is, if you were to restrict this only to property holders on general obligation bonds, we would be sued 3 minutes later. In 35 years, in almost 35 years of practicing law, I have never heard of the concept of only allowing a property owner to vote on general obligation bonds. If they were different types of bonds affecting a certain district, a certain street, for example, CDDs, etc., that's one thing. Our counsel, who's here, has the same opinion. It's that simple. There's no need to be writing legal memorandum. You know, it gets tiring when I have 33,000 of the 33,000 residents, people walking up constantly wanting legal opinion. Our time is limited. There's a reason why we have a retainer. And if you really need a legal opinion, there isn't one of you here who hasn't asked me for one and doesn't get it almost immediately. But I'm not going to be giving legal opinions to people that are to people of the public and to non-lawyers and to non-lawyers, to non-participants who are lawyers. It gets old. I provided a legal opinion for the bridges because of some of the actions of some of the citizens, and I passed the bill along to this council, and the city paid it. My partner was livid when he had to sit there and spend all kinds of time answering those questions. It borders on being offensive to us as a law firm. And frankly, we take it that way. And my response to you was intended to the person that was up here complaining about it. Thank you.
Wait, how much was that bill for?
That was about $2,000 of my partner's time. He had to take an entire day responding to this person who doesn't have a clue as to what was going on in the litigation. And we told him and explained it to him while he sat here and bombarded you with those emails, to the point where, rightfully, you asked me to look into it. Because as councilman, you are concerned when a lawyer is telling you that your law firm is that wrong. I get it. I'm not blaming you. But just know that that's what happened. My partner was livid because he was the one handling that part of the litigation, saying this guy doesn't have a clue as to what's going on here. And I don't mean to offend a resident, but when you go over the top, bombarding and bombarding and bombarding, listen, if you put yourself in the arena, you got to, and you're taking punches, you're going to get hit back sometimes. It's that simple.
Yes, Councilman Guam.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Mr. Gastesi, I was the council member that asked for the legal opinion. With all due respect, it was not intended to waste anyone's time. It was simply because I'm a council member but not an attorney.
Right.
And so that is what that.
And we responded, and it's a legitimate question. But when it's taken to the next step, to sit here and offend my law firm from the dais in front of dozens of people, that's the part that I have the problem with. And frankly, sometimes we take it and take it and take it, but every once in a while, we're going to hit back. And that's just the way I am, and that's just the way I'm going to be.
I understand, and I completely understand your point. I requested the legal opinion because I was receiving information that I did not know how to digest, and I was not comfortable telling a resident that we were or were not in compliance with all of those Florida statutes that were being sent to me. So that is why I requested the legal opinion. I never have any intention of wasting anyone's time. If it is your opinion and Mr. Cobiella's opinion that is not something that we have an issue with, then that's all that I wanted, was just simply a statement saying from my legal team, this is not something that we have to worry about. We reviewed it, and that's that.
And we provided that. I think we provided that with a copy of the case law and everything else. I am not responding to the council, and I'm not complaining about the council. I'm just defending my law firm and its reputation. Lorenzo's even madder than I am.
Okay, and I don't think it's a reflection of your reputation at all. I mean, we are the ones that hire your law firm, and we have every confidence that you do your job correctly.
My comments are not directed at a single member of this council. They are not directed at this council. They are directed at others. It's that simple.
Understood.
Raul, you touched upon something early on that I want Lorenzo to expand upon real quick, because there are folks using a certain word that I don't think they know the definition to, and I would prefer that everybody get educated on this to stop using it. I know nobody is doing it in a derogatory fashion, but Lorenzo, if you can expand upon that, because I think it's important to educate not only maybe the council, but the public, so certain words can stop being used.
On the term freeholder, I mean, it's a term that carries over from English law. It deals with the common law and how people would hold property. You would hold it as a freehold estate, and still those words are sometimes used as far as when somebody takes something in fee simple, or they take it as a freeholder, right? So, but when it came over and we adopted the law, we became a country, it meant it started to be used as a way to allow people to take office. So you could only take office if you were a freeholder. What did a freeholder mean? Freeholder usually meant that you were white, male, and consequently you own property. So you could vote, you could own, you could be elected to office, you could do certain things in society. And so as the country continued to develop and you had emancipation and slavery ended, it was also a way to be able to make sure that certain segments of society were not able to participate in the electoral process, were not able to hold certain offices, weren't able to do certain things in society. So as, again, the country has developed, it's been seen as discriminatory to discriminate someone based on the fact whether they are a freeholder or not. It's still in several states. You'll still see it creep up, although it's kind of been discontinued as a term in most states throughout the union. What Mr. Gastesi said, though, is still right. In the state of Florida, it's still in the language, in the statutes, it's in the Constitution. Why? I really don't understand why. But sometimes it can be used for certain votes on like certain special taxing districts, let's say, or like, you know, the other forms of government where people have just a very small interest in a particular property. And but that is it's the extent of how it can be used legally. It's really a term that has been discontinued in most of the United States.
Thanks, Lorenzo. I hope it puts all this to bed and everybody just, you know, we just keep moving forward. So, is there anything else, Mr.? Are there any motions on the table for this item before we take up any presentations? Or I know there's some folks here. Staff had told me there's some folks. No, you're right. There's the public comments on this. I promised that there would be public comments on this. This is open. Is there anybody online as well for public comments? Anybody in person wishing to speak on this item, which is item 12A. Item 12A. No one wishing to speak online or in person?
Nobody's unmuting. I see participants, but if anybody wishes to speak, just please unmute yourself.
Public comments is closed. We're moving on. Any motions to get this moving forward on discussion?
Mayor, I'll make an initial motion to approve it, but then I'll be making an amendment as well.
Second for discussion.
There's a motion and a second. Vice Mayor, sometime you want to make another
Yeah,
motion?
Mayor, we have a subject matter expert with us here today, Ms. Pegeen Hanrahan. Ms. Hanrahan served for many years as an elected official in the city of Gainesville. She served both as a city commissioner and then for 6 years as the mayor of Gainesville. She's now affiliated with the Trust for Public Lands, who we have partnered with to help guide us through this whole process. She's going to be able to give us advice on the ballot language, and as well as helping us with feasibility studies and things of that nature to make sure that we're providing, to help identify what are the questions that our residents have, what are the things that are uncertain for the residents, and help us be able to tailor our educational campaign to help answer as many questions as possible for our residents. And I'd like for Ms. Hanrahan to be able to give you her presentation and be able to detail some of her opinion on some of these, the ballot language especially.
Very good. Mayor Sid, very nice to see you again. My name is Pegeen Hanrahan, and I am with the Trust for Public Land. I've worked for the Trust for Public Land for about 17 years now, and all I really do is help city and county governments, occasionally states, but mostly city and county governments, to fund their outdoor recreation priorities. And it really varies across the board. Can be parks, trails, schoolyards, open space. It really varies a lot, and we're starting to see a lot of measures where communities have other things they want to do as well. We'll do 2 bonds, one on parks, one on libraries, something along those lines. In this election cycle, it's been a real honor to work with your staff here in the town of Miami Lakes. I am familiar with Miami Lakes because I serve on the board of the Graham Center at the University of Florida, so I used to have to come and make a pilgrimage here to see Senator Graham. Now they live in Gainesville, so I get to see them more frequently, which is terrific for me. But anyway, I really love your town. It's a beautiful town, and as you heard testimony tonight, so many people who've lived here for so many decades is really speaking a lot about how much people love it here. I'll be brief. I think you have done a terrific job so far. Your attorneys and your staff, Mr. Bagdown has done a great job really putting together a strong team here. I am aware that in your first hearing there was a reordering of the ballot language in which you put the second part first and the first part second, and I did provide to your staff, and you have available our long tradition, and is really very common in all of the ballot measures. The ones I've worked on most recently here in Miami-Dade County are the city of Doral, worked in North Bay Village, We've worked twice with Miami-Dade County, and we've been working a lot to try to talk to Miami-Dade County about a new funding source, because their parks, as you likely know, are under a lot of stress. We always really have the language in the way that it was originally presented to you, where you lay out the purposes of the bond, list out, and you've done a great job listing out the purposes of how Miami Lakes Optimist Park will be renovated. It's very specific, it's very clear, and then you follow with sort of the legalese. And so to the degree you have that leeway, we would really encourage you to flip that back. I actually brought with me a document that sort of shows a bunch of different Florida bond language that was presented, you know, in the way that your bond language was originally presented. It will take, as you know, the legislature has really cracked down on local governments doing anything that might be perceived as advocacy. And so, you know, we will be very happy to work with a citizens group. I know that there's a group of advocates that have already formed together to make sure that everybody has access to information that helps them understand what the city's plans, what the town's plans are, and so on. But that will be entirely privately funded. Are there any questions?
No.
Nope.
I have a question because I was the person that proposed the flipping of the language.
Sure.
Of the ballot question. Am I to assume that having the purpose first, and then when you say legalese, to me that's the cost or the you know, the amount, the burden on the taxpayer? Am I to assume that having it the other way around is more favorable for an outcome where the voter would vote yes? Is that what the point is, to turn it around?
I think that in general it probably is more favorable, to be honest with you, but I also think that it's kind of, honestly, one of the things that happens, especially in a county like Miami-Dade where you have a very long ballot, is we see a lot of drop-off as things get lower in the ballot. And so it also helps keep people's attention as to what it is exactly this is about. So in my own view, it helps with sort of the clarity as well. But to be honest with your answer, yes, I think it is more likely to lead to a positive vote when people see what the benefits are right up front.
Understood. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
So I was on the prevailing side of that vote, but I'd like to go ahead and make a motion to revert to the original ballot language.
I'll second that motion. That was going to be my amendment. I believe, as Ms. Hanrahan stated, that is the proper way that we should have it. It's the way they recommended it. It's the way that the professionals advise that we do it. So I think we should switch it back to the way we had it, where it starts with to improve community health and public green space.
So should we leave the entire ballot how it was originally, or, because I know you manipulated some of the words like baseball fields or athletic fields, and we took on some amenities, took off some amenities. So the motion is to go back to how it originally was prior?
No,
Okay.
that's not the motion.
So then
the motion
for
is
the
to
purpose of people who are not following the motion, if you can go ahead and
Sure.
exactly what.
The motion is to have it start with to improve community health and public green space, and that first sentence, that first three lines that it starts with shall the town will be moved to the end. If you're looking at the red line, it's still there, shall the town, and that'll be at the end. That's the motion.
Got it. There's a motion and a second. Discussion on this. Discussion on
And
this.
I think, Mr. Mayor, I think it's important for the council to understand, if we truly want this park to be approved, this is the best way. If what we want is for this to pass, putting it this way is what's going to give us the best opportunity to do that. So changing it around, you're right. Exactly. Changing it around to have it the way that it is, that was changed to, really you're doing ourselves a disservice and putting the project at jeopardy, because the professionals have told us that the best way.
But Vice Mayor, to be very, very honest with you, I agree with you 100%, but we didn't get this info, right? I think I personally think the vote would have been different
I agree.
I think if
agree.
you were here last meeting, I think the conversation would have been
Well,
different.
it wasn't,
Because it opened, I mean,
we weren't supposed to be designing a question for a yes vote. We were supposed to just be putting the information out there. So
I was not
this
in
can
favor
go
of it. I
either
voted
way,
against
right?
it.
So at this point, the idea is to write a ballot question that will persuade the voter to vote yes. That is what we're voting on right now, correct?
No, no.
No,
So
what
sh-
we're voting
I
on
just wanna make
is
it
to
clear.
write the ballot question in a form that a professional who does this for municipalities
That
all over the
puts us
country.
in a better posture for a
puts
yes vote.
Correct.
All
well,
right,
well,
understood.
here's what was impactful for me that you said was, because you're right, the ballot drop-off on presidential elections is ridiculous. I know there's a couple candidates here today. They're going to be shaking folks' hand, and they're going to be, yeah, I'm going to vote for you. And they're going to vote for president and walk out. So just FYI. But that happens with everything else. So if it's in a better posture to get more participation, that's what interests me more. I want as many residents to participate in this as possible. So your opinion on participation is what is moved me to vote in affirmative, because I think the more people whose voices are heard, the better the outcome is, whatever the residents decide. So it moved me just hearing the participation, because you're right. In a presidential election, everybody's out there trying to convince them. My first election, there was 3,000 people that voted for president. 3,000 more people that voted for president than voted for my council list. So that means they skipped. They live here in the town. I represent them, but they skipped voting for me or against me. So, but I think the participation part is what has caught my attention. It's changed my perspective on this. So, thank you. Any further discussion, council?
Yeah, no, and thank you so much for your expert testimony, but I'm going to be actually very, very candid with you. I really appreciate your honesty, because it took a lot of courage to actually answer that question in an honest manner, because you can see it's a very polarizing issue, right? And I'm not so much in disagreement of changing the ballot language. I support the language, especially how you framed it, but it's very telling, right? It's very telling of kind of what we're trying to do here. At the end of the day, I think it's on us to be very transparent with the education process, and I know that there's a PAC committee. I know one of us here even chairs the PAC committee that's going to persuade voters one way. There's another PAC that's being formed to persuade voters the other way, right? So this is going to be a full-on brawl, but I appreciate your honesty, and I think that's something that you bring to the table that's refreshing in politics, and really I value your integrity, so thank you so much.
Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
No.
Got it. Sounds it was 4-2. Okay. We're on to the main motion as amended. Seeing no further discussion, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Dieguez.
No.
Councilmember Alvarez is absent. Councilmember Ruano.
No.
Councilmember Collazo.
No.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
Yes.
It's a tie.
Okay. Item fails. We're on to the next item. What item is that? We're on to the next item, which is, no, I just want to make sure we're in the proper. Yes.
I think it's 10C, no? On which item?
So the second reading failed.
Yeah, second reading failed. Because there was a 3-3 tie on the ballot language.
And I will say this, I respect my colleagues that voted against it, but the only thing that bothers me, and I'm going to be very honest with you guys, is this has all been moving forward. We're all going to present it to the voters. I get it. You guys are going to vote against it at some point. But I wish we had a full council to at least vote on this and have, because this was a priority of Councilman Alvarez. And I'm sure if he would have felt that this was, he probably would have been here or stayed online. But I'm just saying this was a priority of Councilman Fernandez. You guys have more the right to vote no. So I'm good with it, but I wanted to put that on the record as well, because this was a priority of one of your colleagues who's not here, I would have shown the deference.
And
I
I'll
think to
and
you
I'll,
all,
and
so.
I'll take a point of personal privilege to address it as to myself, which is that I voted against it the first time as well. So I don't think it's been a surprise as far as where I'm coming from on this. And for me, what's changed, and obviously I was not here earlier. I was finally taking an opportunity to use the restroom. For me, this project just, in terms of the scale of it, is just not something I'm willing to support. It's gotten way too expensive for my taste. I understand we're voting on the ballot language. Okay, but I just don't want, for me, the reason why I voted no last time is it is being deceiving, in my view, to the people out there to say that I'm supportive of the project by advancing the different pieces forward. So that is the reason for myself why I'm voting no.
Look, Mr. Manager, can you please explain for the record what's going to happen to all the work that we've put into this item from now, at this point, because of this vote?
I'm checking to see.
If this was the question, the deadline for us to submit a reso or an ordinance to the supervisor of elections of any questions that is going to go on the ballot is Friday, May 20,
No.
I'm sorry, Friday, July 29th.
Okay. So, here's what's going to happen. If there is not a reconsideration by this council, and July comes and goes, and it fails, and the ballot or the bond question will not be on the November ballot.
Well, I'd like to make a motion to consider the original language that we debated on here, right, prior to today, and put the ballot question as we all agreed to. I understand what the expert testimony is coming forward. I don't think that this project should fail. I think it should be in the hands of the voters. And I don't think, I liked how it was phrased. I like the fact that we were being very transparent. 25 million, you get this. And everybody here, other than the Councilman Dieguez.
I didn't vote for that. I didn't vote for that change.
So
Neither did the mayor.
Council member, I'm not a parliamentarian, but you were on the prevailing side.
Yep.
So you could ask for reconsideration of this item.
I'd like to bring back the item. I'd like to bring back the ballot language, how we voted on it last time.
Mr. Peterman, you're correct. Since he was on the prevailing side, he can bring back the item, revive it.
I'll second it for discussion. My only issue with to be honest with you, Councilman Collazo, my only issue with approving this language is what was put into the public testimony, which is the drop-off. And I wouldn't even mind a standalone ballot at this point, but the drop-off of voters, I think the more people that are educated, one way or the other, the better. But the drop-off of voters.
Can I ask a question with regards to that?
Yep.
If the drop-off happens right after people vote for president, how do they even get to this question? What's the difference with the order of the sentences?
Through the mayor. So the typical drop-off that we see from the top of the ticket, it really sort of continues to go down as you get all the way. Usually, obviously you start with the federal races and then and constitutional amendments and all kinds of things, state stuff, and then you get down to the municipalities at the very, very end.
Mm-hmm.
So
So this would be one of the last questions
it
on
will
the
be
ballot.
it will be one of the last questions. If not, it may even be the last question. I'm
Right,
not
so
sure.
if it's the last question, I can't imagine that someone's going to drop off that question just because of the order of how it's written. You either get to the end of the ballot or you don't.
I think that's a fair statement. And I do feel strongly that in order to get people to vote the entire ballot, they have to sort of know that there's something there that they're interested in
Correct.
and
They have to be
be
well-educated.
motivated by. I do think that anything that sort of catches their eye, I mean, we see differences in terms, I will sit and analyze on a given ballot, like not just how did they vote on this item, but how did they vote on a different question, like a different fiscal question, because sometimes you'll have schools, or sometimes you have libraries or something like that. And there are there are changes in between every different item. And so to me, you're just trying to do anything to keep the voters' interest and intent. The intent of the city or the town, I presume, is, to renovate the park and to give people the opportunity to vote on whether or not to renovate the park. Our goal is really to help you you know, do that as well as you can. It needs to be ethical, it needs to be legal, it needs to be transparent. I think those are all values that everybody here shares. It's only 75 words either way. So, you know.
Thank you.
Look, I've been very adamant about this. We have an expert who came here and said that the order matters. The order matters. So, I mean, when you say we manipulated, I added more information. Restrooms and parking facilities is why I needed to remove baseball, because I needed to let the residents know that we're also improving one of the biggest problems. You should know because you're there every weekend. Parking at that park is atrocious. Atrocious. So I needed to make sure that they understood that one of the things that is being part of this project, and one of the important parts of this project, is the parking facilities are being improved. That is why I removed baseball because it's a 75-word count, and I needed to take out 2 words to add 2 words. And I thought, well, athletic fields encompasses baseball. Where can I cut 2 words to gain 2 words? So when you say manipulation, it's a little disingenuous. I was adding information to the ballot language. Now, the order clearly matters. If not, the expert wouldn't be here. The expert wouldn't have presented it to us 10, 15 different versions with it in that order. So if we want the residents to have a fair shot at voting on this, I think we need to put it back the way that she had suggested.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And you know what? I guess it's the connotation, or maybe how you took the word manipulation and used it in a negative context. I didn't mean to cast a negative shadow of what you were trying to do. It was clear that we were removing certain words, adding certain words, and truncating the messaging. I like the fact that the voters see 25 million and you get this. There's a clear reason why she came and gave testimony. It's to push. It's to give it a better chance of passing, right? But when I read that, I'm looking at it.
So you don't want to give it a better chance of passing?
No, to me, it's
you
a
don't
more
want to
honest,
give it a better chance.
No,
Got
to
it.
me, it's just a more honest statement if a voter says, for $25 million, I'm getting this. I'm not just getting this, and then pay $25 million. The $25 million gets my attention. I think it's more transparent. I think that's why it passed. That's why it got to second reading.
Well,
now we're making it that it doesn't work. And I get what the expert's saying. And if she wasn't so honest with her testimony, and I appreciate that. Those were my first comments. I'm going to be quite honest with you. I would have gone with it. But the fact that we're trying to persuade or that we're trying to slant this is the exact reason the Florida legislature doesn't want us campaigning. It's the very reason that they're putting parameters around the way that we disseminate information in public. And she just said, this is something that slants this question. So no, morally, not morally, I don't want it. I want it, I play in those same fields that you do. But morally, because it's to slant, it's to sell, I'm compelled not to.
I'm the individual that asked to have this turned around, and the reason why I requested that is because I have always, as a voter, I have always felt that the questions are persuasive. Why? Because they tell you all the bells and whistles first, and if you don't keep reading, you never actually get to the dollar amount. You never actually get to your fiscal impact. So for me, it was important to be as transparent as possible, is to start off with the price tag and say, particularly in the economy that we're living in today, to start off with that number. This is a $25 million decision. And for $25 million, you're going to get X, Y, and Z. If X, Y, and Z are important to you, you will vote yes. If you turn it around, in my opinion, it is persuasive. And I've always felt that as a voter. And I agree that most questions are written that way. That's how almost everything that I voted on has been written. And you have to be a very well-educated voter to not just vote yes for the hell of voting yes. And so that's what I wanted to avoid in this question. That's the reason why I turned it around. And no one seemed to have a problem with it. Now it's a big problem because now it puts us in an unfavorable position to have this question voted yes. And we're not supposed to be in any position. We're supposed to give it to the voter, put it in their hands, and let them decide. And if the voters are okay with $25 million, as this council seems to think that they are, then they'll vote yes and it won't be a problem. From the get-go, I said that we exceeded what the voters would want, that this project had to be scaled down. But that's what this council decided, and I've respected up until this point. But I feel disrespected where we voted on something last month, and now we have someone that comes in specifically to have us turn this question around because the vote that we did last month, someone was unhappy with. Because we were perfectly fine last month with what we voted and with the language. Well, you voted no, but others didn't. So are we going to do this now every time that we vote on something? Is, you know, bring it back 30 days later and bring an expert and have them change our mind? Like, I think that's wrong. I wouldn't do that to anyone else.
All right, to me, I feel a little bit of deja vu because, and stemming back from the bridges and the bridge situation, I think we're in a position where we have members of the council that are opposed to an item, and then they continue to try to sabotage the prevailing item. If we are not for building this park, why put it to the voters? If we don't want to, if 4 of us on this council do not want to build this park, then it doesn't go to the voters. But 4 of us have decided that this is going to the voters. And so I'm done negotiating with terrorists. I'm done. We have ample time. We have July 29th. I'm not voting to revert the language. I'm not seating. If that goes up for a vote, I will vote no. And when Councilman Alvarez, who is a staunch proponent of this, is present, then we will vote this ballot language down 4-2. 4-3. Right? That's it. That's it. I'm done. I'm done. If you don't agree with something, that's great. Put it on the record. But you have to live with the fact that if 4 of us approve something, that is the direction that the bus is moving. You either get out of the way of the bus or the bus will run you over. I'm done. I'm done. Good night.
So point of order, where are we
You can call the
procedurally on
questions.
this?
There was a motion, and I
Was there a
don't
second?
think there was a second.
That's
for-
what I'm
Yes,
saying.
I
There
have a
was,
motion.
Madam Clerk?
I'll second it.
I have a motion by Councilmember Collazo. Motion to consider the original language we discussed earlier. And it was seconded by Mayor Sid. I understood.
Okay.
Motion made like 5 minutes ago.
Madam Clerk,
Motion to reconsider the language, right? Councilman Collazo?
Mm-hmm.
The original language you all discussed earlier. Am I
The or-
right?
He's talking about the original language as originally presented without my manipulations, is what he suggested.
No, actually, I like your
Can we state the
manipulations.
motion for the record?
I
That would be
like the
even better.
manipulations. I'm saying how it was originally presented in the agenda. To move the issue forward, okay? To move the issue forward, not to lose any time, to move the issue forward.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Dieguez.
No.
Councilmember Collazo.
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano.
Madam Clerk, can you restate what we're voting on, please?
Okay, motion to
apologies.
consider the original language which is included in the agenda and to move it forward so that you all do not lose time. Am I correct, Councilmember Collazo?
The original language as we voted on it last month.
Correct. As presented in the agenda, in tonight's agenda.
Yes.
Okay. Yes. Councilmember Fernandez?
No.
Councilmember Alvarez is absent. Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Yes.
Yes. Mayor Sid?
No.
No. So we have 3 no's and 3 yes. The motion fails. 3, 1, 2, 3. I have, and I'm gonna, for the record, Councilmember Dieguez voted no. Councilmember Fernandez voted no. Mayor Sid voted no. Councilmember Collazo voted yes. Councilwoman Ruano voted yes. Vice Mayor Rodriguez, I understood you voted yes. 3 and 3, motion fails.
I did because I'd rather see this go forward to the residents than all this work that we've done and all the begging and pleading that the residents of this community have been asking for decades gets thrown out the window because we can't agree on what order we want to see this in. Right? That's what we're really fighting
Madam
over
Clerk,
here.
just change my vote to
So-
a yes to move it forward. That's fine.
We've wasted our residents' time.
change
We've
my vote
wasted our
to yes.
residents'
Okay,
money.
Vice Mayor, with
Change my
all
vote
due
to yes.
respect, for purposes of
move
the
it forward.
record, Mayor Sid is changing his vote to a yes. We have 3 noes, we have 4 yes, this motion passes. 4-2.
4 to 2.
Oh, I'm sorry, 4-2. Right, I'm sorry, 4-2.
No, not item 10C. We have committee reports that they've been waiting here all night long.
Okay.
Education Advisory Board.
Good evening. Long night, everybody. Thank you for your patience. Real quick, we're requesting a waiver of the committee rules to appoint Mr. Maritza Cost to the Education Advisory Board as a student advisor. Mr. Cost is the only applicant for this position, and he's a student of HML. Unfortunately, he does not live in the town or work in the town, 2 things that are out of his control. So at this time,
I'll move to waive the rules to
I'll
appoint
second.
Maritz.
There's a motion, a second. Any discussion?
Yes.
Yes, Councilman Diaz.
Thank you. And I know I'm probably going to be the jerk that's going to be the only one voting no. But look, I mean, we just changed the rules to be very specific about, keeping our committees for town residents. I do not want to lay a precedent, not so much for your committee, but for other committees now to go ahead and start changing that or giving us, you're saying, look, you did it here, so you got to do it for me too. I'm just not comfortable opening up that box after we just shut it. That's the only reason why. Maritz is an awesome, student, an awesome individual, and he's been super involved. It's not against him. It's just about I don't want to go down this door. Again, we just closed it. So that's the basis for my no vote, and that's the only reason why.
I just want to add some nice words to Maritz. Something that really moved me recently, I was at the HML graduation, and the valedictorian came up, and when she spoke, she said, I was told not to go to HML. A lot of us were told not to go to HML. And Maritz, to his credit, I mean, HML is the zone school for Miami Lakes. Miami Lakes doesn't have a zone school anymore. HML is it. That's the official zone school for Miami Lakes. So he said, the reason I'm going to HML, because he could have gone anywhere in the county, was to help change the culture and revive it. He's, I think, raised $20-something thousand to revive the planetarium, do all these great things. So while, yes, he might not reside here, he bleeds Miami Lakes. And what he did alone, what he's doing for HML, and what that means for our community, all the kids that are going to be going there, it means the world to me. So, and I heard that firsthand from the valedictorian of that class. They're like, hey, why they told me not to go, and hearing that story of him and his friends that went there really moved me. So I'm 100% in favor.
Thank you, Mayor.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
There's one no vote, Councilman Diegues. The motion passes.
Thank you. Moving forward, we also need approval of $10,000 for HML for signage. I know that in your agenda you have the quote of what they're requesting. Like Mr. Mayor said, their HML is in great need of aesthetics. Their attendance is down. They need some new students, so they're asking for signage. Maybe this will improve the enrollment at HML.
I'll move to approve the request.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion.
I'm a no vote.
There's one no vote.
Thank you.
Motion passes.
Good evening.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for being patient. Elderly Affairs Committee, I know Dottie was here.
Yeah.
Dottie was here. She was ready to do a report.
I'll
but I
move,
know
though,
she-
to adopt the transfers that she's requesting.
That's
I told
fine.
her I would do that for her.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. The Youth Center Council, welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, honorable council members. Good night, we're like it, but here we are. My name is Lucia Bring. I am the chairwoman for the Youth Center Council. And I was here with our sponsor, Austin, but he had to go. So I'm just gonna give you a quick preview of what has happened since our elections on February until now and what we plan on doing for the future. Since February, which was the month in which I got chosen for my position, we have had an improvement in attendance thanks to the council members advocating or themselves taking up plazas in events. For example, we had in this March, we've had 2 events in which our council members have filled up because of the fact that they had been requested for multiple times and were unable to be filled. We had a financial literacy workshop, which I attended, and a Bolero field trip, which was the second time in March that it had actually been asked for. And this time around, thanks to our council members attending, we were able to fulfill the spots. And then back in February, we had a top golf field trip that we were able to fulfill thanks to our council members. And thanks to our advocacy and things like that, we've gotten an increased interest for a program that Austin actually started in around November for esports. So that's definitely something we're looking forward to. And I mean, thanks to myself and my 10 other members, like, we are getting an interest there. As far as future plans go, we have multiple open hangs that we are planning. There are a lot of ideas dealing with games, board games, teaching children how to play chess, checkers, things like that. We do have an idea for a video game open hang. Personally, I like this idea a lot because we were suggesting doing physical video games like Just Dance. So that was really fun. And we are planning on doing a lot of community service projects, like working at homeless shelters, helping out with beach cleanups, things like that, to help not only get the youth involved, but as a community be like, hey, we're here for everyone. We are also, hopefully, through this summer, getting a start on programs again. We want to see if we can get a start on a teen book club, because we do have an adult book club and we do have a preteen and children's book club, but we don't happen to have one for the teens of the town. So we definitely do want to start that. One of our members also suggested that we might have a bilingual reading group, so we would have students read not only English literature but Spanish literature. So that's an idea. We're also planning on seeing if we can do from 15 to 20 volunteers a tutoring program to help out from the little ones to the high school students in our community. There is an idea for a music program to hopefully teach kids how to play. We want to see if we can collaborate with like the local Samashes, the music stores. Yeah, that's a plan. We're also trying to settle arrangements to see if we can start a culinary program. So that's ongoing. We also have an idea to have the children of the town start a butterfly project, in which we'll like get them the little, they're literally called butterfly projects, in which they get a caterpillar and they help the caterpillar grow and they check on it every now and then, and the caterpillars will lay eggs, and then eventually from that they watch the whole process and then release the butterflies. So that was an idea. And then an idea that I personally brought up that I'm very excited for is hopefully this November hosting Youth Month, which will be a Model United Nations hosted by the Youth Center, in which we'll basically present committees and have students from all the schools in the town come in and speak and do a Model UN like per usual. So that's on the committee report.
That is awesome. Hey, I'll make a motion to accept the report.
I'll second that.
Any questions you have? Great job.
Excellent
You did an
job.
awesome
Thank
job.
you so
All those in
much.
favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. And I'm pretty excited about the Youth Council, all the awesome things that you all are doing. It's amazing. It's
And there's
about-
your, there's your sponsor to support you. He's back in the room.
Council, quick question. It's about to be 11 o'clock. Do you guys want to keep going or adjourn at 11?
I'll move to extend another 45 minutes. Because I think we can clear it in that time. Right, we have 2
11:45.
items that we pull from consent.
Yep,
And
item
then
10C and 10E.
Yeah.
Item 10C, I pulled with you, Councilman Diegues. Just had some questions on that. I know Hemang's here, I know Clarissa worked on this. Hemang, questions for you, if you don't mind.
You want to take up the motion on the extension now, or?
Oh, yeah. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any
No.
opposed? See-
No.
There's a no on the extension. Yeah, my main thing on the website, just wanted to hear from you guys, was on the usability. How user friendly is it? I mean, we know we have residents from all age groups. Some people are very savvy. Other folks need a little bit of help. And then the transparency portals are really, really important to me. So just the more info, the more data we have on there. So I don't know, what were you guys' thoughts? What's exciting about this? What's new?
So, Clarissa de Cardenas, Communications Director. So what we're mostly looking forward to is a, oh my God, what's the word? Hold on. Sorry, it's almost 11. Is a responsive website. So meaning anybody who is either on a laptop or on a cell phone or on a laptop or on a iPad, excuse me, can easily navigate the website, meaning it reduces in size and changes its icons so to accommodate those different sizes. It will be ADA responsive. We hope to use a lot of images and videos to make it aesthetically pleasing to the eye. And on the back end, on what we manage, we feel it's going to be an easier platform to update, which makes it easier. There's minimal HTML language that needs to be learned and trained, so it'll be easier for the different departments to update their own pages if needed and things of that nature.
Any other questions on the website, Councilman Diego?
No, I think you hit on the nail on the head as far as what I was looking for, which was to understand better the scope of work. Because right now, the website as it exists is very difficult to navigate. It is not user-friendly at all, and it's just cumbersome. So I just wanted to better understand what the scope of work was going to be, and I think you addressed that. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Hemang, question for you on the Imagine site. How is it going to interact with this one? Because Bill was one of the folks that reached out to me and shared some thoughts on how to communicate it and intertwine that with our site and stuff. I don't know if you remember, you commented on a post, yeah. So he shared some thoughts. I did tell him I know you have that portal too, that he could send the info directly to you. But just wanted to add that in there because I know a lot of folks love that site and want more information and more accessibility.
Yeah, as Herman Cure from Innovation and Technology, the Imagine is a separate website. It's just going to be a link, so it could be a hyperlink on our future website that takes you to the Imagine. It could be embedded as well. We like it more like a separate. You just take you to the website, to the Imagine, and you can enjoy all the features. We are updated, so you can see that it's in beta right now. So we are trying to add as much information, particularly for the stormwater, which is very nice because it's all maps, locations. So we are working on getting even better. Yeah, this is where we are right now. So it's going to be a completely separate website, but we can link it wherever we want, embed it. So, yeah. By the way, something about the website. Well, I think we thought we discussed this during our brainstorming session on the website. We can create the videos for the residents. How to navigate the new website. This is where you go. Like, for example, agenda, videos. So it will be a helpful videos that we're gonna probably attach to during the initial phases of the website creation.
I don't know. Thanks, Hemang. Bill, I know Bill wanted to meet you, so Hemang's the one with the Imagine site, so you could talk to him. But thank you, but thank you, Clarissa, and thank you for your hard work on this. So looking forward to the rolling out of the site.
Thank you, and I'd be remiss for not thanking you for budgeting this very important upgrade to our website. Thank you.
I'll move to approve item 10C.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. We're on to the next item, 10E, which was pulled by the Vice Mayor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to ask Dr. Lopez to come up, or Jeremy. Yeah, Mr. Bazwan, thank you. I discussed something with Tony during my briefing, and I just wanted to make it clear on the record that this contract is only with respect to 2 courts. Is that accurate?
Jeremy Bagdown, Director of Parks and Recreation. Yes, right now the intent of this contract is to be awarded to program up to 2 courts with the idea of keeping another court available for rental and then in a general use open court at all times.
So it would be 2 for teaching, 1 available for rental.
That'll
or
be
2 available for rental.
that'll be operationally we can decide, but at this point we wouldn't put both up for rental just yet, so we always maintain 1 available for the open public.
Okay, because
But
the
based
reason
on
I was
demand.
concerned when I saw this item on here is, as you've seen, we've had a big increase in use of the tennis courts and the pickleball courts since they've been refurbished. So I didn't want to dissuade or not provide the proper access to people, to the residents of the town who just want to show up and use the courts without a reservation. You know, it's first come, first served basis right now. I'm in favor of the reservation side of it. I was hesitant on the contracting with a provider for it. I understand what you guys are trying to do as far as grow a program. I kind of like the fact that a resident can just use it. You know, but if it's limited to 2 courts and we have 2 courts, we can give it a test run and see how it goes. Then I'll be in favor of it, but that was my concern. That's why I pulled the item.
I appreciate the Vice Mayor bringing that particular point forward. I'm on those courts, not literally on them. I'm on the T-ball fields and see them used a lot just for pickup games, especially in the evening. And they're almost always being used by somebody. So I'd hate to put in a vendor that's then going to dissuade them from public use, you know. So does the contract allow for a trial using 2 and maybe downsizing a little bit later?
We can dictate the terms of the contract, its longevity, how we want to structure it during the negotiation period. But essentially, the idea would be to give them the 2 courts to program for adult special needs and youth programming, and still maintain those 2 courts. Yes, the courts are heavily used, kind of like independent coaches and for-profit entities that sometimes use the courts, and it may seem like the issue maybe there may be a for-profit use right now, and that's why we see some of these high use.
Where'd you get that from?
So that's one intent of having a program provider. It kind of helps police, but it still maintains having those other 2 courts available to the public. The rental side is so that you can kind of dictate your use if you know you're going to want to program a group of friends that want to play, but always maintaining that 1 available court for the general public.
We can also limit the time that they can use it, right? We can put it to where it's more of like an after-school program, where it's 3 to
correct.
6, and then leave it open now that we'll have lights soon.
If that is the direction, we can go ahead and definitely change and work with the proposed vendor when awarded during the negotiations, and we can see what is something that would fit.
Okay. I just want to make sure we have that flexibility to you know, dictate the terms on that.
So the sample schedule that was provided during our briefings, that's not set in stone.
That's technically the contract is not awarded. The contract is not. There's still the portion of negotiations.
Yeah,
that is what a proposed schedule for a normal tennis provider would look like.
Yeah, it didn't look like there was a lot of flexibility there. So I would be in favor of having some flexibility where the residents can come in and play.
The sample schedule dictates only the use of 2 fields. I mean, of 2 courts. I'm sorry. Yeah. Correct. And there's also certain programs that we can work if there's something that's not of high demand, we can free that time up and so forth.
So I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but I appreciate the Vice Mayor pulling this item. How do we schedule this, and what is the cost going to be to the user?
It's a cost sharing, so essentially the profits generated, it's a portion shared back to the town. just like we do with a few other providers
Right,
for
with the other-
camps and for other services.
Okay, because I know that the residents have been asking for these courts for a long time, and they're really enjoying them. Do we have any idea of, you mentioned that there might be some for-profit use. Have we been able to identify any of that? Or, I mean, I know it happens in all of our parks.
Essentially, I mean, when a staff member sees anything that looks like it may be for profit, they'll go ahead and have the conversation. But if there's no open and obvious exchanging of money in front, essentially we cannot assume that that is what's going on.
So when we contract with this vendor, are we to maintain that contract for a certain period of time, or?
We would, just like any other contract, we would dictate the terms and the longevity of the actual
Okay,
contract.
because I would echo what my council members just said. I would love to see some flexibility, because if we start to receive phone calls of individuals that were really using the courts and excited about it, and now they're never available, that's sometimes what our residents have said about the soccer fields or about the baseball fields. They can't just go out there and use them. They're always being used by an organized program. So I'd love to see the flexibility that they just asked for with regards to the timing.
And usually these contracts have termination clauses, right? 30
Correct.
days or 60 days or something. so-
Correct.
A question for you, Jeremy. Was there a bid protest on this or on this item?
There was no formal bid protest submitted to procurement. I do know that there were essentially not only set on all of our procurement standards for Demand Star and our normal public purchasing sites. I know that was also sent to anyone who ever raised previous inquiries for a tennis program, and there was only one submittal.
Got it. Is the person that we're awarding the contract to here?
The entity is here, yes.
Can they come up?
I have one gentleman, and I believe and the owner's here as well, but I think he stepped out a second ago. Questions for them?
Yeah, I'd love to.
How can I help?
You tell me. I mean, how you?
Oh, okay. You were mentioning something about flexibility. We are currently operating in the city of Doral. We have 3 facilities there. These programs that we are offering, actually, the goal and the target market is youth, kids. It's a developmental program. It's a market that is underserved in your area. What you have is a lot of old people, some of them charging for use of the court, some of them doing whatever they want and taking advantage of the facilities that you have just refurbished. And those kids, they never get to play because kids don't play on their own. They need to be taught. It's a difficult sport, and that's what we have in the route. It's mostly kids. You don't see adults. Why? Because they don't play tennis that much. They do get their time also, definitely, because they want to enjoy it. But we actually want to offer this to the community, to the kids. That's what we want to do. In terms of the flexibility, we have programs for, starting with a basic, intermediate, advanced. We also have programs for adults. We have programs for kids with special needs. We have programs for senior citizens. That's why we occupy mostly all the schedule that you see for both sports, because we're trying to serve everybody, including those adults that you see sometimes playing. They normally don't get a chance to get a proper training. That's why they get injured. That's why they stop playing. We teach them that by means of basic classes or intermediate lessons, whatever they actually fall into.
Got it. No, I appreciate that explanation.
If you're for kids, if you're for youth, that's what we do. You can check our Instagram, MGT Academy. It's been operating for more than 12 years now, 13 years. And what we do is this. We have incredible results, and I'm not bragging about it. You can just check. We have number 1 in the nation, number 2 in the nation, number 1 in the state. With Doral Academy, we have them as champions for the last 4 years in their category. The girls team is the top UTR in the nation. The boys team is the 10th top UTR in the nation. So, as again, I'm telling you, you are for kids. If you guys are for kids, then we're going to make an excellent match for you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Nice to meet you, and we wish you all the best of luck out there. And we look forward to our children, our community learning from you.
I had one more question for Jeremy. Jeremy, you mentioned about the private individuals. There could be an instance, right, where a resident reserves the court and pays an instructor to teach them while they are on the court. Is there a permitting requirement? Because that's kind of a gray area right? Because if you have,
It's almost like
your
subletting
own-
a pavilion. Wouldn't it be almost like subletting a pavilion, which is not allowed?
I wouldn't call it subletting the pavilion. I'm saying it's a little different than that because they're not making money. The resident is not making money. If you're subletting the pavilion, you're making money.
Okay.
The resident is paying someone to come in, just like a resident pays a party, bounce house, whatever they want to do in that pavilion. A boot camp at the park, you're paying an individual with knowledge to teach you during your reserved time at the court. There is no permitting requirement for that.
No, because essentially the rental use is paid for.
I have
So-
Dr. Lopez in the back.
Yeah. I'm sorry, what are you stating?
I think Dr. Lopez, if you can come up.
But if I'm not mistaken, essentially the difference there is the entity that would be using it for profit without a rental is basically gaining the use of the public land with no return of essentially going back to the refurbishment of the courts versus renting the court.
But the scenario that I propose, and that's why I think there's a gray area that maybe we should look into, right? If the vendor rents the court and invites outside people to come in and provides classes, then I think that's the area that you're talking about.
Correct.
If a group of residents rents or reserves the court and hires an individual to come in and give them a lesson, correct. Correct.
Yeah.
But how do we know if it's, I guess we would know when the reservation system, maybe that's why the reservation system is so important.
And that's to the other point that Dr. Lopez was bringing up is also the consistency of it. If it's something that is ongoing, it's basically taken away from the chance of another renter going and using it for someone who is making a gain.
Got
But
it.
that is something that, I mean, we can definitely take a look at, but that is very gray in that aspect.
Yeah, there's a gray area. And hopefully, right, hopefully MGT Academy comes in and they provide the best service and the residents see how well the kids at the camp are doing and they gravitate towards that program. Hopefully that's the case. But for those individuals who have private instructors and what have you, I would like for them to still have the availability of those two courts. So.
Got it. Any further discussion? Seeing none, is there a motion on the table?
I'll move it.
I'll second it.
All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. We're on to the. We need to go to public comments real quick. I know there's some folks. The clerk told me there was about 4 people that wanted to speak. Public comments is open. Public comments is open. Madam Clerk, please. Time. Public comments, please.
Here we go. Good evening, Mayor, council members. William Perez, 7167 Ballantrae Court. I want to address item 14B, the Kiki Camarena run. Thank you, Councilwoman Morano, for putting on the Kiki Camarena run is basically something done by the Young Marines. You probably recall seeing them during the Memorial Day ceremony. They were holding the flags there. And it's also put on by the post, the Legion Post 144. I'm an adult volunteer with the Young Marines, and I am the Vice Commander now of the Legion Post 144. What I'm asking here is that the council support this 5K run. The purpose of the run is a drug demand reduction program. It's basically put on by the kids. We're going to have sponsors for it to offset the cost. I'm going to try to get on the agenda of the educational committee so they can support the run as well. A little bit about Kiki Camarena. He was a former Marine and a DEA agent who died in the service of the DEA, killed by drug cartels. The Young Marine program is something that started back in the late 60s. Our goal is very different in some ways than what you think of the Boy Scouts. I joked around that we were like Boy Scouts on steroids. Yes and no. Our target audience really is, when we set that up with Marine Corps veterans, our target audience was kids in the inner city, kids from lower socioeconomic status, mainly from homes that have no father, no parental guidance. So it's really very kind of different than the demographics that you would think of about the Boy Scouts. And the good thing about this program is, this drug demand reduction program in the Young Marines, is it's peer taught. We train the senior Young Marines. We have a rank structure just like the Marine Corps. And they train the junior kids. So, you know, as we all know, it's the peers who influence their peers the most. Their parents, you get to be influential for a while, but then peers take over, as we all know. So that's one of the things that I wanted to bring up, and I just wanted to get your support for that so we can get this thing going. It'll go on October 29th. That's the goal date. And we have everything pretty much lined up as far as sponsors and stuff. The location will be at Veterans Park and running down Commerce Road. And we understand the need for police support, etc. That's all I had. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you, Bill.
Back again. Actions of public comment from Nancy Rogers. Good evening. I'd like to express my opinion on the Education Advisory Board agenda item, requesting the council waive committee rule requiring a member to be a resident, have a job within the town limits, and or own a business within the town limits. In the effort to include a student, the requirement for the potential candidate to attend a recognized high school has been enacted. Mr. Maritza Costa, the only candidate who has expressed an interest in the position and is a student at HML, respectfully request there being no other registered or qualified candidate for this position, that Mr. Costa be appointed tonight as a member of the Education Advisory Board. I reiterate the obvious student qualification for the committee pretty much eliminates possibilities of the appointee based on inability to qualify for 2 out of the 3 requirements. Above all, Mr. Costa has ranked up countless volunteer hours by serving on and volunteering with other committees, either strictly as a volunteer or as an official committee member. Please consider the appointment of Mr. Maritza Costa to the Education Advisory Board. Thank you for your consideration of this comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mara. Thank you, Nancy.
Good evening, Lucia Bring, 7160 West 10th Court, Hialeah, Florida. I want to thank you especially for the opportunity you've given my fellow colleague and friend Maurice for allowing him to be on the Education Advisory Board, because let me be completely fair. The first time I stood here, I think it was, online, 6th grade. As of right now, I am an incoming freshman to Hialeah, Miami Lakes. So definitely myself and Maurice, we've definitely stood before you, and you have definitely helped us embrace ourselves into growing as part of the community. Though we may not have had the pleasure of growing up in the community and being residents of it, we have had the pleasure of being students within it. And to be completely honest, I was a bit disheartened when, as part of the requirements to join the Education Advisory Board, was to live within the town, because I am so passionate about what happens within these borders that it's sad to me that I wouldn't have been able to do such a thing because of the fact that I don't specifically live here. Besides the fact that I don't live here, I'm still growing up in Miami Lakes. I just went to middle school here. I am currently going to be joining Maurita Hialeah Miami Lakes Senior High, which, Mayor, you just said it's basically our zoned high school. And I understand your concern with keeping it communal, but we also have to remember that our community extends to people a little bit further from the borders. And so we always have to keep that in mind. And I want to thank you for giving Maurice the opportunity. And hopefully that leaves you with something. Have a good night.
And you're only in 8th grade. That was powerful. No, thank you for that. No, going to 9th. That was awesome. Great job. You too. Public comments. Anyone else from the public wanting to speak? Anyone else from the public want to speak? Anyone else? Anybody online?
Mayor, yes, I still have people that I see on screen. If you're via Zoom and you want to participate in public comments, just please unmute yourself.
Hello, this is Lillian once more. I just wanted to interject and thank Commissioner Ruano and Collazo for not giving in to pressure with regards to the wording or the word order in the bond ballot. I think that coaction and yes, maneuver of the words and making it feasible as to the outcome that is being looked for is now what we have elected our commissioners, our managers, our candidates when we vote for you guys. We want you to be transparent. We don't want you to take advantage of the ability to put words in an order that get the results that you are looking for. You are not working for you, you're working for us. And you should be putting out there for us to choose with transparency and non-bias. And I'm sorry, Vice Mayor, but the way you have conducted yourself today, to me, leaves a lot to be desired. Thank you, have a good night.
Thank you, Lily. Appreciate it. Have a good night.
Sorry, anyone else via remote that wants to participate? Thank you.
All right, I'm just gonna go ahead and move to adopt the consent calendar, all the remaining items.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. We're on to ordinances of first reading. Budget amendment, item 11A.
An ordinance of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, amending ordinance 21-285 as amended by ordinance 22-292, amending the town's fiscal year 2021-2022 budget, providing for expenditure of funds, providing for amendments, providing for conflicts, authorizing the town manager to take all actions necessary to implement the terms and conditions of this ordinance, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
I'll move the budget amendment.
I'll second it.
Any conversation, discussion on this? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Item 11A, ordinance in first reading. Councilmember Dieguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano.
Yes.
Councilmember Collazo.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
Yes.
The motion passes. Item 11A.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're on to item 11B.
An ordinance of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, amending Chapter 13, Article 6, Section 13-1606, titled Boats and Watercraft of the Town of Miami Lakes Code of Ordinance, providing for inclusion into the town code, providing for repeal of ordinances in conflict, providing for severability, providing for inclusion in the town code, and providing for an effective date.
All right, Vice Mayor.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, this is very simple. This is just removing the hitched requirement on the statute.
Second.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Item in first reading, 11B. Councilmember Ruano.
No.
Councilmember Collazo.
Yes.
Councilmember Dieguez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
Yes.
Ordinance in first reading, 11B passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're on to item 11C. Mr.
An
Attorney.
ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, approving, adopting a non-ad valorem assessment role for neighborhood service districts, approving, adopting, and ratifying special assessment district rates for neighborhood service districts, including but not limited to security guard and multi-purpose maintenance, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. Any motion on the table?
I'll move to adopt the
Second.
ordinance.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Item, ordinance in first reading, 11C. Councilmember Dieguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano.
No.
Councilmember Collazo.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
No.
Okay,
Pass 3-2.
passes.
One, which is item 13A. Mr. Attorney.
A resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, approving an agreement with Miami-Dade County Department of Elections, providing for authority of town officials, providing for authority to execute agreement, providing for incorporation of recitals, and providing for an effective date.
Any motions?
Merrill.
I'm sorry, I'll move.
I'll second it.
Discussion, council?
Mayor,
Yes.
on this item, one of your colleagues, one of the members of the council brought up the potential conflict that may exist by having early voting at this facility with the name of the community council the way it is, and having a candidate on the ballot that will have the same name. Because of that, that was raised and brought to our attention. We brought it to the attention of the Miami-Dade Elections Department. They had some concerns about that potential conflict because they believe that then it could come back and be protested by certain candidates and what have you. We beat around different ideas without disrespecting the person who was honored by the naming of the community center. For those days, we talked about maybe, because really the only place where it's highlighted and it's at the entrance, on the main entrance, and I believe the entrance to the polling place is going to be around the north side on one of the side entrances, that if we covered the name at the entrance, that may suffice. And I just wanted to bring that to your attention. What the Miami-Dade Elections Department will do will be, instead of advertising it on their list of early voting sites and what have you as the Roberto Alonso Community Center at Royal Oaks Park, they'll advertise it just as Royal Oaks Park with the address and so forth. So if that modification is acceptable to this council, then we'll move forward. If you pass this item, then we'll move forward with continuing with the plan of having Roberto Alonso Community Center be the site for early voting, and we'll work with the Elections Department to make that modification.
I'll move to include the proposed change.
I'll second.
Discussion, council, discussion. I have an issue with this, and I'll tell you, Roberto Alonso Sr. Was a good friend of mine, right? Forget about everything. Roberto Alonso Sr. was somebody that served our community. I don't want to see his... I really believe early voting should be done at the youth center, right? That's sentido común. That's a center that doesn't even get used. You're going to have major conflicts there with soccer. But if it's going to be there, I don't want to see his name covered, right? You know what I mean? He deserved to have his name there. I was actually the one that I believe I was the one that put it on the agenda to put his name there. I don't want to see his name covered, right? To be very honest with you.
Okay.
But I also believe that early voting, even initially, should be at the youth center. There's going to be major conflicts in terms of parking and everything at Royal Oaks Park for soccer. Gets jam-packed that's soccer season at that point. That's going to be jam-packed with people, and it's not going to be good. The youth center, that's like the forgotten park. There's nobody ever there. There's no major activities really happening. I still believe the youth center should be the place.
So maybe we need to have the discussion.
Well, motion to change it to the youth center.
Well,
I'll second that.
And the problem is that it's not that easy. What the Elections Department said, because they did site visits, they went through on their end, not on our end. On their end, they went through this whole rigmarole of different processes to get this approved. We started with this when it was first brought to our attention shortly after the 2020 elections. And now is when we finally have the agreement ready, done, set to bring to you for approval. So what the Elections Department said, that if we cannot work out any kind of modification at the Roberto Alonso, go back to Mary Collins. Now, if the will of this council then is to explore other locations like the youth center, then we can work on that for the 2024 election cycle. Now, the one thing that is a bit of a complication, and we'll work with the Elections Department to figure that out, and that was something that was driven by them, not by us, is that they liked the location so much they were going to move the Bob Graham precinct, election day precinct, not early voting, election day precinct from Bob Graham to Roberto Alonso. So if we are unwilling to cover the name and so forth, then we'll work with them to see what other alternative can be found for election day for the people from Bob Graham. But so early voting then will revert back to Mary Collins, because that's something they know. They've approved it. They've done it already. There's obviously issues with that place. But for this election cycle, we'll go back to Mary Collins, and then we'll work with them for 2024 cycle to go to the youth center or some other location.
I'd be okay with it, and I'll tell you why. It's not a presidential year. It's not going to be as hectic. It's not going to be like the 24 election, presidential years, it gets beyond wild. Gubernatorial elections, I mean, there's barely any folks that show up, maybe later on and stuff like that. So I would be okay with that scenario and look for our alternative site, just because if it's the will of the council that's Roberto Alonso, the only thing I don't want to see is the cover's name. I don't want to. I'll be honest with you. I don't like that.
Yeah,
I don't want to see
Mr.
that.
Manager,
I don't believe that they will they, on their part, they've told us essentially, we had a long conversation with them today, even with Christina White, the Director of Elections. They probably will not agree to use that site, but then this is a scenario that may be coming up for multiple election cycles. Mr. Alonso may very well be on the ballot for multiple election cycles. This may not be the only time, you know, so it's an issue. So Roberto Alonso probably will be out from, you know, as far as the...
How big is the name on there? I don't remember. I spoke at the dedication.
It's fairly prominent. It's fairly prominent.
Fairly prominent. It's over the main entrance. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that there may be also be a smaller plaque to the left when you're walking in. So there's two places that it would have to be covered up. I agree with the mayor that, you know, it could be construed as being an insult to him. Obviously, it's not intended to be that. But then, you know, the alternative is to go back to Mary Collins for this election cycle.
I would be okay with that just because it's a gubernatorial election, and it's not going to be presidential elections can never happen in Mary Collins again. That, to be very honest, that was, I mean, Marilyn Serrano was there the whole time. She could tell you it was just mayhem, and it just didn't make sense. Yes.
Yeah, not adequate parking.
If you're all okay with that, I would prefer to see it at Mary Collins. Then, I mean, I'm telling you, I really think the youth center long term is probably the best spot for something like that.
Well, as someone who's going to be on the ballot this November, I would say, yeah, I'm fine with being at Mary Collins for now if it's really going to be this much of an issue, and then, yeah, just exploring the youth center.
So I need to
So no action on this item, then withdraw the item.
withdraw.
These people really think that someone's going to change their vote because of the name on the building? I mean, come on.
Crazier
They also
things.
wanted to avoid one of the candidates challenging the site with the name and everything
You
else.
can't challenge it for that. And we all know that. Come on. We all know that. This is ridiculous.
I think we should go back to Mary
I mean,
Collins, like the
you
mayor
know,
said.
the man's name is on the building. There's a reason for that building there. This is just oversensitivity. This is ridiculous.
I agree. If the will of the council is either you, I guess by just withdrawing this thing, the alternative, the plan B, the fallback position is we go back to Mary Collins. But if you'd like to take an affirmative vote, then that way we have direction, and we'll just do that with the
What happens with the voters whose precinct is Bob Graham? Are they still going to move that?
They'll move probably somewhere to Mary
Yes,
Collins.
they told us to Mary Collins.
To Mary Collins?
It's not what they wanted, but yes.
I would leave it, if everybody's okay, leave it at Mary, it's a presidential elections cannot be at Mary Collins anymore. So if everybody's okay with that, we'll, okay. Make a motion to withdraw the item.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. We're on to the next item, which is item 14A. I wanted to bring this up. I know traffic gets talked about all the time. It is the number one issue for our residents. There was two issues that came out of the survey that we did. Number one was flooding, which we're addressing with the $33 million. We just voted on several other projects. The second one is traffic flow and congestion management. That was specifically one of the biggest ones. To be very honest with you, while I respect whoever we hire as our traffic and transportation director, the reality is, and I've been here long enough, I've seen four police majors. I think I started here when it was Amian, then Gene, then George, now Javier Ruiz with Lieutenant Gonzo. They've together, and the department has done more to improve traffic than any transportation planner that we have, than any police officers in the past. They really are the ones out there meeting with the traffic engineers, talking to them. I know that the transportation planner position is funded by CITT. I've already been talking to the commissioner's office, Commissioner Rene Garcia's office. I'm going to be working to see if there's other flexibility that we can get to utilize some of those funds to augment what our police department is already doing. But I really believe in our strat plan that they should be the ones in charge of traffic flow and congestion, because the reality is they're on the street. They're the ones changing the traffic lights, changing the signals, talking to the folks. What they did this year at Barbara Goldman, the only way that the traffic flowed at Barbara Goldman wasn't because of our transportation planner, was because Major Ruiz and Lieutenant Gonzo stood out there and had one of the officers changing the light manually. So I really think to help augment what our police is doing, we should transfer $20,000 pending the approval from the CITT to our police budget, and also amend our strat plan to specifically state, that going forward, that traffic flow and congestion management is in the police hands. And I'll tell you why. Because now, the day Javier Ruiz leaves, the day that Lieutenant Gonzalez leaves, when we interview a new major, a new lieutenant, that's going to be the top of mind. Is going to be not only the safety of our residents, but the transportation traffic flow. So my idea was, they're already doing it. They're doing a great job. The challenge is they need more officers. They need more flexibility. So pending the approval from the CITT, I would like to move $20,000 from that position to our police budget and amend our strategic plan to have our police department specifically work on traffic flow and congestion management, and that's my motion.
Second.
Discussion, council. Councilman Toronto.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree with everything that you just said, and I think that most definitely Lieutenant Gonzalez has made a bigger impact on our traffic situation than any transportation planner we've ever had. I know that our transportation planners have been focused on some of the bigger projects that haven't materialized. And I'm all in favor of what you just said, except for the transfer of $20,000. What would those $20,000 be used for?
So one of the challenges that we have in our police department as a whole is the lack of funds for extra officers. For example, we probably, due to this new development, we're going to have to hire new officers and increase our budget, right? So the issue that we have now is that on any shift, there's a certain amount of officers, but there's days that we only have 3 or 4 officers on a shift because one is out, and we just don't have enough overtime funds or funds to move folks around, and this would give them more flexibility, I believe, and to focus, to say, hey, you know what, just today, let's bring in X, Y, and Z officer just to focus on the transportation management side of it, to work with the folks doing the traffic flow, to sit there and monitor. One of the things that Lieutenant Gonzalez and Major Ruiz, with the leadership of Major Ruiz and leadership of Lieutenant Gonzalez, is that they've actually sat there at the intersections and they studied the traffic lights. And a lot of these engineers that are in FDOT, not only FDOT, the county's department, they probably have like 5 guys. So they don't have time to go all over the county. So when they meet with these folks, they do that. But the reality is we're thin sometimes on different shifts. So I think this would augment, just having those funds available would augment that. I wish Major Ruiz was here to talk about this. But I think pending CITT approval, I think they would even see it as, something that other cities, contract cities, can possibly do. Because look, the reality is that our transportation planners are great, but the reality is they use the town as a stepping stone at some point. So whoever comes in next is going to learn, study this and that, and they're going to end up leaving somewhere bigger because we just don't have enough. Like the freebies run on their own. You really don't need somebody to supervise them all the time.
I couldn't agree with you more, but with the contract that we have with the police department that is such a heavy contract, I can't imagine putting one more dime in there. Like, it already is. It is, but the challenge is we just don't have enough officers all the time to dedicate to this. Because our morning shift is our heavy shift, but afternoons, it would help augment afternoons and probably even the shift some of the midnight. But afternoons is where we have the majority of our traffic issues, right? 5 to 6. Oh, and I agree.
The morning shift leaves around 3, 4 o'clock. So that's how I.
And the $20,000, do we know how much? Like, what do we get for that? Like.
No, and I think that may be.
Because I feel like it's a drop in the bucket that we might.
No, but what I'm saying is I would allocate it, and through the issue I have, I can't meet with them alone, right? I can't just go talk to them and ask them these things. What I'm going to do is I'm working with Commissioner Garcia's office. Then if that's allowed, I would sit down with our police officers. I'll have the manager babysit. We'll sit in and make sure that there's no direction, and we'll come up with a game plan and bring it back to the council. But at least going forward, we're not overpaying for transportation managers, and at least that money's allocated for congestion management.
No, and I'm okay with saying we don't need a transportation manager for now, but that's why I'm saying I would move forward with the directive, but not allocate the funding until we know exactly what
Yeah.
we're gonna get for it, or if we actually need it. I mean, I think their department has done an excellent job already, so I'm just confused about the funding.
Yeah, the CITT has already told us that it's not an allowable use to pay police overtime with this money. We've gotten that direction from the top level staff. They're double checking with their attorneys, but right now they've said that that's not an allowable use. And I kind of feel that we may be putting the cart before the horse. If we want to have involvement from police, I think it may make more sense to say, well, how are the things, and work with them and say, develop a program and see, maybe there is no need for overtime. Maybe there is a need for overtime. And then maybe it could be something that we target with general fund dollars and enhancing the contract for the next budget. So I don't see that there's an issue. And I really wish that Major Ruiz, I think I had a brief conversation with him before he left on vacation, and he had concerns about whether they had within police some of the expertise needed to deal with certain things, like dealing with FDOT and dealing with the Miami-Dade Expressway Authority and so forth. They have the ability, obviously, and they've done a great job at doing the traffic signalization and some of these other things. So I believe that the dollars, we're going to get the final word that it's not allowable use. But I think that it may be something we could consider to have police involved on the front end of developing the ideas, and then see whether it's required to have additional overtime. Instead of just throwing money and say, hey, come up with a program, I think that we may be putting the cart before the horse.
So I agree with you. It's not allowed. But that's where I come in, right? I have to deal with the impossible. The same thing we were told about the freebies. Oh, no, you can't use first mile, last mile. It's not allowed. No, we did. We amended the CITT, the PTP plan. Now, every city in Dade County enjoys it, and they enjoyed our fruit of our labor. So the reality is we're going to amend it. If it's not allowed, we could amend it. But I'm fine with that direction, but I still think in a strategic format, traffic flow and congestion maintenance should be under our police's purview.
Yeah, I'd just like for the police and Javi especially to be able to be involved on.
You want me, the lieutenant, to say something?
No.
Because he's on the street all. You want him? He's here.
I see him. Yeah.
Oh. You want him?
I'd rather have Major Ruiz be here and be able to speak to some of the ideas that they may have, and give them an opportunity to develop some of the strategies that may be able to help with traffic flow, and then see whether there's an impact and requirement that overtime can help make these programs come to fruition or not.
Got it. Any further discussion on a high level? That's fine. We know that the money's not going to be appropriated tonight. I got to do some work with the CITT, and either way in between, that takes about an 8-month process. So in that time, that's more than sufficient for the manager to work with police. And if at the end of the day they say it's not worth it, it's not worth it. But at the least, we make traffic flow and congestion management that top priority in our strat plan. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. Kiki Camarena, 5K run, Councilman Ron.
Point of
Thank
order, I move to extend an additional 15 minutes.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
The motion passes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be very brief. Mr. William Perez did a very good job at explaining what it is that I'm requesting. The Young Marines and the American Legion Post 144 would like to conduct this 5K run. It is what we used to call Say No to Drugs. I know that a lot of parents have reached out to me about, the month of October, and that our local schools aren't doing enough in that respect. When we were younger, there were many more activities with regards to, staying away from drugs. And so I thought this was a great thing that we can get behind and support their run. They are fully funded through sponsorship, so it's just a matter of giving them our blessing to have this run in our community.
I'll second that.
Yep.
Kiki Camarena, if many of you guys watch those online shows on Netflix, it's one of the reasons they have an entire segment on his life. Being the DEA agent, I mean, his story was, and how much he believed in the cause of taking drugs out of the street and making sure that flow stopped in South and Central America and didn't reach the U.S. and, get to the root of it. So, yeah, I really appreciate you bringing it on, and thank you, Bill, because I read, not only did I read, but I saw the entire show about his life, and it was very impactful the way that he was such a believer, but also everything that happened towards the end and the impact on his family. So, thank you. Thank you for bringing this up. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? The motion passes. So I wanted to bring this up, the next one on our town arborist, as we head into a possible recession. I think one of the main things that was in our strategic plan was that if the private sector, we specifically said if the private sector does something better than us, then we shouldn't get in the business of that. One of the challenges that we found was that it's hard to find even a part-time arborist. It was a godsend to have Steve Paulson with us, and luckily he was a retired law enforcement officer and he did a great job, and if we could have kept him, it would have been great. But I think following our strategic plan and seeing what we did with our even with our town clerk and moving those monies around, I would like to direct staff. I would like to eliminate the part-time position of arborist in-house. I would like to move that money over to a line item that is outlined in the memo. And additionally, the funds that are left over, move them into an infrastructure fund, and utilize another $20,000 of that for staff to do an RFP where the manager can select an outside firm following our strategic plan, and then becoming more nimble moving forward. So I just want to repeat that motion is eliminating that part-time position, following our strategic plan, and eliminating that part-time position, in-house part-time position, going back to what the roots of our town was, which is a contract city, finding a part-time contract arborist, and also compensating through those line items and on the manager's discretion those staff positions that possibly need some compensation if they're going to take on some more work. And yeah, that's my motion.
Second.
I just wanted to clarify something. There's something that's not accurate in this item, which is the position is not an in-house position. Actually, even before Steve left, when his health got to the point where he could no longer work full-time, we reverted him to an independent contractor. So we reverted him to part-time. I think, Jeremy, 3 days a week he was at the end before he had to retire. So he was already an independent contractor, and he was working already part-time. So the amount that's budgeted in that line is $45,000. What our plan was, we had a different plan than this. It would have been good to have some input on this, but our plan was to do something similar to what the mayor's proposing, but with some changes. We believe that we have an intern that is a high-quality intern that we'd like to bring in at an entry-level position. The gentleman just recently graduated from college, so it would really be an entry-level position to be able to handle the day-to-day phone calls, the field assessments, the inspections of trees, and things of that nature. Then reserve, like the mayor said, a certain amount from that line item for the times that we definitely need the arborist, the ticket, the certification, like, for instance, when they do certain reviews, when they go before the special magistrate to testify. Those are the times, and then we would do what the mayor's proposing, which is use a piece of that money to be able to use an outside firm to be able to go before the magistrate, etc. So what we'd like to do is obviously this is an ICA already. Our plan is to make that change. Is instead of hiring backfilling for Steve with another arborist, backfill for him with entry-level full-time position that would be able to handle the day-to-day. That's really the bulk of the work in that position, is getting the phone calls, answering emails about trees, going out, doing the inspections, making determinations, and so forth. And what we'll do, since it is an entry-level position, we'll mentor that person along, and maybe we can get to the point where that person can be able to take the arborist test over time and be able to be the in-house arborist.
So my challenge with that is that, look, more than likely the in-house position is going to get some great knowledge here, is going to learn a lot, and then in 6 months he's going to get poached by somebody else. We're going to be back in the same position, right? I mean, that's just the reality. Look, one of the challenges of our organization is that we're not as dynamic or as big or can pay as much as other organizations. So we train folks, they get happy, and they gotta. It's not even about the money. They leave. But the challenge is that it's not about being an ICA. It's finding a firm that we can work with that has multiple arborists, that if somebody leaves, they're always there. Because right now we don't have them, and it's been a very long time that we haven't had them. And tree management is one of the most important things. We're heading into hurricane season. We have some folks in-house that can do it, but it's very concerning to me that, yet again, we're going to hire somebody, we're going to train them, and they're going to leave. Look, we just had an employee, which is their prerogative. We just had an employee who we treated extremely well. We hired, they left, we hired them back, and they left again. And I wish them all the best,
Yeah.
but the reality is, knowing that we possibly could be going into a tough situation, we've seen interest rates are going to probably go up another 3/4 of a point. On the retail side, close to 8%, so we know there's going to be a shift in the economy. I want to make sure that we're nimble and we're not as top-heavy, so if we have to make some changes budgetarily, we can make those changes going forward. But my concern with bringing in somebody in-house again is that they're going to be awesome. We're going to train them, they're going to do a great job, and then another city is going to say, hey, look, come with us, we're going to hire you, we're going to pay you some more, and you're going to have more responsibility. So, and we're back to the same spot that we're at again. I understand where you're coming from, but I would rather follow our strategic plan, which says if the private sector does something better, which they do in this instance, then we should possibly go in that direction. We will be more nimble and more better resilient because of it.
Yeah, just, we don't need an arborist to handle most of the day-to-day stuff, right? We can have somebody that we can train early on and hire it, so.
Question to that point, who is doing that day-to-day stuff now?
It's being shared by multiple people. And so obviously it's a zero-sum game, right? So yeah, they may be doing it, but instead of being able to answer emails or do an inspection, okay, they get an inquiry from a resident, they go tomorrow. Maybe they're having to wait 2 or 3, 4 days, right? So there's a price to pay for, of course, no matter what, it will get done. Maybe we'll get to the point where we get rid of everybody. It'll take a month to get there. So there is a price to pay at some point. And that's why we believe that for customer service sake, right, which is what the residents did, and that's the reason why we incorporated 21 years ago, right, was to bring government closer to the people. We believe that the most important thing is timely responses to emails, timely responses to phone calls, getting out there when somebody says, hey, I need my tree trimmed, being able to send somebody out there within a day or so to be able to go look at it. They know that we're responding to their inquiry. That's, if we have to wait a week before we can get somebody out there because they have other duties, you know, then I think there's a diminishment there of customer service.
So what is the current amount on the line item that?
45.
45. And how much do you believe you can bring in this entry-level person?
Probably for less than that. So we can reserve a piece of that for...
But it's not going to be enough to pay for the arborist when we need them.
We
right?
have... It is. Because we have, for instance, even this year, we have not had a case before the magistrate, right? And we have somebody who's doing with cost recovery through Susana with plans review on certain projects for the landscape and so forth that is normally used for an arborist. So we've been able to make that happen through other mechanisms. And worst case scenario, if we needed something today to tomorrow, we can tap in. SFM has an arborist that we can, if somebody's contesting our determination about a tree, we can send an arborist from SFM. They can go out the next day or so forth and get an immediate determination from somebody with a ticket. But so far, I believe that we won't need to use a big portion of that 45 for the arborist contract, for the arborist services, because there aren't that many things that we have to have somebody that has the ticket. It's a great benefit, right? It gives us cachet, for lack of a better term. It gives us pedigree. Somebody who's saying that they're an arborist and they're making a determination is different than you or I doing it, right? So, but for the day-to-day stuff, which is the lion's share of the work in that position, the answering the phone calls, the getting out and looking and doing the inspections, the field work, we believe that this entry-level position, and in fact, Jeremy's a perfect example. He started here as an intern, and look at him now. You know, so yes, there are some people that come in and today may be different than 10 years ago. For sure, it's different than 40 years ago when I entered the workplace. but I believe that we can cultivate an environment that we can create more Jeremys than we do other people that just use us as a pit stop in their careers.
Boy, I got the reason I quoted this money is that on the town's website, currently being published, it says that the salary range for this position is $46,350 through $62,000.
But that's for the arborist position. We would create a new position which would be different. It would be an entry-level position, like a field inspector or something of that nature, entry level, that we would, the salary range would be lower than that.
I was just saying that's what's being advertised as of today.
That arborist position's been advertised since Steve left, and we've never taken it down. So just
exactly my point.
Well, I mean, but we're coming up with Plan B, with an alternative way of making it happen, where we're not overtaxing, we're not diminishing the ability for us to provide good customer service.
I know Councilman Ruano wanted to chime in, but my thing is that we have an opportunity to be nimble. We haven't had somebody in this position for almost a year, right? Steve's left a very long time ago. I remember one of the last times I was out there with Steve, Danny Angel was still the parks director, and we were doing Westlake Reforestation. So it's been an extended period of time that we haven't had an arborist, and this is the second time I bring it up. So when you see my frustration, is because of that guy. This is not the first time I bring up a contract arborist. I'm like, Councilman Ron, you had a.
So I understand your point, and I share your frustration, right? Because we are, after all, Tree City USA, so we really should have someone looking after our trees. But I do understand the manager's point with regards to customer service. So my question was going to be, right, with regards to the green space maintenance superintendent, right? That would be someone that's already working for us, someone that's doing something else that we would add these duties onto their. And that was my concern when I read this, right? Because I know that we have excellent staff members, but I feel like sometimes we throw too much on their plate. And then they're great at one thing, but they can't be great at three. And so that's where I think the customer service, looking at it from a customer service perspective, how quickly can that one person, if we add this job description to what they already do, how quickly will the turnaround be?
So my thing is that person's already doing it, right? That position, forget about the person, is already wearing both hats. So my idea was, hey, I can't be the one to count. We could allocate the funds. The manager has to make a decision if he's going to give them the funds or not. But we can allocate the funds and then give them the tools to be successful. We give them a contract arborist that is at their beck and call, and that would, I believe, would help customer service and help speed up things here in the town. Well, right now that person's doing it already without having that arborist with them at all times. So that was just my idea. It's been the second time I bring it up, and now is when you hear that things are moving forward. But
right.
At the end of the day, we get the.
When you brought it up the first time, what I wanted was to go back to having an arborist. Like, I didn't want to attach this to anybody's duties. I wanted to have an arborist.
Yeah, and we have. I mean, Jeremy's been recruiting. He's brought in people. We've had some people that have interviewed with Jeremy and his committee, and they haven't been acceptable. They either have skeletons in their closet. They got fire. They've been difficult, right?
Right.
So that's the problem. We've had a hard time recruiting for the position. People who want to come to the town. The arborists are working, and they're making a lot more money working for tree trimming companies or what have you, or landscape companies. So we believe that's why recently we started talking about this Plan B. How else can we make this happen where we can keep our level of customer service high, and we can find a way to make this happen? And this actually was a recommendation from staff, and once they explained it to me, I concur with the recommendation. And that's
I understand we need a Plan B. I am actually not in favor of rehiring an arborist. I think we should go with a contract arborist, right? But I prefer the mayor's Plan B over the staff's recommendation Plan B. I don't think we should bring in another person. The person who's been doing the job has clearly been doing a very adequate, if not above average job over the extended period of time that Steve has not been here. So why don't we just allocate the funds? You can decide whether to give it to them or not. And then we allocate funds to provide that person with the support that they need from an outside contracted arborist, whether it's SFM or whatever service, whatever other arborists we can hire, right? But I don't want to have the additional health care and additional employee wage tax and all that other stuff that comes along with an additional employee, where we can just compensate the person that's been doing the job and then provide them with the support that they're going to need. So I'm in favor of the
No,
mayor's.
the person that has been doing the job should have been compensated all along.
Right.
I agree with
For
you
adding-
100%.
There is no
adding on
one
to
person
their-
that's been doing the job. It has been spread out, so, and that's another
So
problem, right?
spread it out over the
But the
people who
problem
have
is,
been
when
doing.
everybody's responsible, nobody's responsible. So that's one of our problems. And the problem is that they have their regular job to do, right? And then on top of that, they're handling these tree issues. So they're trying their best, and they're doing a yeoman's job up there.
Yeah.
They're doing as good as they can. But then something is giving in this whole process. And we believe that the ability to be able to be responsive to residents is what is giving in this whole process.
I have a comment. You have the intern. You've identified the person. If it doesn't work with that individual, move on with the mayor's plan, right? And just to move this issue forward, I think we're all saying the same thing, just kind of slightly skewed. You know, is it my plan? Is it his plan? Is it staff's plan? And we're getting caught up in the weeds. I think the idea, the concept is, we're going to try it out, and we're going to contract the other part out, and let's just move it forward.
Can we try it out?
You have one intern. You have one intern that you've identified that we can make responsible for this issue. And if it doesn't work out with that individual, I'm fine with defaulting back to what the mayor suggested.
Can we try it out with the intern as an independent contractor to avoid all of the add-ons?
Yeah, I mean, we can do that. We've done that with many employees. I think Susana was an independent contractor when she first came on board. We've done that with multiple employees. We bring them on that way, and then we see how things shake out, and eventually they migrate into becoming employees.
Have we been receiving
But we got to be
complaints?
careful with that, because IRS issues, you know, is kind of like if it walks like a duck, quacks like a duck. Right, so.
Talking to the accountant about the IRS issues. Have we had complaints about response times with the current person or
Some.
people that are doing that?
Some, yeah. And some people, you know, we have to see the validity of them, right? Sometimes people say, oh, I've called 3 times, and we check and say, oh, they called once, right? So, but we have had some issues, and we want to try and they've done a great job. They've all shared the load, right? Even Jeremy's gone out to do tree inspections, right? Everybody, you know, Oreo, you know, everybody in that shop has done a piece of this whole process. And what I want to do is be able to be more responsive and not diminish the level of service that we've been able to provide.
We got it. I mean, it's easy. We got two town managers. One of you guys should wear the hat. It's more than enough time to go around. Tony. Let's bring it full circle and just.
We vote on your item.
Got it. There's a Madam Clerk, please call the roll. There's a motion and a second.
So Councilmember Dieguez,
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano. On the motion by Mayor Sid.
As written in the,
Yes, as explained by him, which was seconded by Vice Mayor Rodriguez, which was technically his new business item, as I understood it.
Yeah,
Then
there's
right?
I want to be clear, there's a lot of things in here that
Right,
the
that
mayor
we're
didn't
not-
mention, right? So I just want to be clear what it is.
$45,000 to hire the intern as an independent
No.
contractor. Is that not what we're voting on? No. Okay. Then
Mr. Mayor, do you want to restate it?
All right. So the manager is now saying that the money he's allocating is $45,000. The position that's advertised today is a lot more. What we have allocated is a lot more, right?
The amount that's in the budget line is for an independent contractor
okay, so
for
what would have
45.
happened? Okay, what would have happened if you would have found a superstar and they said, "Hey, but you offered me $46,000 on your website, which says it right now." 46 to 62.
But we recruit in the same recruitment method for ICAs and employees. That's irrelevant. So the recruitment process is the same.
I get it. There's more money somewhere there, but that's fine. If we want to go with the $45,000,
45, it's 10, and
That's
then
that's
the
fine. The
rest.
$45,000, that's fine.
But how is it allocated?
But
Is what they
restate
want.
the motion, if you can, please.
Okay.
Okay, it doesn't have to be a full-time position, as long as,
They
as
want
long
you
as,
to restate
I mean,
where the 45.
So the restating is 10,000 of, so now instead of the mayor said there was 80, right, 60 to 80, now we're saying that there's 45. So what he's saying is 10,000 allocated to the green space maintenance superintendent.
Yeah, I
And
mean, that
then
can go to the line, but
balance-
the discretion to how people get compensated,
That's up
that's
to you.
100% mine.
Yeah, that's up to you. So 10,000 is allocated and it's split up, whether if you want to or not, among the people who have been doing that job. And then the balance of the 45 is used to pay for an independent contractor arborist on an as-needed basis. Is that? So we don't hire an additional intern. Is that not what you want?
Yes, that's fine. That's fine. There's a motion and a second, Madam Clerk.
So
Still
coun-
a yes.
So Councilmember Ruano,
No.
Councilmember Collazo,
No.
Councilmember Diegues,
You say yes.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez,
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
Yes.
So the motion passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're on to Royal Oaks Neighborhood Service Districts. Councilman Ruano.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This item is to address the Royal Oaks Neighborhood Service District, the way that the council members are allowed to appoint individuals to this particular neighborhood service district is based on geographical location. So since its inception, my council seat is to appoint someone that lives west of 82nd Avenue outside of the HOA. So for the last 3 years, there hasn't been anyone in those 2 blocks that has an appetite to serve on this particular committee, but there are individuals that have applied that aren't being appointed because there isn't room for them within the other council members' seats. So I was requesting to see if this council would consider changing the way that this resolution is written and allowing for my particular council seat to appoint someone outside of the parameters that were originally described.
Second. Any discussion on this?
Yeah, I just thought if we were gonna change one, why don't we just open it all? Right? Why limit the rest of us to a specific area? If you
I believe that that's, I
Yeah,
believe
just-
that that's what it does. It gives
Okay.
us
Oh,
all
I
the
thought
opportunity.
your motion was only to amend yours.
No, I'm sorry, and I might have misstated that, but it gives us
Okay.
all the opportunity to
Then, yeah.
appoint anyone that has a desire to serve.
Agreed.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. On to the next item. I've had a lot of.
Do we need to extend again?
Yeah, we do.
A motion to extend.
Second.
Yeah.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the
No.
motion passes. There's one no, but he's staying though. He is a no, but he is staying.
He loves us.
So real quick, this came up. This was an idea that I talked to Nancy Rogers, the chair of public safety, and Maritz on youth activities, and a couple other folks, and Maritz and Nancy in specific. So speed bumps, creating a program where residents can adopt a speed bump on their block. I've had a lot of residents call me and say that they would like to bypass the process and just purchase a speed bump from the town. I think a happy medium would be just creating an adoption program to let people adopt the speed bump on their block, and at the same time creating youth zones around our tot lots where we would increase speeding fines around tot lots around town, which people are speeding all the time. That's something that I'll have to speak to, which I know Lorenzo and I I think Raul, we're going to go see Harvey Rubin, the clerk of courts, to work on this to see if it's possible. But I didn't want to go see him without the council saying that you guys were at least interested in this. I think me going to talk to him about something that later on you guys were going to be interested in would have been a waste of time. So doubling speeding fines around tot lots and then allowing residents to adopt speed bumps. That's my motion.
Second.
Discussion
Yeah,
on this?
just when you say adopt, what is it that you mean specifically? That residents can privately pay for it, and if they pay for it, we install it, no matter where they are, how many there are?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, obviously they're not going to put 45 on a block, but no, but within, obviously we would create, it's an adoption program, so we would create the parameters, right? We would roll it out. Staff will come back with a report, but the reality is there's blocks on, for example, West Lakes, that they're like, hey, if that block got it, why didn't we get it, you know? So And I've had many residents come up to me already like, look, we would just expedite it, you know, we would just put it on, you know, so if we come into an issue again like that, I'll just allow staff can develop it, come back to us, and just allow residents to, if they want to, they can adopt the speed bump on their block, but within the parameters set forth by our wise town manager there. Come up with
Not
some
really.
good-
But so
I'm glad there's finally recognition.
So,
Deputy,
but I'm
deputy
gonna-
town manager, I don't know where.
We are opening up tug of war with higher levels of government. That's all I want to say.
I disagree. I remember when the county mayor was here, and I asked her about these issues, and she kind of chuckled. She goes, "Why do you, for example, like we couldn't put?" I told her, "I go, Mayor, why are you stopping us from putting banners on 67th Avenue?" She was like, "What? Why don't you guys just put up the banners?" And Mayor, why on interior roads? Why can't we put a speed bump? She was like, "Who's calling us to put up a speed bump in a municipal road?" You know, so yeah. But I don't think it's a tug of war at all. There's no skin in the game for the county. There's no rational reason why they would
No,
be against
I agree with you, but they're already giving us flack over the one that we put in Canine Cove. 100%. They're giving us flack.
I need to see that, by the way. Please forward me the flack that you received.
I'll
over
send
that.
it to you.
I would
They're
like to
asking for studies, speed studies, who authorized, I mean, it's a whole series of emails. I'll send them all to you.
Crickets.
I promise you, I will call it.
Send them a gift with
So
crickets.
these two items, I just need you guys to approve, so I can see Harvey Rubin if it's possible to do this, and then, yeah, because there's an issue with the clerk of courts, the way that they process these traffic tickets.
I'm just gonna say one thing. I'm all in favor of this, and this is sort of why people get frustrated with government, and it's not really our staff's problem, but it's really the county. I think it's been maybe 2 years already since I proposed an omnibus agreement with the county where we can make these types of improvements on our interior roads without having to go back to them, and we are nowhere, right, on this agreement?
But remember, those agreements, because we modeled it after the agreement that Coral Gables had. Yes, they give us the ability to do it, to make the decisions, but it still has to be with the parameters that they set.
That's fine, but that saves months
Oh, 100%.
on us having to go back
I agree
to
with
them.
you. The benefit of having the agreement is
So they're basically
100%.
forcing our hand to do things like this, where just do it, and we'll deal with the ramifications later.
Yes,
Yes,
Councilman.
I have, okay. I'm all in favor of the youth zones. I think that people are speeding way too much in the community, and they should be getting ticketed, and our police officers are incredibly loving and sweet and lenient, and that's why people keep speeding, because they don't get ticketed. So I'm all in favor of the youth zones. The speed bump, there's two reasons why I can't support it. One, because you adopt the speed bump, but then you're not responsible for its maintenance in perpetuity. So at some point, when people put up 5,000 speed bumps, we're gonna have to replace them. And I really don't want Angelo Garcia coming up to the podium again with another piece of a speed bump that's been broken for a year and no one has replaced it. So the more speed bumps we bring online, the more infrastructure we have to maintain forever. So even if a speed bump is $1,500 and someone that moves into this house wants to buy it, they're not gonna replace it and fix it every time that it breaks. That's my first point. My second point is that there might be someone on a block that wants a speed bump, but perhaps the rest of the residents on that block don't want that speed bump. And I just can't figure out how this is gonna work. And I tell you why, because in my community, we have the speeding issue like everyone else does, and we had a meeting where we sat and we discussed the speed bump, and there was just as many people that wanted them as people that didn't. So speed bumps are one of those things when people have very low vehicles or very expensive vehicles, they don't like to have to go over a speed bump on their way home. So it's just a very touchy subject. So the whole adopt a speed bump kind of makes it easier for the installation process. But the youth zones and the doubling of the speeding fines around parks where children play, I'm all in favor of that. So if we could split this up before we vote, because I'd really like to vote yes on one and no on the other.
That's fine. I'll withdraw my motion. Just make a motion first on the youth zones.
Second.
Any discussion on youth zones? Seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes. On the speed bump issue, to allow folks to adopt one and have staff come back to us in the form of reports, seeing how that would look. obviously, folks can't do that right now.
Second.
Any discussion on this? I know Councilwoman Morano put her thoughts on the record. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Two noes, three yes, two noes. Got it. We're on to the next item, update on zip code. I'll make a motion to waive the rules.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes.
Thank you. And it says the zip code, but it really was a misnomer. It's really just an update to let the council know about the funding for 59th Avenue, because I know that the council wanted me to take a strong interest in making sure that this moved along, since this is with our federal lobbyist that we recently extended the contract for. It's been the congressman went ahead and added to his list of his particular 10 items that he's asking for earmark funding for at the rate of $4 million. He's even completed what's called the certification letter that his family has no financial interest or benefit from this project. So it's moving along. The budget timeline is a little bit delayed as far as where they're at federally, but it looks as if we have a very strong chance of getting this done through this process. So, we cleared the biggest hurdle, which was of all the projects that his office has received, we were among them, and again, at $4 million, I think we're one of the biggest projects there on his list. So we seem to be in good position. We just have to keep monitoring and see how the budget process lays out. But that was the report I wanted to give as far as 59th Avenue.
That's big news. Thanks. We're on to the next item, monthly SOP update. Just wanted to point out, Mr. Manager, Tony and Ismail, when they were here in charge and you were out of town, they did a phenomenal job. No issues with parking, no issues with nothing. You should be very proud of them.
I am. That's what good leadership is.
They did an excellent job. So I just wanted to report on that. I want to make a motion to waive the rules on item 15D.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Seeing none, the motion passes. Real quick, I've been meeting with staff on these. One of the follow-ups I had with staff was this week. We met with the director of the Florida Department of Emergency Management, Kevin Guthrie, on the phone with our CFO, Ismail Diaz, our manager and our deputy manager. The CFO, Ismail Diaz, is already working on various things with the department. They're going to send someone down, so that way if there's a storm, they're prepared in terms of reimbursement. There is good news on the way that they're going to reimburse us. Do you want to talk about that, Mr. Manager? The reimbursement up front and how they're changing. They're going to score us different and all that. And Ismail, gave them
Ismail, when he met with the mayor, had the idea of, because of the issues that we've had in the past with having to wait so long for reimbursements from FEMA, when we have a track record of being able to provide our reimbursement request a certain way, and we have a high level of reimbursement percentage, we're like 98%. So if you have a track record like that, Ismail was saying, why can't FEMA in the state of Florida, DEM, grade us to the point where they can advance us more money sooner, right? So we had that conversation that the mayor set up with DEM, and once we laid out the idea that we had, they said, hey, we had already started down that road. So they already had the idea, they were already working towards that, and it looks like they have a mechanism that is going to allow us to get more money sooner, and it doesn't penalize cities that have had issues, but it rewards cities that have performed strong. That's what they said. They said they couldn't do it in a penalty way because that's against the state law, but in a rewarding way, they are able to do it, and they'll be able to provide reimbursement, higher levels of reimbursement much sooner.
Yep, that's huge news for the town. The other one, we're working on setting up a meeting with the Director of Public Works for the county here at Town Hall. One of the ideas that Director Acosta here at Town Hall has is that they start rescheduling the monthly meetings with all the Public Works directors throughout the county, and we're going to work on this being the first venue of those meetings. So that just creates a good segue. So I know we still have about 6 other departments that I know the deputy manager is working on coordinating those meetings, so I'm looking forward to finally having those. We're on to the monthly police report.
Good morning, everyone. Jose Gonzalez, your town lieutenant, here on behalf of Major Ruiz to present the monthly police report. First item I have is the crime report. We are at the halfway point for the year, and happy to report that we're 37% down on crime as we were last year. So things are looking real good in that aspect. A couple of highlights of arrests. Detectives did a great job, and we were able to make an arrest on the Lamborghini that was stolen out of the rural Palm Estates. The subject of that vehicle theft is in custody. We had another arrest. Oh, the Lamborghini is, we were able to make an arrest on that. We also were able to identify another vehicle burglary suspect and made an arrest on that earlier this month. And lastly, last week, we were able to have an LPR arrest. Middle of the night, stolen vehicle came in from PSN. It was rolled out to our officers on 87th Avenue. A headquarters unit found them over at the lake house. Inside, conducting vehicle burglaries. Our officers responded, engaged with them, followed them to the east side of town where they bailed out. I think they had that little helicopter incident middle of the night. We were able to apprehend one and work in the lead on the other two suspects who were in the car. So that was a really good case. Another kudos to the LPRs. They're working very well to alerting us to be able to, apprehend crimes. Moving on to we've entered the summer initiative now that school is over. Our officers are redeploying and just looking at summer daycare locations where there's still child activities, park activities, and we're doing just high visibilities in those areas to show high visibility. We're also going to be conducting active shooter training that I do every year in the summer when the school's out. We take our officers. Normally they work the day shift, and our NRU officers, and we'll work in our local schools, so they're familiar with the layouts and procedures on how to conduct active shooter training. We also have the bike ride.
Lieutenant, when do you do those active shooter trainings?
Now in the summer, I'll just find a day and a couple days a week, and I could always let you guys know when I'm doing it. If you guys want to stop by.
Yes, I'd love to stop by.
Yeah, that's a really nice thing to see. Learn a lot from those. Traffic, we continue to battle the speeders. We've been having this month we did a detail on traffic on Fairway with the new installation of the crosswalk. We had high visibility officers by the crosswalk, ensuring that when it was lit and there was a pedestrian, if the vehicles were stopping. If they weren't, they were being addressed. We were running radar there. We did stop a numerous amount of vehicles, and I think we issued a fair amount of warnings and citations, probably evenly. So the officers have the discretion. Sometimes it's an educational campaign at the beginning, making sure everybody's kind of educated about the new changes. If there's a new installation of a stop sign or a crosswalk that it wasn't there, everybody's used to that routine. They don't know when did that get there? So we start with a little bit of to be fair, educational, and then we escalate into the citation and issuing citations to individuals who are not getting the message. That is pretty much what I have. On Saturday, I'm going to wear my traffic whisperer hat, and I'm going to find the culprit light that's holding up traffic for 22 minutes in the morning. I haven't seen it yet, but I will find it. Any questions? Yes, go ahead.
There was a couple of things that I wanted to address, and I hate that it's so late, but I'll try to be brief. I did receive an email regarding the speeders on Fairway. I know that there's a police car that's there. This particular resident has been asking for stop signs to be installed, those kind of temporary stop signs to try to mitigate the traffic. And I know that Major Ruiz has addressed that, but I just wanted to bring it to your attention. Another thing that I wanted to bring to your attention, there was a fatality in an accident on 154 and 82.
Yes,
a young man that was driving I think it was a dirt bike.
Yes.
These ATVs and these dirt bikes, they're on our roads every day. I know that the summer's coming or is here at this point, and that these young children tend to drive around at all hours, including evening hours. What is your standard procedure when you see, I know that there's a no chase situation going on, but what are we doing to try to?
Well, normally what we do is if we see, obviously, an ATV that's not authorized to be on the road, our officers try to conduct a vehicle stop. If there's a successful vehicle stop, then the rider will be cited and the motorcycle will be towed because you can't have it on the road. The majority of them do not stop for all
Correct.
officers because they know that we have a no chase policy. And as soon as they take off, we don't forward the chase. In the past, in other departments, in other states, they continue to chase, the motorcycle crashes, the guy gets ejected and gets killed, and then it comes back to the police department. That's one of the reasons, and historically, that we don't chase motorcycles, because it has a high possibility of the driver of the motorcycle getting killed. So unfortunately, they kind of know that. The thing that I've noticed here, which is a good thing because of the neighboring cities that we have, they're in commute. Like we see them come across 87th Avenue from point A to point B, from Miami Gardens into Hialeah, over the bridge. They don't really congregate too much in the town because they're going from point A to point B. So our officers sometimes will just shadow them, make sure like a little escort, make sure you keep going on your way if they don't stop, because there's not much that we could do at that point.
Unfortunately, and
Yeah,
that's
the
one of
thing-
the issues that we have, is that there's not much that we can do about the things that are really important. And when someone loses their life, and it's a 13-year-old boy,
Right.
you know, you just feel like you should have done more. We feel like as a community we should have done more. And the last point that I wanted to bring up, I did email Major Reese about this. I'd like to follow up on the individuals that we do apprehend, the individuals that are breaking into cars or stealing cars or wreaking havoc. And I know that we use a lot of resources, not only our resources, but the county, the helicopters and things like that. And I kind of want us to follow these individuals, and I'd love to know how long they're in custody. I mean, is it 30 minutes? Is it an hour? I mean, do they get let go right away?
A lot of that, it all depends obviously on their background and the severity of the crime. Some property crimes, and then the bond is back. So if they're going to get issued a bond because it's not a violent crime, like an armed robbery or they shot somebody, they could bond out easily if somebody posts the bond. As soon as they process them, then they could have bond. It's standard issued bond depending on the crime. Some people might have a warrant, so if they have a warrant, they'll hold them for that. So that's a good thing sometimes. But it depends, like I said, the severity of what crime it is, their pasts, and, what the bond, and if they can make bond or not.
Okay, because I would just like to know, the follow-up of it, because the residents seem to see a revolving door of these
Right.
people that just keep coming back.
Yeah, so, the criminal justice process, you get the arrest is made, then the victim is contacted by the state attorney. The victim has to come and basically give you formal charges. A lot of times what we've seen in the past is victims get their property back and then they just don't want to press charges anymore. Then the case falls through, and that's an unfortunate part that we have no control over.
Right, again, as a society, we don't do enough.
Right. But since we are small, our detectives take, firsthand to all the crimes that are committed here. So they stay in touch with the state attorney. They get notification if the case is dropped. And the reason why the case got dropped, like the victim decided that they didn't want to prosecute. They said it's a 12-year-old kid, and some people feel bad for them, and they'll be like, oh, I got my car back, so I'm happy, and I don't want to move forward with the case. So then we just get notification the case is closed. It was either no pros, or if they want to move forward, then it would either have to go to the next step, which would be a plea bargain, or obviously go to trial, and then that could be down the road or process.
Okay, well, thank you. And I know that Major Reese as well told me that he was going to keep us posted on the outcomes of these individuals that you apprehend.
Absolutely.
But thank you so much for your hard work.
Okay.
Thank you, Lieutenant.
Yep. Have a good night.
We're on to the infrastructure report. We have Director Acosta virtually.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. Monthly infrastructure report, I'll be very brief. Here on the roadway capital projects, we got a lot of projects in design and moving along pretty well. The stormwater bond projects, we had the 159th Terrace Drainage Improvement Project, which is the first bond project under construction, and the second project, which is the Northwest 166th Street Drainage Improvement Project, should be hitting construction next month. We have a lot of stormwater projects in permits. A lot of them are reaching 100% plans stage. So you can expect by the time we go out for bid, you can expect that in the fall you're going to have a lot of projects under construction in different areas of the town, based on the schedule that we have now. So those are progressing very well. The facilities projects, the backup generator for Roberto Alonso, we received the proposal, and the committee should be meeting this week to evaluate those proposals, and award that contract so we can move on with the design of the backup generator at Roberto Alonso Community Center. And lastly, with roadway maintenance, we're proceeding with our program, minor repairs. We're doing very well on the sidewalk repair. In fact, all the funds that were budgeted and the additional funds that were approved recently for sidewalk repairs, all that is in work orders that have been issued out, and we're waiting for the contractors to complete the last remaining work orders to get all those sidewalks repaired. Pending any questions, that's all I have.
Any questions of Director Costa? No? Thank you very much. Councilman Coyas? No?
No, I just want to make sure we're at 12:30. Final report, might as well extend whatever, a couple minutes.
I think we extended to infinity.
All right.
Last time we didn't.
No,
when
but
we made the last
we have
motion.
one consistent no that's staying, so I think he prides himself in voting on the no and stays.
But he's here. Thank you, Director Costa. Anybody has any questions? I know we learned a lot the other day hanging out with you over there at the ribbon cutting, so we appreciate you and the entire staff. We're on to the Optimus Park report.
Yes, good morning, Mayor and Council.
You're going to give an update on the ballot language? Or
Definitely not. I am definitely going to talk on the highlights of Optimus. We finalized the dugouts. They were actually put in place for the Pinto Fields last week prior to the start of the All-Star Games. So the dugouts are located on both Pinto A and Pinto B, essentially putting a more stable structure out there, mainly providing protection from the sun, protection from the elements, and it stays mobile. So in the future, with a redesign of the fields, they can be moved and utilized as needed.
I'll have you know, I talked to the coach of the All-Star team for the 6U, and he said it made a huge difference for their boys. So thank you very much for that.
Definitely. Moving to the tennis court lighting, we are about 13 weeks from receiving the products from the manufacturer and having it installed. If anything can be done sooner, obviously. At the end of the day, this is what the timeline is for these products. We actually also were able to, 2 weeks ago, go ahead and laser grade 3 of the infields at the ballparks. We were able to do this within our contractual means, basically providing much needed upkeep to some of those interior clay infields, and trying to go ahead and create the best positive drainage we could with those fields not having any subterranean drainage. Light repairs continue to go on throughout the park with an aging light infrastructure. Essentially, the lighting repairs are something that are becoming much more frequent. As you may have been made aware, the town was issued a grant through the Scots and MLB for the makeover of a ball field. We were one of 4 within the nation, the only one in the state of Florida. So it was a great job by the grants team to go ahead and pursue this. Great job for bringing it before us. But overall, it's going to serve a great need in helping our upstarting T-ball program and getting that field redone for the T-ballers who have a dedicated ball field that's designed for them to play baseball, not something that we were able to put together within our means. Other than that, our summer closures have commenced, so there are limited openings for play field at the parks. During this time, we'll go ahead and start our major renovations as far as closing off fields, taking care of agronomical practices, and trying to get our fields ready for the next seasons that come for all of our sports.
Any questions?
Jeremy, thank you so much, and thank you again for that moving on that Scots project, and I think you guys identified a need. You saw growth in a program, and we're able to bring that basically by being one of nationally recognized applicants. I know you're going to be having. We talked before the meeting. I know you're going to have some meetings with that group, and I know you're advocating for a very strong deliverable. I don't remember or don't recall, when would you be looking to get that actually installed? When do you think that they'll be able to actually install? When will that be playable?
So after speaking with the rep earlier today, the timeline is looking like we'll get notice at the end of this week, and they will be on site as of the following week, looking towards the end of the week. So I would anticipate the completion by probably 2 weeks out starting, maybe 3 weeks from completing.
So before September.
Before the commencement of the next season.
Correct.
Yes.
Excellent. That's great news.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jeremy. And we'll see you on the pickleball courts. Last report, our town attorney.
Yeah, real quick.
for next Wednesday, I'll make a motion to approve the executive session for next Wednesday.
Second.
All right, so that's Wednesday, 8:30, I think it is, or 9? I'm not sure.
You said 9.
9, okay. A couple of things. The Pizzi
All those
case.
in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes.
All right, the Pizzi case, we bifurcated liability and damages, which is a good thing. Saves us a lot of time and money. I believe it's going to be set for trial January, February next year. I sent you all an email, maybe about a week ago on that.
Who's our judge on that case, out of curiosity?
It's a new judge. It's like the third or fourth judge on the case. Munoz, I believe. But I don't remember off the top of my head. There haven't been a lot of hearings. Okay. The Hope Reynolds, Esperanza Reynolds, filed a lawsuit against the town. Miss Reynolds is an activist. I know her and her family. I think the world of them. But it's a case where I would really, really, really employ her attorneys to really reconsider their position. We will be seeking attorney fees and costs. We truly believe that the lawsuit is baseless. Our legal team is doing what they need to do. They're getting a 57.105 letter. I really implore the legal team to reconsider. But if I would really hate for the town to get any sort of a judgment against Ms. Reynolds for something like this. She should really, and I'm doing it through her attorneys, reconsider. I believe that's it.
Thank you.
There's one matter. We do need to ask to wrap up the Northwest 170th line item. There's a deficit there. I believe it's close to 19, so I'd ask for 20, just in case there's any leftover wrap-up items, and that's something I need a motion from you.
That's the final bill, right? That
Yep.
should be it. Okay.
That should be it. I mean, I'm asking for $1,000 more just in case there's anything last minute that needs to be done, but the amount outstanding is $18,009.
I'll move it.
Second.
The motion fails.
I second.
No, you second? Any discussion? Any discussion on this? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
And-
No. The motion passes.
And Councilman Dieguez, the judge is Carlos Lopez, the Honorable Carlos Lopez.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lorenzo. All right, this meeting's adjourned. Have a good night, guys.